too. Holy moly. They're all here.
Okay. All right, Monty. I get it. But here it is. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? That is the theme,
That's the theme
of this show today. What are you going to do about it?
More on that as the show unfolds.
Indeed.
We got a lot of guests. A lot of guests.
We do?
You just told Monty to be quiet. Monty's going to join us here in like 2 hours. So,
Monty, what a good get that is.
Yeah.
On Meat Grinder Monday.
Monty's joining us. Jody Jackson's joining us. Kellen Olson's joining us very shortly here because it's a big weekend for the Suns.
I'm going to ask
for
Monty.
The D-backs too.
Yeah, huge weekend. I'm going to ask Monty, look. I'm going to look him dead in the eye and say, Monty, have you ever walked up to a player and said, what are you going to do about it? I mean, honestly, have you said that, Monty? I mean, let me know. I can't wait for that one.
All right, I'm going to write that down.
Okay, so you were saying something else.
I was going to say Tip Ryman's on the show, but if you're not interested in that, then we can.
Okay, wait a minute. I'm trying to get off of the fact that it's Meat Grinder Monday. Okay,
all right, that's fine.
And what are you going to do about it?
I'm trying to avoid talking about the baseball game yesterday, but I guess it's unavoidable.
Okay, yeah.
All right, well, second straight week we are coming in to do a show after a series win for the Diamondbacks, where they blew a save and could have swept the series and ended up losing the third game on a Sunday. So I'm just going to throw this stat out there before we even get started, okay? The Arizona Diamondbacks are 16-8 in their last 24 games.
Thank you.
That's very impressive. They are making a move. They're doing what they need to do. 5 of those 8 losses, they should have won. They were blown saves. They could easily be 21-3 in their last 24 games.
That's stunning. They're playing really, really good baseball right now. And Basinonians, that is the first thing that I'm going to always look at right now. They're playing really, really good baseball, period. But yesterday, there's no doubt about it. It's a bit of a Pyrrhic victory, this series victory over the Pittsburgh Pirates. And the reason why I say that, Basinonians, is because obviously, they won another series right now. 11-2-3 in their last 16 series.
That's not bad.
11-2-3. This is legit what we're seeing right here. This is the Arizona Diamondbacks. This is the National League champion. That's how they're playing right now when you think about it. 11-2-3 in their last 16 series. You cannot have a conversation about this team without saying that. Yet it's a Pyrrhic victory because there is a problem. They have a problem.
Yeah, I think it's – I don't know that we can run from that anymore. You know what I mean? The stat you just gave is the stat of a team that's a playoff team and should be a dangerous team in the playoffs. And I'm to the point now where I almost like the 7-0-1 stat better because in their last 8 series, they're 7-0-1. Like, that speaks for itself.
For me, though, I look at it 11-2-3.
So that's 2 months.
I mean, that is a huge sample size. You can't mess with that.
But we at least have to acknowledge now the reality that when you get to the 9th inning, something's up.
Yeah.
I'm not ready to write Paul Sewald off.
Nor am I.
I don't know how I feel about Justin Martinez in high leverage situations, though. You know what? I'm gonna agree with you. I'm gonna agree with you on something, Wolf. When the Academy named him breakout player for the Diamondbacks, and you and I believe, both voted for Brandon Pfaadt on that.
Yes.
Was that your vote? I know mine was Brandon Pfaadt. Justin Martinez is not breaking out. Like he's having some real issues late in these games. I still think he'll be a good pitcher. He's got nasty stuff, but I don't know that you can use him in key moments right now because they would have won that game anyway yesterday if he didn't come in and throw wild pitches and hit batters and load bases.
You know what I love about that, though, honestly, right now? It shows you that there is a little something different about a closer. Isn't that right, Basinonians? There really is. There's something just a little bit. You just can't have nasty, filthy stuff. You also have to have something inside that allows you to go out and draw that nasty, filthy stuff when it matters the most. There's just something a little bit different to a closer. We've all known it. Justin Martinez is a guy you can point to and say, he's got to get over that. He's got to get past that. He's got to make that mental adjustment to where he can take the ball in a pressure-packed situation and bring all that filthiness to bear.
Well, because that's what gets lost in the shuffle yesterday. I heard Bickley and Murata talking about it this morning. Yeah, Paul Sewald blew another save, but they've never bailed him out of one of these. Like, he blew the save yesterday, and that's an issue, and trust me, we're going to talk about it. But he didn't lose the game. They were still tied going into extras, and the Diamondbacks scored 3 runs in the 10th inning. It still wasn't enough. This is where this gets so convoluted if you're a Diamondbacks fan. All the stats that Wolf just threw out there are so true, and they're a half game out of a playoff spot, and they're playing better than most of the teams around them, okay? But they have not swept a series since May 9th. So we're coming up on 3 months since they've swept somebody. And, okay, that's fine because they're winning most of these series. But it's not fine because they should have swept the Dodgers in early June, swept the Padres the next series. They should have, there was another one in there. They should have swept the Cubs last weekend. They should have swept the Pirates. Yes. So right there, you should have had 4 sweeps in, like, your last 6 series.
Yeah. But once again, it's a situation where they have a problem. We're willing to admit that at this point in time. They have blown, 19 saves? Yeah. Is it 19?
Yeah.
I believe
that
it's
number
19
blew my mind. I didn't realize
saves, Basinonians, they have blown this season. Okay, now Paul Sewald, what's interesting about it is Paul Sewald is closing out. His save percentage is 80%. Okay?
Yeah, 80, he hasn't blown 19 saves.
80. He's blown 4
yeah.
saves. 80% is his save percentage right now. Considering the fact Mariano Rivera, Basinonians, had a career save percentage of 89%. That was his career. Trevor Hoffman. Are you kidding me? He had an 88% save percentage, okay? So that's obviously over a career. And that is a huge number for Mariano Rivera, of course, and Trevor Hoffman right now. You want your closer to be saving games at a clip of 85 to 90% for the most part, season to season. Now, that doesn't mean he's going to have that save percentage over the course of a 10, 15-year career, of course, because when you look at Mariano Rivera, nobody's done it better for longer than Mariano Rivera, okay? But I think for the most part, you're looking at 85 to 90%. You're looking for a guy on a season-to-season basis to have a save percentage somewhere in that vicinity. Paul Sewald is below that right now. Now, again, I don't think that makes you panic and all of a sudden that's it. Paul Sewald's done. He's not our guy. AJ Puck, you come over here.
No.
I'm not ready for that, but you need to start having the conversation.
I'm not ready for that either yet, but we're getting closer now. And the AJ Puck thing is something that you need to at least be aware of, and this is why we talked about this last week. We asked Kyle Seeloff, the Marlins broadcaster, could this guy close if he has to? And he was like, oh, yeah, absolutely. We'll play that cut in a little bit. We're going to break now. But AJ Puck can close games. And I'm not saying that means all of a sudden you're switching closers.
I want to see that, though.
But I consider he's a much more viable option right now than Justin Martinez. Before, I thought it was kind of like, okay, we're just going to the guy that can throw hard and has nasty stuff. Justin Martinez, I think, is pretty – I'm more worried about Justin Martinez than I am about Paul Sewald right now because he's so early in his career, and when he has a bad outing, it's going horribly.
You know what's awesome, too? AJ Puck, he looks Amish to me. That's just me, okay, with the beard and the way he's got it cut.
They told us he doesn't have any worldly possessions.
He doesn't have anything like that. He's Amish. That's what he looks like to me, basically. He looks kind of Amish.
Maybe that's what the A and AJ stands for.
And every time, couldn't you see him taking a ball and walking out like Field of Dreams? A cornfield? I could easily see that. Throwing gas.
No, I could see him standing next to a tree and Wolf pulling up and being like, hey, you need help with that tree? All right, we come back. The Phoenix Suns, pretty big signing this weekend. So just how big is it? We're going to ask our own Phoenix Suns guru, Kellen Olson. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs Pirates.
The 2-2. Swinging a ground ball to first. Grandal has it, takes it to the bag himself, and the Pirates survive an onslaught from the Diamondbacks. They avoid the sweep, and they take the finale by a final score of 6-5.
After taking 2 of 3 from the Pirates at home, the D-backs host the Nationals for a 3-game series with Game 1 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Noel Aboud, the great founder of Revitalize Weight Loss and Wellness. And Doc, we've all heard about these popular weight loss medications that are out now. As somebody who's been helping people lose weight and keep it off for a long time, what's your take?
I think it's a wonderful benefit if you have a lot of weight to lose, but at what cost? And that's the question you need to ask. What is your goal? If it's just to lose weight, that can be achieved. But what is the damage it may cause in the body? I think these are the kind of things that we need to look at. And if we don't change our mindset around food, chances are the weight's going to come back on. And as our book says, fear no food. We don't want you to be tied to a scale the rest of your life.
Win the battle over your weight loss struggles once and for all. Go talk to the team at Revitalize Weight Loss, where from now through the end of the month, your initial consultation with Dr. Aboud and his great team is absolutely free. Schedule online at revitalizeweightloss.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. What is up, Chris?
What's up, Dave? We are proud to say that our service drive is one of the most efficient in the valley. Bring your vehicle in by 10 p.m. and we will have it ready for you by the next day. While you're here at the dealership, make sure to check out our new 2024 models. This month, you can save up to $3,250 off the all-new 2024 Yukon or Yukon XL.
Shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, Cardinals fans, are you ready for football season? It's time to root for our Redbirds. Bud Light was brewed to be a delicious and easy-to-drink beer, even when the little things in life are hard, like when the game is going into overtime. But you have even more time to enjoy it with a fresh Bud Light. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to Sunday. Pick up Bud Light at your local retailer today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Bud Light is a proud partner of the Arizona Cardinals.
At the UPS store, we get it. Being a small biz owner requires grit and hustle, but you don't have to do it alone. We've got your back. You put your heart and soul into your biz, we put ours into packing and shipping. While you're keeping track of your custom-made orders, our mailboxes are keeping your packages safe. Because we're here to help you be unstoppable with shredding, printing, notary, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
Hi, it's Carol Royce with your home sold guaranteed realty. Here's my guaranteed offer to you. Receive multiple cash offers from me and my cash buyers. You pick the best offer and select your close date. Get cash offers within hours of your request. No showings, no hassles. Your home will close when you want and you're certain to get your cash. No matter your reason for selling, rest assured your home is sold guaranteed. Call me, Carol Royce, 480-776-5231.
I can see you out there, Kellen.
I've talked to like 19 basketball people in 3 hours.
Arizona sports. Our son's mega mind, Kellen Olson, joining Wolf and Luke to talk about the Phoenix Suns now.
Yeah, look, this was a busy weekend because you got the Cardinals ramping up towards pads today. A big weekend for the Diamondbacks. Wolf, you don't usually get big Phoenix Suns weekends at the end of July. Yeah. There's a lot going on with this team from a lot of different angles. Kellen Olson is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line right now. Kellen, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys.
I want to talk Team USA and what we saw yesterday, but we have to start with the Tyus Jones addition. Surprised at all by that? What are the ramifications of this? Because you see anything from, okay, this guy's a nice addition, to this guy could change how they're doing some things.
Yeah, this is a weird one. I think that it is a good signing on paper. I think that obviously it is fantastic value to get Tyus Jones on the minimum. That's a guy that should be making $10 million plus a year right now, and you're getting it for $3.3 million. So that in and of itself is a reason why a lot of people would just say this is a home run signing, and I agree with that. He's going to help their assist to turnover problems or just turnover problems in general a ton. The organization, the structure that people want to see with a point guard leading the show, you're going to get that when Tyus Jones is on the court. But with that being said, this sort of inflates their weaknesses a lot more. They were a small team before this. They are an even smaller team now. That is going to hurt them defensively, and it is going to hurt them on the glass, which are two areas where they didn't really have much margin for error in the first place. So they are going to have to be, especially when Tyus Jones is on the floor, they are going to have to be the best offensive team in the league, I think. Maybe they can be top three and still afford it, but defensively, there are even more question marks you have. And again, going back to size, there are even more questions you have. And maybe the biggest concern for me is three-point shooting, because now Grayson Allen moves to the bench. I understand that Tyus Jones is a good three-point shooter. I understand that Monte Morris is a good three-point shooter, but you're taking some of Grayson Allen's minutes away. He was the best three-point shooter in the league last year, and is just one of the best shooters in the league right now. And that sort of trade-off just doesn't equal out. Like, you get worse as a shooting team. So now you've lost Eric Gordon, who took nearly 6 threes a game, and you've taken some minutes away from Grayson Allen, who is your second biggest shooter in that regard. The big three are going to have to shoot a lot of threes, and they're going to have to play really organized, structured basketball in the ways that they did fail to last year. I thought that last year they showed a lot of potential playing both ways, playing a little bit more random, but at the same time playing organized. They're going to have to play organized a lot more next year to get the benefits out of Tyus Jones.
You know, it's not always the player, of course. It's also the person that you're getting right now. What do you know about Tyus Jones as a teammate killer?
Everyone loves him. I think on an intangible standpoint, everyone loves him. You just go back to his year at Duke and everything that he showed there. It comes through, again, when you watch him on these teams. And this is a big moment for him because he has been on good teams before. He really hasn't been on a contender yet. I know that in the statement that he released to ESPN's Adrian Wojnarowski, that was sort of the appeal for him, was that going for a championship. He's played on Minnesota, Memphis, Washington. Those aren't teams that were contending for titles at that time. And now he gets to one where if everything goes according to plan, he should be. So I think this is one of those moments where everything came together for not only the Suns, but for him. He was looking around and was like, do I really want to go to more situations like that, or do I want to reset for a year while trying to win a title? And that was the opportunity that the Suns presented him.
Talking to Kellen Olson. Okay, Kellen, so everything you just said about how it takes Grayson Allen off the floor a little bit more now, and the ramifications in that sense. What do you see Tyus Jones' role being? Like, do you expect him to be playing 20-plus minutes a night, or is that still up in the air?
I think it has to be at least 20 minutes a night. Now, will it be 30 or 30-plus? No, nothing like that. But he's going to start. The statement was very, I don't know what other word to use, obvious. Like, it was out there in part to show that he was going to start for them. And then also our own ESPN, our own Arizona Sports' John Gambadoro, reporting that he is expected to start, and it is expected for Grayson Allen to come off the bench. But you got to look at it like this. There's 144 minutes combined at the 1, 2, or 3 where you can play guys. You've got 32 minutes probably for Devin Booker at minimum. You've got 32 minutes at minimum for Bradley Beal. You've got 20 minutes for Tyus Jones. You add that up, that's around 85 minutes for those guys. You got 60 left for Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal, and Monte Morris. That is not a ton of playing time to go around. And look, these are good problems to have. Don't get me wrong. You're a deeper team. But at the same time, you are just so guard-heavy in terms of size. Royce O'Neal is more of a wing, but he's the size of a guard. Grayson Allen is more of a wing role for this team, but he's the size of a guard, and you just added another 6'1" guard. So I think that the scales are tipped too heavily there, which is where you look at trade possibilities. Could you trade Grayson Allen in October? Could you move Royce O'Neal in the middle of the season? These are things that you could look at, but at the same time, we're looking for some continuity from this team. So I think it is a good signing, but I just think it has to work out. It has to be round peg, round hole. Like, it has to fit perfectly in order for you to get all the benefits you need out of it, because there are some downsides to it as well that you shouldn't just ignore.
So this is really interesting to listen to you talk, Killer, and the reason being, of course, you've got Tyus Jones and you got Monte Morris. For a lot of people out there looking at this, they believe the point guard has been institutionalized for Coach Bud and the Phoenix Suns going forward. Do you agree with that?
I do, 100%. And this is another part of the move where I'm just a bit confused, because when you trade for Bradley Beal the way that they do, you've got to picture it as Devin Booker and Bradley Beal as your backcourt going forward. And that's what this is, don't get me wrong. But now, by adding point guards to the mix, at least for this 1 year, what you're doing is just making yourselves a really small team for one, and you're minimizing Bradley Beal's role even further. Remember, last year he was sort of anointed the point guard of this team, I think not only because he was the guy they wanted to do it, but also to sort of give him more responsibility and give him more of a role, because he wasn't going to be the scorer he was before, alongside Devin Booker and Kevin Durant. And now it looks like they're going to be asking him to be more of a 3-and-D wing, be their number one defensive stopper. I think Brad showed capabilities at times last year as a defender. This is not about his 3-and-D skill set per se, but the fact that you're asking a star player in Bradley Beal, a guy who makes over $50 million a year for you, to be more in that skill set when it would be more inclined towards a guy who naturally does those things. And it's going to be another year of really adjusting for him. So I think that impact there just makes me go back to the Beal trade and look at it differently now, because they've officially punted on that backcourt and the idea of that working. And they agreed with the consensus coming out of last year, which is that they need a point guard. And the reason why I was always against it is because you made this big trade for Bradley Beal. Now you've got Bradley Beal and Devin Booker as a backcourt. That's what you've got to have. And they said, no, you don't have to. We can just play this really small lineup and get by in these other areas to have the best offense in the league. Like, that's what they've got to be, again, to reiterate that next year. To your other point, Wolf, this is just an awkward situation because Monte Morris and Tyus Jones are very similar players. Tyus Jones is much better than Monte Morris, don't get me wrong, but they're similar players. They signed Monte Morris 3 weeks ago. I don't think they ever expected to get Tyus Jones on the minimum 3 weeks ago, and it creates this awkward position where, okay, did you promise Monte Morris a role? If you did, are you still going to give it to him because you promised it to him or because you believe it's what's best for your team? Now we're taking minutes away from Royce O'Neal and Grayson Allen again. It's a little bit more of an awkward fit than the Suns got their point guard and all is well.
We're talking to Kellen Olson. Kellen, I do want to switch over to Team USA real quick, and there's a few storylines there, but I got to be honest, the one that really jumps out to me that I wanted to ask you about, Devin Booker. Anybody that was watching the game yesterday felt like Devin Booker never left the floor. He played over 26 minutes. The only player on Team USA that played more than him was LeBron, and it was only by about 50 seconds. So what does that say about his reputation around the league, how he fits on this team?
Well, I think it speaks to his reputation for Team USA, and Steve Kerr was on that staff in Tokyo and just saw how Book could fill in wherever he needed him to and do whatever he needed him to do. It was a more subtle performance for Book until the fourth quarter, but when he was out there before that, he was just filling in where he needed to. He was making the extra pass where he needed to. He was running out in transition. He was crashing the glass. He grabbed an offensive rebound. He was picking up those defensive assignments full courts. The Serbian guards, especially at the start of the game, were really after it. You could tell that Vasily Micic of the Charlotte Hornets was a guy that wanted to key in on. Book was one of the defenders being aggressive with him. He was hitting open threes. He can just fill in the gaps where you need to, and that's what you need on this team. Like, there was a lot of, I'm sure what you're alluding to there was a lot of debate and discussion around Jason Tatum not playing. Jason Tatum had nice numbers in Tokyo, but he wasn't really adapting that well to the role that they needed him to play. And you look at some of those exhibition games when him and Ant were out there together, it was a little bit too much iso ball, that sort. So I wasn't surprised at all when he didn't play, because you just need guys that are going to adapt. And I'm sure Jason Tatum is going to play later in the tournament, but you need guys like Book who can just adapt seamlessly to that role. It's a really hard thing to do. A lot of guys fail at it, and Book's just a pro at it, and we're seeing why, and we're going to continue to see why he's going to play a lot during the Olympics.
We have no time, but apparently, Killer, KD's okay. I mean, he looked okay.
Seems fine.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm glad that Suns fans I'm glad that he's okay for one. I'm glad Suns fans got to see him like that because, yeah, that's the greatest Olympian the men's basketball team has ever seen. That guy's unreal.
Yeah, it was almost a shame that, in fact, it was Dwayne Wade, I think, said it on the broadcast at the end when he missed a shot. He's like, that's the coach's fault for leaving him in because he had a perfect game going. Kellen, thanks so much for the time, man. We'll talk to you again soon.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
It's Kellen Olson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. If you subscribe to the Wolf and Luke Show podcast, subscribe right now on your iPhone or Android. You'll never miss any of the show. It's the Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by FanDuel. When we come back, case you hadn't noticed, the Cardinals are going to put the pads on today. So what can we learn now that we couldn't learn last week? It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports. Wolf might run out on the field.
Here we go.
Local sports leader.
The Cardinals have begun doing this and this. Practice is open to the public, and Arizona Sports is there with Wolf and Luke and Burns and Gambo, bringing you the sights and sounds from Cardinals training camp. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Get more of this, and this from the Cardinals and Arizona Sports on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here for my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information right now, 480-990-3300. You may want to go ahead and stash that number. As a veteran Trajan Wealth CEO, Jeff Jr., good buddy of mine, Jeff Jr. fully appreciates the importance of true independence. He founded Trajan Wealth as an independent firm allowing fiduciary advisors the ability to customize a portfolio to meet your unique goals and needs, Basinonians. That's right. They're all fiduciaries over at Trajan Wealth. There are no commissioned salespeople that are walking around. This is one of the reasons why you need to pick up the phone and give Trajan Wealth a call today, just the way the Warrior Queen and I did so many years ago. Call Trajan Wealth right now at 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
This summer will be heating up as the Arizona Diamondbacks look to repeat as NL champions and bring home that World Series title. Man, is it fun watching these D-backs play. The Gold Glove defense, the speed on the base paths, and the newfound power in the lineup. You don't want to miss any of the action, but if you're struggling with your vision, you're probably doing a lot more listening than watching. But we can change that. Dr. Jay Schwartz has been the team ophthalmologist for the D-backs since 2002, and he's ready to help you see the game the way you're intended to. If you're nearsighted, farsighted, or having astigmatism, it's very likely a vision correction procedure from the Schwartz Laser Eye Center that may be right from you. Dr. Schwartz offers a free LASIK evaluation and 2 years of interest-free financing. And he's got 3 locations in the Valley, Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. Trust me, I had LASIK surgery from the Schwartz Laser Eye Center about 15 years ago, and at age 57, I don't wear any glasses, contacts, or readers. One of the best things I've ever done. So if you want to reduce or even eliminate your need of glasses and contacts, call 480-483-EYES for your free LASIK evaluation or go online at tmidoc.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Gotta change my oil.
How about Valvoline Restore and Protect? It restores and protects your engine to run like new.
Get in zone. It restores your engine to like factory clean?
And protects.
Get in zone. So Valvoline Restore and Protect restores and protects.
Now you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for $37.99.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit ConsumerCellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by July 31st, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Dan Bickley here with my man, Shane O'Hanrahan. And Shane, what's going on this summer at Chapman BMW?
We got a lot going on, Bick. Financing as low as 2.99%, a great selection of certified pre-owned vehicles that have gone through an extensive inspection. And if you ever thought about going electric, we have the incredible lease deal on the BMW i4, starting at $449 a month. So come on down, say hello, and get your hookup.
You can shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Parker & Sons wants to thank you, Arizona, for helping them become the Valley's most trusted heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical company over the last 50 years. 50 years. It's Parker's 50th anniversary. They are celebrating by giving right back to Arizona with 50 acts of kindness. If anyone you know is in need of Parker services, visit Parker50.com and nominate them for a free service or repair today. Parker50.com or call 602-2REPAIR.
I'm Erin Maloney with the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks were just 1 out away from sweeping the Pirates. Unfortunately, they'll just have to settle for the series win as they fell to the Pirates 6-5 in extras following another Paul Sewald blown save. The D-backs have no time to dwell as they continue their homestand tonight when they open a 3-game set against the Nationals. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp continues for the Arizona Cardinals today, but today, the pads come on. So what is Cards head coach Jonathan Gannon looking for?
Yeah, I'd say probably everything. It's football to me. So it's just a lot. It just brings in a different element of something that's closer to the actual game.
Be sure to keep it right here as Wolf and Luke are live from Cards Camp and will be joined by Tip Ryman at noon, followed by General Manager Monty Ossenfort at 12:45. And Team USA Basketball got their first win of the Olympics. Kevin Durant scored 23 points in 17 minutes of a 110-84 win over Serbia. The latest is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction. Located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale and online at sandersonford.com.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Wolf and Luke chop it up on Cardinals training camp. Now.
Welcome back to State Farm Stadium. It is Wolf and Luke on a Monday morning.
What are you going to do about it?
So, wait, wouldn't that be a what are you going to do about it Wednesday?
No.
Isn't this Meat Grinder Monday?
No, it is Meat Grinder Monday, but what are you going to do about it?
So Meat Grinder Monday begs the question, what are you going to do about it? We're going to have Monty Ossenfort and Tip Ryman on later on in the show today. And thanks to Kellen Olson, who already joined us, and Jody Jackson, who's about to join us in about 10 minutes. But, Wolf, we're going to talk some football right now. Here's Jonathan Gannon yesterday talking about the pads going on this week.
Big-time week this week. Pads go on here. So we're looking forward to a good week. Some situational ball going in. Be good.
And what he's looking for?
Yeah, I'd say probably everything. It's football to me, you know. So it's just a lot. It just brings in a different element of something that's closer to the actual game. So when you want to talk about evaluation, you know, true evaluation, in my opinion, comes in leading up to week 1 would be preseason games, you know, because that's versus a different opponent and it's live. And then the days that we're in pads, you know. Now we evaluate everything, but the most true evaluation I think that you can get is what's closest to what it's going to look like Sunday in Buffalo. So that's how we try to do it.
Man, yeah, I mean, honestly, Command and Control, you did not have to play this right now, but Basinonians, everybody, you know this is a joyful sound to me. It really is. I can't tell you how many times you stand and look at somebody in the tunnel and just I mean, honestly, it doesn't get any better than popping the mouth guard in and hammering somebody. And you know what's super cool about it? Sometimes that somebody is you. Sometimes you hammer yourself into the ground. But you know what? Just to be able to play the game of football with freedom. You know who plays the game of football with freedom? Buda Baker. Buda Baker plays the game with freedom. He goes, he doesn't care about physics. He doesn't care how small he is, how big he is, how strong he is, how fat. He doesn't care about any of it. All he cares about is the white lines and playing the game of football, and he does it every play. Man, the respect I got for that guy in the game is going to be on display for all to see. The actual game of football, because the pads are on, and it's time to drive somebody into the ground and do it with malice. And it's okay, Luke. It's okay. It's encouraged. It's what you're supposed to do.
I'm just still trying
between
to
the white lines.
Get past the fact that Man in the Box has become a joyous song on this show. Because it's really not a joyous song in general.
But stop and think about it. I understand what the song's about, Man in the Box. It's a pine box. But metaphorically speaking, once again, Basinonians, what's the box in football?
I'll be honest. The second that they said pads are going on Monday, I heard. It's just the way it is.
I mean, it's man in the box. You know, you can talk about the corners, ladies and gentlemen. You can talk about the wide receivers. Look how talented Marvin Harrison Jr. Look how talented he is. You can talk about all the super talented guys that are out there. But you know what the game of football is still about right now? And you know what, Derb? This is not at 1982. It isn't. It's 2024.
Pointing right at the camera.
It's 2024. And you know what the game is about? Still? Driving dudes into the ground and controlling the line of scrimmage. That's what it's about. Still. Isn't that right, JG?
Here's more from JG on which positions will benefit the most from the pads.
I probably think it's all positions, honestly. I might go the other way, because if you watch us without pads, the O and D line are pretty much full go.
And then here's Monty Austinfort.
Ramped up the tempo a little bit, and then tomorrow we really get going. Put the pads on and get the next couple days and really get to some real football. So excited about the way the first week's gone here. Players are doing a good job. Coaches and players are putting in a lot of good time and making some progress. Got a long way to go, but excited with where we're at right now and ready to take the next step tomorrow once we get the pads on.
Worst night of sleep I've ever had, period. Every year that I played, the worst night of sleep that I would have would be the night before we put the pads on. Just tossing and turning, flipping and flopping the whole time. There was no refuge whatsoever. I don't care if you were talking about 2 in the morning, 1 in the morning, no refuge. Knowing that you were going to have to put the mouth guard in and go out and just one-on-one some dude with the entire nation. That's the way that it felt. The entire nation looking at you. Oh my goodness, look at little Ronnie Wolfley out there, 220 pounds. Oh, that's Eric Hill. He's 260. How many times Easy killed me in a practice.
With the whole nation watching.
With the whole nation watching. And I'm talking about, it might as well have been to me, okay? Because all your teammates were watching. All of your coaches were watching. And the only thing I'm sitting there taking Eric Hill on. Google it, my young crunks. Eric Hill. Just a brutal inside linebacker from LSU. He's still one of my favorite dudes to this day. And if you look at his nose, Basinonians, I broke his nose. If you look at the top of it, right there, right at the top,
how many
there's
noses
a little bump.
Did you break, do you think?
I don't know, but I broke his, and Easy will tell you that.
And
isn't that right, Easy? But he killed me. How many times he killed me in one-on-one drills. Oh, my goodness. We cannot count the times.
More from Monty Austinfort, who is going to join us later on in the show with how they measure physicality with the pads on.
Fine line, right? Like the only way to get better at football is to practice football, and so we have to go out there, and it's a physical game, and we have to be physical, and we have to get players ready for the rigors of a season, and that when we step on the field in Buffalo, it can't be the first time that we've collided with somebody. But at the same time, we have to protect our team, and so I think that is a day-by-day conversation as we go. And so we have a plan right now of how we're going to structure the rest of the month and into August, or through August, I should say. Whether this day is pads, this day is less pads, and, how we're going to do that. But, as those days go by, we can throw that plan out the window. It's going to be according to what our team looks like.
So you don't want a coach that has to get up in front of the team and say, hey, guys, by the way, we're putting the pads on today, and we want you to fight. See, you don't want to bring dudes in to your football team that you have to say that to. You know what you want? You want to bring dudes in that understand, the bonnet is going on my head and the mouth guard's going in. And look, we all have pads on. I mean, that's exactly the type of guy you want to bring in. He does it himself.
Don't you feel like that's what they have here?
Yes.
I feel like they have a lot of those guys here now.
They get themselves ready to go. Dogs will bark.
Carl Banks, didn't you get him too? Did you get his nose? Yeah,
I did. But he already broke it, though.
Oh, so
he had the bandage.
So you got
on
like a half sack on that one.
Kind of made it look like a target.
Jeez. When we come back, the exact opposite of this conversation. How does Jody Jackson think the Diamondbacks are going to rebound after yesterday's loss? We're going to ask the D-backs broadcaster. She will join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Roddy wasn't going to be on this roster, and Liddell isn't going to be on this roster, which means there will be a roster spot open.
They're working on something now.
I wonder who fills that spot. What free agent out there that hasn't signed yet with another team that maybe you can get it? We were talking earlier in the week about Spencer Dinwiddie, and he went to Dallas. Man, he would have been nice. Is there a free agent out there that they're looking at and go, you know what, he'd be kind of nice to have here, and he's still there, and maybe he's a vet minimum guy, and we can get him.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information right now. And the reason why you ought to go to Santan Ford is because, man, they move a ton of product, ladies and gentlemen. Top 10 in the world, as a matter of fact, in terms of moving product. How are they top 10, Basinonians? Well, you know what? They give you the best deal you could possibly get on that product. Yeah, you're in the market for a Ford, a new or pre-owned Ford. You need to go to Santan Ford right now. Number 8, as a matter of fact, in the world in terms of moving product. Then they're going to follow it up with the best service in the business. Not only that, too, you know what? Honestly, Santan Ford is the West Coast headquarters for electric vehicles right now. That's right. Tim Hobick's Santan Ford is the place to explore the possibilities of EV, whether it's the Mustang Mach-E or the Ford F-150 Lightning. What you need to do is get on over to Santan Ford. Go to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
Need a roll-off dumpster for your big summer cleanout or renovation projects? Contact Waste Connections of Arizona. Our roll-offs are easy to order. Save money and time without the hassle of multiple trips to the dump. Waste Connections of Arizona. We want your trash.
Are you dealing with a back issue and don't know what to do or who to call? Greg Schulte here, and I've got your answer. Call Desert Institute for Spine Care, a.k.a. DISC. Disc surgeons treat a variety of different spine conditions, such as herniated disc, sciatica, spinal stenosis, and degenerative disc disease. Disc is known for its minimally invasive surgical solutions, believing that using at least invasive yet most effective treatments is the best way for their patients to restore, revitalize, and rejuvenate their active lifestyles. And DISC is so good at taking extra time with patients to help understand their pain and how it's affecting their everyday life. Several years ago, DISC took care of my herniated disc issue, and I've been pain-free ever since. I trusted them, and I hope you'll place your trust in the disc surgeons to help you get through your back issue. Text SPINE to 620-620 or visit sciatica.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Wait, Sombrer's is now serving breakfast starting at 7 a.m. in their drive-thrus? That's the best news I've heard all day. Dave Burns here for Sombrer's, Arizona's most loved Mexican restaurant. They're now offering their breakfast menu items starting at 7 a.m. Fresh cracked egg burritos, Mexican honey-pressed coffee, homemade conchas, all at Sombrer's where quality, convenience, and value come first. You could go with the spicy chorizo or the machaca beef with some of that award-winning hot sauce. Start your day the Sonoran way at Sombrer's.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. I've been hearing many of my colleagues endorsing Y-Refi, so I wanted to find out for myself. What makes Y-Refi so different from other investments? Well, Y-Refi offers a secure, collateralized portfolio with a strong fixed rate of return, up to 10.25%. There's no attack on principal if you ever need your money back, and you're in control. You can let your investment compound daily or take income, whatever you choose. There are absolutely no fees, and an investment in Y-Refi is an investment in America's future. People all over the country are earning a strong fixed rate of return with Y-Refi, and they don't care what happens with the stock market or the Fed. Just call 877-80-INVEST. That's 877-80-INVEST, or log on to investYRefi.com. That's invest, the letter Y, then REFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
Swung on, hit in the air to center. Going back is Bell. He's onto the track. He's at the wall, and it is gone!
Brought to you by YRefi. Invest in America's future. Go to investYRefi.com.
All right, welcome back to the show. It is Wolf and Luke on a Monday morning after another confusing Diamondbacks weekend, where I should be happy that they won a series, but another blown save has me concerned for the future. I don't know. Let's just let Jody Jackson figure it out. Wolf, she's joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Hey, Jody, how's it going?
It's okay. Hey, remain calm. Take a deep breath. It's going to be okay. I understand it's hard because these blown saves are really difficult. Everyone says, the closer has one job. Yeah, I agree. It's a difficult job, though, and I'll tell you why. If you want to dissect that a little bit, I'm a little more concerned about what I saw from Martinez than Sewald yesterday. I think you said that earlier, Luke, actually, when I was driving, and I think that's spot on, actually.
I told him to say it, Jody.
He didn't.
You did? Okay.
Yeah, I'm just saying, Jody.
Happy first day of pads, by the way, Wolf.
Oh, thank you, Jody. I appreciate this sentiment.
Holiday, yeah.
Wolf treats it like a bigger deal than his own birthday. It's the first day of pads. Well, actually, since you brought that up, Jody, because that is how I feel. I'm guessing a lot of people feel that way. Well, what are you thinking about Justin Martinez right now?
Well, look, the game of baseball is, we can dive into this, but I'll try to, sum it up. Look, you can control certain things, right? And so Paul Sewald, he has what he has, right? And he's able to get guys out for the most part with what he has. And Rowdy Tellez led off pinch hitting their 9-pitch at bat. He smokes the ball, but he strikes out the next two. And Torey Lovullo even mentioned, maybe he doesn't go after Bart there. Maybe he gets out of that if he just puts Bart on somehow. Then Triolo comes up and he strikes out. Maybe he gets out of that. Everything he did there, yes, he should have, not thrown that ball to Bart. It was on the outside. Maybe it needed to be elevated. You had a slim margin there. He was very close to being, getting that save. But with Justin Martinez, what you continue to see in some of these spots is that once it goes downhill, it just is snowballing downhill. And that was really concerning to me because, second time that's happened. It happened in Chicago with the bunt. He's got to be better with that. And that's controllable. What I'm saying is, Martinez has ridiculous stuff, right? And you could argue better stuff than Paul Sewald or maybe anyone on the team, maybe anyone in the National League. But you've got to control what you can control, which is much more controllable than Paul Sewald, a guy hitting that, hitting a ball that's not even a strike. So that's what's frustrating from the manager's standpoint is you get an out there, okay? You get an out, you move to the next guy, but then all of a sudden it becomes, what was it? It was a walk. It was a hit by a wild pitch, a hit by pitch, and that just can't happen. And so, look, not all is not lost for him either, but, he's a valuable arm in there, but it's just we've seen he's got to be able to mature from that standpoint, like, hey, let's pull it together. Because, look, this bullpen, we feel a lot better about it, I think, than we did a couple days ago. A.J. Puck is here if they need help, closing, if they need whatever they need. They have a number of really good arms, Thompson, Ginkel, we can go on and on, Mantiply. It was a bad day. It was a real bad day for both those guys. But for me, Sewald was very close to getting it done. And what I liked about it has been a horrible month for Paul Sewald.
Yeah.
But we saw him get back up on the horse, okay? And we saw him close out some games. Now he's had another setback. But this guy has the mental fortitude to be able to come back and do this. And, if at some point he continues to struggle, maybe they make a move. But I think right now they expect him to get back up on the horse again.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Jody, 19 blown saves now by the Arizona Diamondbacks. I don't know exactly where that is, but I know that's top 10. That's got to be up there in terms of blown saves. 19 blown saves. Do you think the Arizona Diamondbacks feel like, you know what, we got a problem?
I think that, and I think they are. They're bottom 5 in that, or I guess top 5, however you want to look at it. But, it's a concern. But I think yesterday it was another one where when we've seen this in previous years where when you're riding the fine line of a 2-1 game, And look, I mean, it's just Mitch Keller was good. This was a pitching duel. It is, Gilbert Diaz, you look at it, I think he was a victim of 2 of those blown saves. So this kid could be 3-1 right now if we play the woulda, coulda, shoulda game. I think they just have to press on. They have quality arms back there. There are just going to be games where they're lining up in this limited margins here, and that's where they've had every closer. You always feel like, okay, if you have a couple cushioned runs, if you have a 3-run lead versus a 1-run lead, obviously things are going to look a lot better there. So you just hope that down the stretch here, this offense is much more effective than it has been in the previous months. It's getting better and better. And, that's just, you got to close it out, because when you get in the playoffs, a lot of them are going to be 1-run games.
Yeah.
So it is a bit of an issue. Again, they're going to monitor it, and whether it lands on Seawald or, you can have a blown save, obviously, in any of those late innings. So, but we haven't seen very many from Ryan Thompson or Kevin Ginkel. All those guys are, or I should say, a blown lead, or where they tie the game, come back. We haven't seen a whole lot of that. There have been a lot of nights when I'm doing the post-game show, and Mark Grace and I, or Todd Walsh and Mark Grace, are talking about how effective, Thompson, Ginkel, Seawald actually was. So I think it's just a bump in the road here. Frankly, I think there are a lot of teams that are in contention that are in a lot worse shape than the Diamondbacks as far as the back end of the bullpen. Again, it was a bad day, and it's been a bad month, but there's 2 more months to go and time to get it right.
We're talking to Jody Jackson. Jody, we saw Jake McCarthy have a huge game on Saturday. Jock Peterson just consistently, when he's called upon, steps up in a big way. Eugenio Suarez is coming up big lately. Ketel Marte is putting together like a MVP caliber season. Do you feel like this team at the plate now, even with Corbin Carroll still kind of having an off year, do you feel like they are built up offensively enough to contend with the top teams in the league?
I really do. I really think they are. You mentioned a lot of the guys. Suarez, with the homers that he's had here in the month of July. And we were told, this is the guy that starts slow and starts heating up. And I think everyone kind of wrote him off. Like, man, is this guy, what has happened to him? Is he getting too old? Anything like I heard a lot of people talking about that, not necessarily people around the team, just fans. And it's like, no, he is a legit guy that starts slow, gets hot, and hopefully he stays hot. But yeah, you've got those elements now of this team that you're seeing. Jake McCarthy's been a big part of that as well. And I know he doesn't play every day, but when he does, he is creating that chaos out there that they need. And Corbin is doing it enough where I know no one, including Corbin, is happy with this season. But he's sprinkling in a homer now. He's getting on base. We saw that triple late yesterday. They're finding ways to make things happen later in games, especially, which is something that was real frustrating earlier in the season. Where's the fight? Where's the comeback? And they almost did it yesterday. I think that's also what makes me, a little bit more upset with what we saw from Martinez. Is if you don't absolutely melt down there, this is a team now that feels like they're going to win these games. And unfortunately, every blown save from Paul Seawald this month, they have not won the game. But you feel like if Justin could have gotten out of that without giving up that as many runs as he did, maybe they do come back and win that game.
Jody, small sample size, of course, but your first impressions, and tell me what you're seeing of A.J. Puck.
Oh, man, looks really good. I know you're enthralled with the look, right? The Amish look. I don't know
he
what the deal is with that. I know he's a Florida Gator and he's from the Midwest, so I don't know. Maybe
he's got a pitchfork in his right hand.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to talk to him a little bit more when I get out there over the next 2 days. But the stuff is nasty. You guys saw it. He's got that nasty slider, the high velo, the fastball's got a lot of life to it, and he's a big commanding presence. And I think he can close games if needed. If Paul does struggle, but just you can see a bit of, that's why yesterday, again, it was so tough because Torey Lovullo now has a bit more comfort back there with guys he can mix and match. And, and not only is, Puck is left-handed, which isn't, since they have the rule, which is now a number of years it's been now where 3-batter rule. I mean, you got to get lefties and righties out, right? So, but it's a quality left-handed arm that you can be dominant. So love the move. Mike Hazen, great job. I love how these teams are doing. A lot of teams, Mike kind of kicked it off, but there are a lot of moves happening up to the deadline. So I don't know how crazy tomorrow will be or not. It may not be. I don't think it'll be crazy for the D-backs because I think Puck was really that real quality back end of the bullpen an arm that they needed. And I don't necessarily know if they're going to do anything else, but of course, never say never. But yeah, that's a vital piece. And yesterday, that's another thing that made it disappointing is that they used all those guys, all those high leverage guys, and they didn't get the win. But I'll tell you what, hopefully a day like yesterday doesn't happen again.
Yeah, I think we're all with you there on that one, Jody, and they do play again tonight, so you're right. Burning through all those high-leverage guys has a little maybe potential carryover effect. Jody, thank you so much.
The good news is Jordan Montgomery can go a little deeper today.
That's true.
He can go out to 85, so, yeah, hopefully that happens and that goes well.
And they do have Thursday off, so it's not that far away. Jody, thank you so much.
Jody.
We'll talk to you again soon, all right?
All right, guys. Talk to you soon.
Thank you. That's Jody Jackson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Yeah, Jordan Montgomery tonight for the D-backs against Mitchell Parker of the Washington Nationals. When we come back, how does Budda Baker feel about his contract situation? You're going to hear what the Cardinals safety said about it next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Invest in America's future. Go to investyrefi.com. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming soon. You can make a difference for Arizona kids when you listen beginning Monday, August 12th. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Ak-Chin Indian community.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about BackFit Health and Spine. I'm so excited to get my friend Earl in. You came to me and asked me about BackFit because you were having a lot of back pain.
Absolutely, man.
What are some of the things that they did? Stem cell treatment,
stem cell treatment, the electronic treatment, the chiropractic treatment, just shots for the pain. Man, I start feeling better again.
How soon was it until you started feeling better?
Man, for me, it was the first week.
Now, you said you were skeptical because it didn't work at a lot of other places.
Right.
What would you say to people out there that are listening right now that are saying, I just learned to live with it because nobody's been able to help me?
Absolutely. I would say don't give up on an opportunity to check out BackFit. They really bring you in and check you out, make sure they find out what's wrong with you, and put you on a plan that would get you up and going again. I would say don't give up. I would say go try BackFit. It's been a game changer.
9 locations in the Valley for BackFit Health and Spine. They take all major medical. Text BACK to 620-620, and we'll get you the location nearest you.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey Arizona, Tom Chambers here. I've learned that great teams are built by hard work, ethics, and perseverance. That's exactly what you get with Right Way Roofing. Right Way Roofing is a third-generation roofing company that has built trust in our community through their commitment to excellence. They use the toughest, most durable materials to handle Arizona's extreme weather. Take it from me, Tom Chambers. When it comes to your roof, choose the team that delivers excellence, because there's only one way, the right way.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Ah, summer is here. Time for video calls, eating lunch at your desk, and navigating office politics.
Wait, that's not what summer's for.
But my inbox is full.
Inbox schminbox. Life is short. Summer is for getting away. Bring on the beach, the national parks, the music festivals. We gotta get out of here.
This summer, get away from the monotony in the Hyundai you've always wanted. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on right now. You can get the hottest deals of the season on many of our award-winning Hyundai models, like the tech-filled Tucson, the spacious Palisade, or the super stylish Elantra. Ignore those meeting invites and get away with the peace of mind that comes with America's best warranty. But get going, because these deals won't last. Add more joy to your journey at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Lease a Tucson for only $269 a month, or get 1.99% APR for 60 months plus $500 bonus cash. See your local Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end July 31st. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
Dan Bickley here, and if you've been sentenced to 30 years of debt by your mortgage, I have your solution. The Life Changer loan combines your banking with your mortgage, and it allows you to pay off your mortgage in years, not decades, and then you get decades to build personal wealth, which is how you get ahead. If you're a good fit, this loan will do exactly what it says. It will change your life. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844. Find them online at lifechangerloan.com.
It's hot, so you gotta have shade. Hey, it's Robert from All Pro Shade Concepts. We've installed shades for thousands of homes and businesses in the valley. Everything we create is a custom fit, from roll-down shades that create an outdoor room to motorized awnings with lighting. We'll cool you down with a click of a button or the twist of a wrist. Free installation by our in-house pros, backed by warranty. Visit All Pro Shade for a free estimate. That's allproshade.com.
Gotta call All Pro Shade, Shade, Shade. Call All Pro Shade, Shade, Shade.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. What is up, Chris?
What's up, Dave? This month is all about trucks at Liberty GMC. With over 200 different ones to choose from, I'm sure we have your perfect next truck. On top of that, we have huge savings like up to $14,500 off the all-new 2024 GMC Sierra 1500.
Liberty GMC is the place to go for your next truck. Shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mara Maloney with the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals continue training camp today, but with the addition of pads. So what does BJ Ojolari expect?
Coach preaches knowing how to practice, so we're always going to protect the guys. When the pad goes on, there's an extra level that we can go, but at the same time, we're still going to protect everybody.
Be sure to keep it right here as Wolf and Luke are live from Cards Camp and will be joined by Tip Ryman at noon, followed by GM Monty Ossenfort at 12:45. Despite some late-game heroics, the Arizona Diamondbacks fell to the Pirates 6-5 following Paul Sewald's fourth blown save. Here's the D-backs closer after the game.
Not my first blown save. Not my first blown save in July. Not my first bad month. We have a game tomorrow, so if they want me to pitch tomorrow, I will pitch tomorrow to the best of my abilities. That's all that it comes down to.
The D-backs continue their homestand tonight as they welcome the Nationals to town for a 3-game set. Jordan Montgomery will get the start. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And despite not playing in an exhibition game, Kevin Durant lit it up for Team USA yesterday. He scored 23 points in 17 minutes in a 110-84 win over Serbia. The latest is brought to you by Bud Light. Sundays are better with an easy-to-drink Bud Light. Pick up Bud Light at your local retailer today. Enjoy responsibly.
The thing that's been missing from our life, it's football.
This is wide receiver Greg Dortch on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cards Camp, live from the farm. Wolf and Luke coming your way with training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Hour number 2 of the show, live from State Farm Stadium. It is Wolf and Luke on a Monday where the pads are going on for practice in just about 2 hours.
Man.
Ready for that, Wolf?
You said 2 hours right there. That break felt like 2 hours, didn't it?
That was a lengthy break.
I think Mel went long in that.
Jeez, here we go.
That update.
Better watch your back, Wolf. What are you going to do about it?
I was going to say, you're going to be doing the updates at 11:30. Let's see, Aaron is doing literally
Honestly,
100%
how about
of
this?
the show today.
You know what? Since Wolf wants to play little games, how about I text you the update and you try to do it at 11:30?
No, I'm not doing it, Mel, okay? I was just, come on. Don't bristle now. Let's go put the mouth guard in and let's go.
Do the update with the mouth guard in.
Oh, we got Wolf back there, too. Holy moly. They're all here.
Okay. Monty was shocked.
You got to give people the context of that. You were at the press conference.
Yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Monty, that wasn't even, was that after you asked the question, or did he just look up and see
No,
you?
he started his presser like that.
That's what he did. Monty looks like he lost some weight, too. I'm going to have to ask him that as well.
Are you going to ask the GM what he weighs?
Right there, yeah.
Hey,
Monty, what's your weight at right now? I'm going to ask him.
Or you're not going to do the thing you do with some of the players, like, well, I like you at this weight, like you did with
Well,
Big Nurk.
yeah, no, right.
Okay.
Oh, you can't say. I mean, Monty's not playing.
That's true. Okay.
He's up there with a suit on.
Okay.
You know,
you're not going to try and guess his weight either, are you? Because you don't have the best record with that. In the past. If it's a player, you do. but otherwise,
yes,
yeah.
right.
All right.
Thank you.
Speaking of Monty Austinsport, and we're going to talk to Monty later on the show, and we will ask him about the Budda Baker situation, obviously. He was asked about contract extensions in general yesterday, and this is what he had to say.
Yeah, I think, Darren, those are case by case. You know, I think we got players that are at varying different contract levels. You know, some are signed long-term, some are up after this year. I think different players fall under different categories. And so I think really that's a case-by-case basis, and those, we'll deal with those as they come up.
He was going to take it.
He was going to take it on a base-by-base cases.
Okay, honestly. Did we play that cut just so we could play the drop?
I'm watching.
Now, that's what I want to know. Did we play the cut just so we could play the drop?
Well,
yeah.
No. I played the cut,
okay.
so that was separate.
Oh, you played it.
I played the Monty cut.
Oh, I see. Well, I thought maybe
Command
you had a plan
control.
already
No,
to do that.
You think we're planning stuff out on a Monday?
Yeah, I do, as a matter of fact, right now. Dive bombed out of nowhere. You know, honestly, it's a tough situation right now. It really is. The thought of Budda Baker going somewhere else, I can't even imagine it. I can't. He is everything that you want in a football player. He is. Now, look, you also have to pay for productivity. You do. You have to pay for that. And, we were talking about the fact that Budda Baker in 7 years, he's got, 7 interceptions. It's not like Buda's a big interception guy, a big turnover. That's what a lot of the safeties get paid for. But Budda should be paid as just a football player. Do you know what I mean?
And I don't want to speak for anybody, but I think that they would pay Budda for who Budda is.
Yeah.
But the fact that there's a salary cap, just complicates things. Because I'm putting this in the category, and I tell you what, the back end of the D-backs bullpen is getting there too, Wolf, where I try not to think about it until it's like right in front of me.
Yeah.
Whereas like Budda signed this year. It's not like they have to sign him by tomorrow to keep him beyond this year. Maybe we'll see how this year. But there is – I think there's a real possibility. I wouldn't say it's like I wouldn't say he's favored to go somewhere else. Like I wouldn't put the odds on it that way, but I think it's possible he's playing somewhere else in a year. But I think that just in a vacuum, they would pay him. They want him here.
Yeah, no, I think you're right about that. Once again, too, I'm going to see how this year is going to unfold as well. You have to do that. I think responsibly. You have to do that right now. As you said, Budda Baker, he's signed. He's ready to go. I'm not talking about how this year goes for Budda. I'm talking about how this year goes for the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah, how close are you to
how
really,
close are you to saying, oh, my goodness, this rebuild thing is done, and now we're ready to go. That is what you've got to be able to see. How much better does the 2023 class appear to be in 2024? Because that 2-year window, man, that's what you're looking at on these draft classes, based on earnings. You're looking at these 2-year windows. 2023, that draft class really got a lot of snaps, a ton of reps, as a matter of fact. Now, how much better are they going to be here? And then 2024. How much better would you project them to be, of course, in 2025? You got to consider all of this when you're talking about where is the rebuild? Where are we in this? And are we going to sign Budda to a long-term deal?
Yeah, it's a good point because to me, and I think to a lot of people driving around or listening at work or whatever, you re-sign Budda Baker. It's a no-brainer. Like he brings intangibles that they don't show up necessarily as interceptions or whatever. But it's not quite that simple because I think you just hit the nail on the head right there. You got to see where you are. If you go through the season and you do win like 8, 9, 10 games and you're like either a fringe or in the playoff team, you got to bring back Budda Baker because you're turning the corner. If you go out there and win 4 again, then it's like, okay, well, I mean,
yeah.
I don't think they're only going to win 4, but and you know where my thoughts are. I think they're going to be right around 8 or 9.
I think also too, though, if you're going to extend Budda Baker, it's going to happen during the season. if it gets to the end of the season, I'm not really confident about Buddha being able to come back because I think there's going to be a lot of teams who are going to give him unbelievable amounts of money. Back up the bank.
You don't want to leave that out there where other teams are like, hey, we'll pay you this. Hey, you don't even want to leave it to chance like that. Real quick.
Exactly.
Here's Buddha. He was asked on Friday if there's any positive progress on this.
For me, I'm just, controlling what I can control and, just controlling on having a great season as a team and, of course, personally, but as a team and just winning games and letting everything else take care of itself. So mentally, I'm just looking forward to this season and looking forward to, playing great football with the guys and winning games. So that's my sole focus.
I believe every word that Buddha Baker just said right there. Just knowing the guy, knowing the dude as I know him. Once again, it's not like we're playing cards every Wednesday night, but I think I know him well based on reputation and some of the conversations that I've had with him. I think he's 100% serious. I don't think this is going to be a breakup, so to speak, in the way that we look at a breakup. I don't think it's going to be anything like that. I think Buddha is going to give the Cardinals everything he's got, and I think the Cardinals are so happy that Buddha is here right now. I would be shocked if they don't work something out.
We come back. The Phoenix Suns did indeed get a starting point guard over the weekend. So how exactly did they pull off signing Tyus Jones? We'll get into all that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I think somebody noticed that the Suns needed to add some point guard play to the offense. After signing Monte Morris to come off the bench earlier this month, they went out and got themselves a starting point guard last weekend. Tyus Jones comes in from the Wizards to run the point, and to leave all Suns fans wondering, who comes off the bench now? Is it Bradley Beal as sixth man, Grayson Allen, Bol? What's Coach Bud going to do? More questions. How did the Suns get Tyus Jones to sign for a vet minimum deal? And how many more players from Duke can the Suns get on the squad? Stay tuned for answers on the home of the Suns, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Look, for over 30 years now, Presidential Pools, over 3 decades, man. Presidential Pools and Spas has been the Basin's premier pool builder. They're APSP certified, and they hold an A rating from the Better Business Bureau. And they are proud members of the prestigious United Aqua Group. Listen, maybe you're looking at the backyard and you're looking out there and you imagine an oasis. Well, look no further than Presidential Pools. And when you choose Presidential Pools and Spas, you're choosing peace of mind. Their industry-leading 5-year warranty ensures your investment is protected. Plus, you'll enjoy exclusive presidential perks and every pool sold, adding extra value to your purchase. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. That's presidentialpools.com. Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
When it comes to betting on sports, most fans have a system. But at FanDuel, we know there's only one system that actually works. Using our responsible gaming tools to manage your play. With time limits, you can place a bet every now and then and still have time for everything else you want to do. And with wager limits, you only bet what you can afford, and betting always stays fun. Get with the system. Visit FanDuel.com/RG for more info. 21 plus and present in AC. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342.
A Gain Scent Bead story. Jim was at the laundromat when he heard his ear said Maraca, senor, but his nose said, hey, freshest scent ever. Following his nose, Jim found a man pouring a bottle of Gain Scent Beads into the washer. The scent, the freshness. Jim blurted, sir, your scent Maraca smell amazing. Actually, Jim, most noses call them Gain Scent Beads. Try Gain Scent Beads, way fresher than detergent alone.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
Hi, folks. Brandon Webb here. You may be hearing a lot about why refi, or even know someone who's already invested. But what makes why refi so different from other investments? Well, YRefi offers a secure, collateralized portfolio with a strong, fixed rate of return, up to 10.25%. That's right, you heard it, 10.25%. And with YRefi, the good news keeps coming. There is no attack on your principal if you ever need your money back, and you are in control. You can let your investment compound daily or take income, whatever you choose. There are absolutely no fees, and an investment in YRefi is an investment in America's future. Folks all over the country are earning a strong, fixed rate of return with YRefi, and they don't care what happens with the stock market or the Fed. Just call 877-80-INVEST. That's 877-80-INVEST, or log on to investYRefi.com. That's invest, the letter Y, then REFY.com. And make sure to tell them Brandon Webb sent you.
In this Arizona heat, hopefully your air conditioning at home is doing its job. But if it goes out, call Parker & Sons. They have been serving the Valley for 50 years, and they were just voted #1 by consumers in Ranking Arizona for the 15th year in a row. That's because when you have an emergency, Parker & Sons sends a pro your way in minutes, not days, and they will never charge you extra during nights, weekends, or holidays. So for all things heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical, call Parker & Sons at 602-2REPAIR.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy, and it turned out to be a really good weekend for the Phoenix Suns, not just because of the play of their 2 Olympians, but they added a starting point guard as well. We will react to all of it starting at 2 o'clock on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Wolf, I feel like you started something that you weren't totally ready for. So to flash back, I don't know, about 15 minutes? Wolf's like, well, that break was long. I was like, yeah, I guess it was kind of long. Wolf's like, I think Mel went long with her updates.
There was retribution.
Erin, to set the scene, is literally doing everything today. All of it. And she was already preparing this stuff yesterday. So, you poked the bear. Yeah. And now we have this picture that Erin just sent us of you is amazing.
It's not flattering, Mason.
I don't know, man. It kind of is. It's like this is what it looks like when the pads go on a Monday in camp.
Yeah, I guess.
That's kind of what it looks like.
The snarl is there. Bark at the moon.
That's a great picture.
Bark at the moon.
Okay. All right. Settle down, Oz.
Oz doesn't settle down. All right, so let's talk Suns here, and I'm going to play this cut for you from the All the Smoke podcast back on January 13th. Wolf, I know you listen to the All the Smoke podcast a lot, so you'll probably remember this exact cut. This is Kevin Garnett. Again, this is from like 6.5 months ago.
You know who Phoenix need to go get? Who? Tyrus Jones. And then I thought about
To start.
What? That other than Halliburton, he is prolific when it comes to being effective and taking care of the ball, and he does not turn the ball over, bro.
Yeah, he don't turn it over.
And then when you think about Memphis, when they was playing without Ja, bro, he was the head of that. Nobody talks about that piece, man. Now I go get Tyrus Jones, man. He in Washington, like just giving away years, man.
Right.
Just because he's young.
That might not be a bad look for them.
Man, bro, you go get him for Phoenix. They need a point guard, bro. That's why shit look like that, bro. They need a real point guard. Bradley Beal, let's keep this real. Bradley Beal is a 2. Booker is a 2. Guess what they want to do? They want to score the ball, bro. I don't want Booker coming down, consolidating. I mean, they cooking. That's what KD hot at, bro. They don't want to go get a traditional point guard, bro, where they can come down and all these you don't know who you're going to.
In other words, Kevin Garnett wanted the Suns to get a point guard. That was the middle of the season, and he specifically wanted them to get Tyus Jones. Now, a couple things for context. One, Kevin Garnett, great basketball player. I'm going to go ahead and assume he knows a thing or two about basketball. 2, not really invested for any particular reason in the Phoenix Suns. That was more just a great basketball player watching a basketball team that should be great and looking at it just from the perspective of, hey, I love this game, and they're doing this wrong. But it's interesting, Wolf, that he specifically said Tyus Jones, who at the time, and really even up until like a week or so ago, kind of seemed like, oh, yeah, that'd be nice, but they're not going to get him. They're not allowed to sign anybody that makes more than like 85 cents. Well, they got Tyus Jones.
Yeah, they got Tyus Jones. Oh, my goodness, where do you begin on this one, Basinonians? How about this right here via StatMuse? Fun fact, Tyus Jones has the best assist-to-turnover ratio in NBA history.
Wow.
What?
And we already had the count of a month.
No, seriously, Basinonians, I picked this up and I wave this to you right now. I wave this in your face. Is that for real? in NBA history?
Well, that's pretty good then. I mean, NBA history.
That's pretty good. By the way, Monty Morris is really good at that as well. What is his nickname, Luke?
It's too bulky. The Count of Monte Assisto.
Come on, the Count of Monte Assisto. How good is that? So it looks as though my immediate reaction to this was, number one, Basin Earnings, how did this happen, man?
Well, yeah, that's great.
How did the Phoenix Suns, Matt Ishbia and James Jones, convince Tyus Jones to sign for the veterans minimum? $3.3 million.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
that to me, you got Monty Morris for 2.8, and you got Tyus Jones for 3.3.
There's first of all, you addressed. We talked to Kellen earlier, and Kellen brought up a really, I think, astute point on this. You've got your point guards now, and it sounds like Tyus Jones is going to start. There's a quote there was a tweet from ESPN that said, "Coach showed me how I can significantly impact a team that has a real opportunity to challenge for an NBA title as their starting point guard," unquote. That's a quote from Tyus Jones explaining why he was willing to take less. I mean, he definitely took less money to come here. Now, it might get him paid. I appreciate people that have some foresight that are like, hey, I might take a little bit less now because it might really work out for me big picture down the line. I don't know that Tyus Jones is going to be here longer than this year. He's probably, hopefully, going to have a really good year, and it might lead to great things for the Suns. And if that's the case, he's going to get paid. And
sure.
the Suns can't pay. It's not a matter of like, well, we don't want to. It's the league will not allow them to spend money. So to be able to get a guy like Tyus Jones on this team is crazy. It really is. Now, the point that I was going to say that Kellen made earlier, you are sort of pigeonholing yourself into being smaller this year.
Yes.
And who knows exactly how you got Monte Morris? Like, is he upset about this, or does he feel like, that you told him one thing and now that may have to change? I don't know. That's the business side of things. But in a vacuum, the fact that they got Tyus Jones is an upgrade.
Yeah, you know what's so fascinating about this to me, brothers, is just the fact that you look at this immediately, the signing of Tyus Jones, and what do you say? Well, knowing that Monty Morris is already here, the point guard position has been institutionalized for the Phoenix Suns. They are going to have a point guard out on the floor going forward. I don't know about that. Not so fast. And the only reason why I say that is because of what Coach Bud said. He wanted a point guard. There was no doubt about that. He wanted to be able to use a point guard, but he also wanted to remain versatile, especially when you got Bradley Beal, Devin Booker, and Kevin Durant. He wanted to remain versatile. And you signed Tyus Jones to 3.3, and again, Monty Morris to 2.8. That's manageable right there, which tells me that, yes, okay, you want Tyus Jones to be happy. There's no denying that. But it doesn't mean you have to have a point guard. It doesn't mean that Tyus Jones is going to get 35 minutes a game.
No, and I'm guessing, I mean, to me this just falls into the category of like, if this opportunity becomes available, you just take it and you figure it out later. Hey,
yes.
We could get Tyus Jones here. Like, I'm sure Matt Ishbia was like, do it. And if anybody was like, well, but we don't know, get him here.
But Tyus Jones and his agent had to be asking the question, okay,
Oh, yeah.
now, how are you going to use them?
Well, and
how are you going to use them?
And so that's something, that goes on Mike Budenholzer's plate now, right? Okay, we told this guy he was going to play. He is taking a little bit of a, maybe risk is too strong of a word, but he's banking on himself having a good season. So if he's playing 9 minutes a game in February, he might not be real happy, right? But at the same time, I'm guessing they told him he was going to play a role on this team because they see him playing a role on this team.
See, honestly, my gut reaction on this is the Phoenix Suns are going to have a point guard.
Well,
they're going to play with a point guard.
Good, because last year didn't work. It just didn't work. I don't know that not having a point guard was the reason why it didn't work, but very specifically, the fourth quarter and turnovers in particular were an issue, and they have now gone out and signed a guy whose nickname is based around assist-to-turnover ratio, and then what you just said is the guy with the best assist-to-turnover ratio
NBA
ever?
history. I'm still looking at StatMuse. You better be right on that. But it is incredible right now. The way that I see this, there's only one way to read it, honestly, and that is the fact that the Phoenix Suns, they have a point guard And it has been institutionalized because of the depth right now. When you have Tyus Jones and Monty Morris, you would imagine, coming off the bench. Now, once again, I have no idea what they said to Monty Morris. I just know right now Tyus Jones is going to be your starter going forward. And that makes an awful lot of sense because, again, knowing he could have signed somewhere else for a lot more money than 3.3, his agent is going to be asking the Phoenix Suns. Tyus Jones is going to be talking to Coach Bud, I would imagine, on the phone, saying, how do you see using me? What is my role going to be? Right?
That sure sounds like it. Based on that quote from him, it sounds like he wants to play on a team that's contending for a title. As a player, he sees that. So if you're a Suns fan, that's a good thing that a player out there who's willing to sort of gamble some money on it looks at this as Suns team as a team that's contending. Maybe that's not the best way to put the wording. It's not like a Shohei interpreter situation, but a guy that is willing to sort of risk some of his own money. He's going to make less this year to play for the Suns because he believes the Suns can win and that he'll make more money down the line. That's a player in the league who believes this team can win.
The Suns are an offensive team. I don't know about their defense. This doesn't make them stronger on the defensive end of the floor, especially on the perimeter. This is an offensive team. That's how they're going to win games.
Text us your thoughts to the FanDuel text line at 620 right now. When we come back, Paul Sewald blew another save yesterday. So what exactly is wrong with the back end of the Diamondbacks bullpen right now? It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When we feel divided, we look to something that can bring us together. It's time to do something powerful and meaningful for kids who need your help. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's begins Monday, August 12th. Keep listening to hear how you can make a difference for Arizona kids and families.
Become a champion of hope and help the kids at Phoenix Children's.
The Give-a-thon is presented by Your Valley Hyundai dealers and Ak-Chin Indian Community.
Hi, this is Luis Gonzalez. The Sanderson Ford Summer Sale event is teaming up with the Boys of Summer for the final playoff payoff sale. We're pushing for the playoffs, and you get the payoffs like 0% financing. Plus, no payments for 90 days. Plus, huge cash playoff payoffs of up to $3,000 on new 2024 F-150, Escape, Edge, Explorer, and Expedition. Plus, purchase or lease any new Ford and get 4 tickets to see the D-backs push for the playoffs. So score big now at America's most awarded Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford, and shop with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense during the Sanderson Ford Playoff Payoff Sale. Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
0% for 36 months OAC through Ford Motor Credit. Tickets while supplies last. Offers expire 9/3/24.
Sanderson Ford, satisfaction in everything we do. We're Arizona's pride. Sanderson Ford.
Arthritis can be simply awful, bone on bone, constant pain, robbing you of so much of the stuff you love to do. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and I've got some good news for you. There are now effective ways to deal with that pain, and I'm talking about cellular therapies that can get you lasting relief, and the place to go, QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics uses advanced regenerative medicine to treat the pain, enhance your joints, restore your mobility, and give you long-term relief. This is why they are called the future of medicine. So if you are living with chronic pain, you need to know steroids and surgery and pain pills no longer your only options. The local medical professionals at QC Kinetics are ready to help you get your life back. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
If you're struggling to lose weight, here's some good news. It's called RM3 from Red Mountain Weight Loss. RM3 works on your belly, hips, and thighs, attacking unhealthy fat and helping you lose up to 20 pounds a month. It's safe for men and women, and it's not a stimulant, so it won't make you nervous or jittery. This patented medication is available only by prescription, and you can only get it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Lose 20 pounds by this time next month with the medical experts you can trust at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
I'm Mara Maloney with the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks were just 1 out away from sweeping the Pirates. Unfortunately, they'll just have to settle for the series win as they fell to the Pirates 6-5 in extra innings following another Paul Sewald blown save. The D-backs have no time to dwell as they continue their homestand tonight when they open a 3-game set against the Nationals. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp continues for the Arizona Cardinals today, but today, the pads come on. So what is Cards head coach Jonathan Gannon looking for?
Yeah, I'd say probably everything. It's football to me. So it's just a lot. It just brings in a different element of something that's closer to the actual game.
Be sure to keep it right here as Wolf and Luke are live from Cardinals training camp and will be joined by Tip Ryman at noon, followed by GM Monty Ossenfort at 12:45. And Team USA basketball got their first win of the Olympics. Kevin Durant scored 23 points in 17 minutes of a 110-84 win over Serbia. The latest is brought to you by Somburros. Somburros is now serving breakfast. Starting at 7 a.m., kickstart your morning with one of their 15 Valley locations.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday. We'll find out if the Diamondbacks bounce back from a disappointing loss to Pittsburgh in their series opener against the Nationals. Join us at 6 here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, well, after all this, the Arizona Diamondbacks are still not in a playoff spot as we do this show today. What are they, a half game back now, Wolf? They keep inching up. They got to 4 games above 500 for the first time all season on Friday night. Then they won on Saturday, so first time all season, 5 games above 500. Should be 6 games above 500. Lost yesterday, 55-51. Half game back of the Mets, but only 1 back of the Padres for the number 2 wild card, and only 2 back of the Braves for the number 1 wild card. I mentioned this stat earlier in the show, and a few people pointed this out to me, which makes it even worse. They're 16-8 in their last 24. That's really good. Like, I don't want to minimize that or be like, I don't want that to get lost in this conversation.
Yeah, please don't.
But of the 8 losses, only 3 of them were like actual losses. Like the other team beat them. Okay, we lost. The other team was just better than us tonight. 5 of those 8 losses were games they were leading in the 9th and blew a save. So they could be 21-3 in their last 24, which is above elite.
Yeah, it's one of those situations, once again, where you look at it, the Diamondbacks are playing really, really good baseball, but they do have a problem. That's the way I justify it right now. They're playing really, really good baseball, but they do have something you got to think about. And right now, I love Paul Sewald. I am a huge Paul Sewald fan right now. But I think, once again, when you look at the fact that I believe he started the first, I think 12 or 13 save opportunities, he saved them all.
He was 11 for 11.
He was 11 for 11, somewhere in that vicinity right there, Basinonians. And then, of course, we've seen the hiccup where he blew 3 consecutive saves right there. And, you know, he's got to get better. And I think you look at it right now and you say, okay, are we going to continue to have Paul Sewald as a closer? Yeah, I think that's the way that Torey Lovello is going to continue. But having said that, there's a conversation I'm sure that is going on in regard to, well, if it's not him, who's it going to be?
Well, you know, so when we had Jody on earlier, I thought she described it pretty well because we started the show. I was like, look, to be honest, I'm a little more worried about Justin Martinez because when he has an issue, it completely falls apart right now. Like that game yesterday, Paul Sewald blew the save.
Yeah.
I'm not absolving him of that. We're going to circle back to that in a second. But he didn't lose the game. They were just going to extra innings. Like, you can still win those games, and the Diamondbacks scored 3 runs in the 10th inning.
Yeah, but if he just goes out and does his job and gets the save, the game's over.
True, and that's
so you don't have to worry about it.
And that is his job. But the issue with Justin Martinez is now this is a couple times where if in a high-leverage situation, if it starts to go bad, he's hitting batters and throwing wild pitches and walking guys. Whereas what Jody said, and I agree with her with Sewald, he basically just made 2 bad pitches. Now, his job is to not make bad pitches.
Yeah.
But he was 1 pitch away from winning the game. Again, it's semantics here to a certain extent. It's just we haven't seen – it's not like Sewald's falling apart and blowing 3-run leads.
Yeah.
So I'm still encouraged that there's a way to get him back on track. But to answer your earlier question, they added A.J. Puck, and he's here for a while, and he can close.
Yeah, thank you. Let me just say this right now. Justin Martinez is not even in the conversation. in the office I'm sitting in.
No.
He's not even in that conversation as to who's going to be our closer if Paul Sewald blows another save.
But that's what a lot of people were pointing to when Paul Sewald blew the save against the Dodgers and the Padres. That was way too early to be freaking out, and people were like, "Oh, look at what Justin Martinez has." And I think Justin Martinez still has an important role on this team.
Yes.
But man, when your bullpen, when you have AJ Puck and you have Ryan Thompson, who's just lights out, and you have Kevin Ginkel, who you can bring in with two guys on base and he gets out of it. And whatever you feel about Paul Sewald right now, I don't know that Justin Martinez is pitching a whole lot of high-leverage situations the rest of the way this season.
There's just no way. I mean, right now, he's not even in that conversation as far as I'm concerned. I mean, A.J. Puck, he's in the conversation. Stank, Kevin Ginkel, to your point, he's in the conversation right now. Ryan Thompson, any of these guys might be in the conversation right now. There's no way J-Mart is in that conversation. I mean, that's just me. Now, I could be dead. I could be dead wrong about that.
You're
I mean,
not wrong.
you could have Tori's listening in the office. He is so, I mean, they could be laughing at us right now.
Maybe in the future, but not.
Yeah, but not now.
No.
Not now. Nobody's even bringing his name up in regard to that now. Right, Tori? I mean, right?
Here, this is Kyle Seeloff. We had him on last week. I think it was on Friday. This is the Diamondbacks had traded for A.J. Puck on Thursday night. Kyle Seeloff's play-by-play for the Marlins. So at some point in the interview, we did ask him, hey, if it came down to it, could A.J. Puck close a game?
Oh, goodness, yes. I don't know, outside of Tanner Scott, maybe on our ball club, I don't know if you'll find a slower heartbeat. He saved 15 games for the Marlins last season. He was really good, really up until about this point last season, closing, and then he struggled. They took him out of the role, but he even finished really strong. So there is no doubt. If Sewald's unavailable, he has saved 2 games in a row, and they need Puck, and they feel like it's a perfect pocket, facing a few lefties and a righty in the 9th inning. He doesn't care when he's coming into pitch. He's just he's as cool as the other side of the pillow, man. He's a great guy. He's great to have around. He's going to be great out there.
And that makes perfect sense right there, Luke. It does. It makes perfect sense that he would have that slow heartbeat. I mean, when you're Amish, are you kidding me? You're more worried about the crop and the crop coming in than you are about closing out a game.
Are you saying the Amish would be great closers?
Yeah, no,
I
think they would be, honestly.
Unfazed.
Are you kidding me? The tree is burning. Yeah, we set it on fire on purpose. Do you realize it's 5 feet from your barn? Yeah, that's all right. We got it under control. Really? The entire tree is burning, a torch. Okay, don't get me started.
And they had it under control.
Yeah, they did have it under control. I think right now I would like to see, if it's not going to be Paul Sewald, I want to see Paul Sewald get one more opportunity.
Yeah.
That's what I want to see.
That's sort of where I'm at with all this, too. Like, it's not like he blew 4 in a row. I mean, there's not like a specific number, but like he has come back and gotten some saves. That's the point I was trying to make earlier. It's not like he just unraveled and melted down yesterday. It was 2 bad pitches, and one of them you could argue wasn't even a bad pitch. It was just a good hit. But his job is to close the games, and we're at the time of the year now where you have to close the games. So there is a point where Torey now can look around and say, well, that guy can close, and we've got him here for the next 2.5 years. I don't want to go away from Sewald if I can help it, and I'm guessing this is Torey's logic too, because it disrupts everything. Like, there's just no way around it. So then where are you pitching Paul Sewald? You're not getting rid of him. He's a good pitcher.
Yeah.
So then where is he your 7th inning guy? I'm not messing with Ryan Thompson in the 8th. So then what are you doing with Kevin Ginkel? Like, you know what I mean? So it's the reason that he's hesitating on this or delaying on it is because it disrupts everything, and you don't want to do that.
Yeah, and once again, too, he was 11 for 11. As you said earlier, Paul Sewald came out, and he was Paul Sewald. He was 11 for 11, and now he's got 5 saves in the last 9 attempts. 5 in the last 9. So now all of a sudden you're talking about a save percentage that is, over 50%, and that's not really, really good. That's not what you're looking for.
And a 9.31 ERA in July.
Yes.
I mean, that's hard to look past that.
Exactly. So, once again, Paul Sewald, love this guy, want to see him get another opportunity, but they have to be having the conversation now. They have to be acknowledging, we've got an issue here, guys. We got to at least have a conversation about this right now.
So you brought this up earlier because Like, the game's going yesterday, and they go to Ginkle, and then they go to Ryan Thompson, and, you've got A.J. Puck, so you actually went Ginkle and then Puck and Ryan Thompson, and you're going to Seawald. And so, like, I'm watching the game, and I'm like, man, this is set up. Like, this is what teams that do damage in the playoffs do. Gilbert Diaz, by the way, great game yesterday. It just gets lost in the shuffle, right? Great performance by him. So the really dangerous playoff teams, if they can get to the 6th inning, you're done because they can throw 3-4 relievers at you that you can't. But at the same time, and this is what you brought up earlier, the Diamondbacks have blown 19 saves this year.
19.
Their save percentage is 56%. If they could just be what, like, the Cleveland Guardians are at, what are they? They're 76%. If they could just be like 76%, Wolf, they'd have 10 more wins. They'd be in first place in the NL West.
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
That's a big deal right there. It's kind of like, you know what, it's confusing that we're even in this situation right now. It's kind of like two people. There are two types of people in the world. Those who called him Gilbert Diaz and those who call him Gilbert Diaz. And figure out which one you are.
There's that middle ground, too, where you're trying to make it like a hard Y, like Gilbert Diaz.
Yeah.
Either way, he pitched well yesterday. Coming up next, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Gilbert.
The Cardinals have begun doing this and this. Practice is open to the public, and Arizona Sports is there with Wolf and Luke and Burns and Gambo, bringing you the sights and sounds from Cardinals training camp. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Get more of this, and this from the Cardinals and Arizona Sports on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com right now. Listen, you might be a candidate for the All-on-4. I got the All-on-4, ladies and gentlemen. I can tell you right now, it is big time. The All-on-4 dental implant treatment will give you the closest option to your natural teeth. And Aria Dental Implant Center will save you thousands and thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers that are out there. Listen, they are locally owned, and they pass the savings on to their patients as well. If you want a beautiful new set of teeth and overall improve the quality of your life, you need to go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. You want to bite into that corn on the cob, bite into that apple, bite into that steak, you need to go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Be a part of history with the Diamondbacks Foundation's National League Champions Ring Raffle. Buy tickets before August 10th for a chance to win an authentic player's edition of the 2023 National League Champions Ring. Visit dbacks.com/ring raffle.
Hi, folks. Brandon Webb here. What makes Y-Refi so different from other investments? Y-Refi offers a secure, collateralized portfolio with a strong fixed rate of return, up to 10.25%. That's right, you heard it, 10.25%. There's no attack on your principal if ever you need your money back, and you're in control. You can let your investment compound daily or take income, whatever you choose. Just call 877-80-INVEST or log on to investyrrefi.com. And make sure to tell them Brandon Webb sent you.
Dan Bickley here, and if you've been sentenced to 30 years of debt by your mortgage, I have your solution. The Life Changer loan combines your banking with your mortgage, and it allows you to pay off your mortgage in years, not decades, and then you get decades to build personal wealth, which is how you get ahead. If you're a good fit, this loan will do exactly what it says. It will change your life. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844. Find them online at lifechangerloan.com.
I'm always in a hurry, and I love a good breakfast burrito. Well, Sombrer's is now serving breakfast starting at 7 a.m. in their drive-thrus. Problem solved. Dave Burns here for Sombrer's. They are committed to providing fresh, Sonoran-style Mexican breakfast at an affordable cost. Me, I love the classic bacon, cracked egg, cheese, and potato burrito with a cup of Mexican honey-pressed coffee. Add a little of that new salsa verde from Sombrer's, and now we're talking. Start your day the Sonoran way at Sombrer's.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
You might be asking yourself, why are you doing Wolfing Down Your Lunch at 11:45 on a Monday, Wolf?
Why?
That's because Tip Ryman's going to join us in 15 minutes.
Oh, Tip.
So we got Wolfing Down Your Lunch right now with Aaron Maloney. Aaron?
So the Diamondbacks fell short of sweeping the Pirates after a blown save led to a 6-5 extra innings loss. Here's D-backs manager Torey Lovello.
I think we're going to just fight through that. We got to do the best we can. So we got 26 guys in that room that are fighting, and we got one of them that's a closer, and we're going to continue to press on and fight it, and just continue to do what we can to win baseball games. It'd be great if we could get it was a perfect science. And every time you got in the ninth inning, it was a lockdown, and it just doesn't happen in this game. Nobody has a great record where it's 60 for 60. It just doesn't happen. Elite teams do, and we got to get there then.
The D-backs won the series, but they blew a save and lost a game they should have won. So, do you consider this a successful weekend or a missed opportunity?
Yeah, I'm considering this one a missed opportunity because that's against a Pirates team that not that you could have buried them, but you could have created a little bit of separation. I mean, it is both. It's both things, but especially to lose it that way on Sunday when you were going for the sweep, it's a missed opportunity.
Yeah, for me right now, I look at this as you won another series, man. I mean, this is a positive development right now for this team. Not only that, too, they got a little clarity. Yeah, that's all I'm going to say. Little clarity right now. They've got an issue, and they know they've got to figure this out with a closer. They can't continue down the stretch, moving into August right now, moving into September. You want to have that position pretty much locked down for the most part right now. So to me, you won another series. You are 11-2-3 in the last 16 series. 11-2-3. Now they've also got an issue, and they got to identify it, and they got to do something about it eventually. I'm going to give Paul Sewald more of a leash, more of an opportunity. But at some point in time, you're going to have to move on that. I see this all as a positive because you are winning games. You are winning series. Just got to figure out who's going to close going forward.
So our Sanderson Ford poll question is up now at ArizonaSports.com, and it asks, what else would you like to see from the D-backs at the trade deadline after adding A.J. Puck? Your choices are go get another reliever, look at starters, position player depth, don't make another trade, or other. The MLB trade deadline is tomorrow.
I just kind of wonder what other is. But either way, well, I feel pretty confident that Mike Hazen is probably looking at starter. He's probably looking at everything, right? I mean, he sort of said that. He's looking at everything. Yes. I've seen a few people say, you don't have a closer, you have to go get Tanner Scott. I mean, A.J. Puck can close. If they needed to do that, they could do that. I don't think you're going out and trading for a closer. I don't think it's at that point yet. I do wonder if they might go get another reliever, though, now just because they may need to do some shuffling here at some point. We can't ignore the fact that Sewald, after he blew those 3 saves in 1 week, had saved 5 straight games again. And Torrey's right. There's not a reliever out there with a perfect closing mark.
Right.
But his next outing, to me, is huge, and that might come after the trade deadline, so you might want another reliever mixed in there.
I agree with that. 100%.
All righty. Since Wolf is stealing Luke's answers, 51% say go get another reliever, 19% don't make another trade, 15% look at starters, 10% position player depth, and 5% other. The Arizona Cardinals continue training camp today, but this time with the addition of pads. So what position group does Cards GM Monty Ossenfort like to watch when the pads go on?
Yeah, I like to bounce around. I get a better feel of moving around the field and seeing up close, and that's things that sometimes film can't capture. I like to hear the coaching points, hear what the coaches are teaching, and things that I'm not versed on. I'm not a coach. I don't know the scheme. I'm trying to learn myself, so I need to know what the coaches are teaching the players, so I know what they're asked to do, and then can evaluate, and our staff can evaluate properly. So, on the field is a great time to get that live, and then marry that up with the film once we go back after practice.
What are you both most excited to see when the pads go on?
I don't want to steal your answer here, Wolf, but just real football. I mean, it comes in levels, right? Like last week, it was like, hey, there's really football now in front of us. It's actually football. There's players out here. We're now going into football season. But it's still kind of relaxed that first week. But we're going to see actual football today.
Yeah.
It's not a game yet, but this is actual football now.
Yeah, specifically, let me just say this, brothers. I want to see Darius Robinson line up on the edge over Tip Ryman in a little one-on-one. That's what I want to see. How about that? Hey, Tip, remove the 285-pound wedge, please. Oh, here we go, dogs. Let's go, man. I cannot wait. That's what I'd like to see. I don't know if we'll ever see it, but I'm going to be looking for it.
Will there be a fight today?
Boy, this would be the day, wouldn't it? We have to define what a fight is. Like, is there going to be another disagreement with some shoving and maybe somebody has to blow a whistle?
No, we're talking
and break
about
it
a
up?
fight. Will there be a training camp fight?
I don't think there will be one today, but I do think there's going to be another disagreement.
Yes, I think there's going to be a disagreement on the field. I'm not going to characterize it as a fight. Once again, this is year 2 of Jonathan Gannon, year 2 of his policy, and he's got a policy where he doesn't even talk about it. You get into a fight, Basinonians, see ya. You're gone. Go to the locker room right now. If you're trying to make a football team, that's not the best thing that can happen to you, okay? Unless you knock the dog out of people. You knock the dog out of people and you get into a fight, go ahead and take the locker room. That'll be fine. You're not going anywhere.
Your day is over anyway.
If you don't knock the dog out of people, yeah, it could be hard for you.
Yeah, you don't want to start a fight, lose the fight, and get tossed out of practice if you're not already on this team.
I would say this right here, okay? For every Arizona Cardinal that is out there, I would say this. If you're going to get in a fight, you better know that you're killing dudes. Play to play. You're killing them. You better know that you're doing that if you're going to get in a fight.
I also feel like the real fights tend to happen later in camp.
Yes.
The Suns have agreed to a deal with free agent Tyus Jones, and the expectation is that Jones will be the new starting point guard next season for the Phoenix Suns. Your reaction to that?
I tell you, this is an impressive move, Wolf. You and I were talking about it during the break. Like they didn't have. If you go back to the start of camp or the start of the offseason rather for the Suns, it was like, okay, they just got bounced in the first round, they got swept, and they don't really have any wiggle room to do anything. And we talked about it, it's like I guess they could switch their philosophy and add a point guard, or maybe they could change coaches. They had very little room to operate, and they've pivoted pretty significantly, I would say, this offseason now.
Absolutely incredible, if you ask me, honestly. No, but I was not looking at Tyus Jones as a possibility. Are you kidding me? Did you see how many aprons can we wear? Of course, Tyus Jones. Now all of a sudden they've signed Monty Morris and Tyus Jones. The point guard position has become institutionalized, as far as I'm concerned, in regard to the Phoenix Suns roster. How much are they going to play? I think a lot.
Matt Ishbia should show up to a game next year wearing 2 aprons and just sit in the front row.
Just incredible, man.
And then Kevin Durant lit it up for Team USA yesterday as he scored 23 points in 17 minutes in a 110-84 win over Serbia. So how did his leg feel? He told the media after the game.
Man, leg felt great. Been building with these guys for the last couple of weeks, and I've been itching to get out on the floor, and training staff been doing a great job with me, so I'm happy that I'm out there with the guys now, being part of the team, and it's a great first start for us.
What did you see from KD?
Boy, I mean, he doesn't need the tune-up games. Let's put it that way. He stepped in, and it's like, oh, yeah, he hits every shot he takes. I forgot. So, yeah, he looked fine. He looked fine, Wolf.
Yeah, no, I absolutely loved it right there, honestly. But KD, honestly, the leg, we're not worried about the leg. How's the Achilles? Okay? I mean,
looked pretty good yesterday, and yeah, we're breaking now after that. All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Aaron, as always. When we come back, how has training camp gone so far for Tip Ryman? We're going to ask the Cardinals rookie tight end. He will join us up here in the concourse next. It's Wolf and Luke live from Cardinals training camp on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals have begun doing this and this. Practice is open to the public, and Arizona Sports is there with Wolf and Luke and Burns and Gambo, bringing you the sights and sounds from Cardinals training camp. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Get more of this, and this from the Cardinals and Arizona Sports on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information right now. If you've got a move that is coming up, I got to tell you, Moving Team 6, you want to deal with them. The deal isn't done until the move is done. You can trust Moving Team 6 to finish the job, Basinonians. I personally know Tim Lee. He's the owner-operator of Moving Team 6. He runs the company with his sons, Garrett and JT. This is a family-owned and operated, family-run business right here in the Basin. They're honest, they're trustworthy, and they're experienced as well. Whether it's a local move, a long-distance move, commercial, residential, whatever it is, they are professionals, Basinonians. They offer packing services and even storage at an air-conditioned facility right here in Phoenix. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Paid for by government. Did you hear? A secret hoard of 1904 $20 Gold Liberty coins have been found. These gorgeous 1904p gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck, and less than 500 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this secret U.S. gold coin discovery a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you can own a piece of the hoard. When you call, you are guaranteed a 1904 Gold Liberty struck at the iconic Philadelphia Mint. With limited availability, you must call now. These 1904 dated gold coins are still in uncirculated condition with brilliant luster. That is 120 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-895-7664. Call now and you'll receive a free bonus, a $75 value free with every order. Call 1-800-895-7664 now to secure your 1904p $20 Gold Liberty coins before they sell out. That's 1-800-895-7664.
We're a two Ford family. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. In fact, Ford has been part of our family for generations. Built Ford proud dates back more than a century in this country, and the future, it is here at our Desert Ford dealers. Like those F-Series trucks, built Ford tough, and the all-new 2024 F-150 with the all-new interior and exterior is designed to be the most rugged, dependable, and productive ever. No workbench, no outlet, no problem. With Pro Power on board and that convenient work service, the F-150 has you covered. SUVs, there's the Ford Bronco Sport with 5 available trims, the Ford Explorer with all the advanced tech, plus 3-row seating that folds down for tons of cargo room, and you gotta love how there's a powertrain for everyone. Gas, hybrid, electric, like that 2024 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance and zero tailpipe emissions. Bottom line, get to our Desert Ford dealers and see how a new Ford fits your future at buyfordnow.com.
He went to doctor after doctor looking for relief and always walked away discouraged. Surgery and drugs hadn't worked before, so why would he try them again? That's when Carmen made an appointment at QC Kinetics.
I'll tell you one thing. I got a spring in my step. The bounce is back in my step. My quality of life improving exponentially since I've been going to QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics has treated over 35,000 patients like Carmen, using their own healing components, concentrating them into damaged knees, hips, shoulders, and backs. No surgery, no drugs.
The pain's gone, quality of life so much better, and mentally I'm in such a better place because I know that I'm not going to wake up to the same old struggles that I have been dealing with every single day. 10 months ago, no joke, I was a prime candidate for a knee replacement. Today, I'm not because of the treatment I'm receiving at QC Kinetics.
Carmen finally got relief, and it was easy, starting with a free consultation at QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Trying to fight the Arizona sun all day, working outside, or trying to sneak in a workout after putting in a full day at the office can leave you dehydrated and fatigued, and I have found a product that checks all the boxes for my life, and I'm sharing it with you. Hydrate and recover from Wilderness Athlete. Dave Burns here, low in sugar, high in electrolytes, amino acids, and super convenient with the individual packets. Say goodbye to post-workout struggles and hello to optimal muscle repair. Get yours today at wildernessathlete.com. Use keyword Burns at checkout for an extra 20% off.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm I'm Mayor Maloney with the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals continue training camp today, but with the addition of pads. Be sure to keep it right here as Wolf and Luke are live from Cardinals training camp and will be joined by Tip Ryman next. Despite some late-game heroics, the Arizona Diamondbacks fell to the Pirates 6-5 following Paul Sewald's fourth blown save. The D-backs continue their homestand tonight as they welcome the Nationals to town for a 3-game set. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The latest is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Brooklyn Betting, Arizona built for America's dreams.
90 players begin camp. Only 53 can make the roster when the regular season begins.
It's Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Cards Camp live from the farm. Wolf and Luke coming your way with training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Welcome back to State Farm Stadium. If you want to see the 2024 Cardinals in person at State Farm Stadium, a limited number of tickets remain. For more information, visit azcardinals.com/tickets. Wolf and Luke on a Monday afternoon now, technically, by a minute. Joined up here by Cardinals tight end Tip Ryman.
Yes,
Tip,
sir.
How's it going, man?
Good. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. I'll just start off with the fact that now you've got, about a week or so of your first NFL training camp that you've experienced. I know the pads go on today, so it's a whole new level, but what's it been like for you so far?
It's been good. I heard some stuff about, what to expect, and so it's been what I expected to come into, and there's definitely a lot of transitions left and right, in how the game is played and what things are detailed versus, collegiate activities. And so it's a transition like any rookie, but I've been enjoying it a lot.
Okay, so here we go. Oh, man, the hair on the back of my neck is standing up because the pads go on today, Tip. Where are you right now emotionally on this whole thing with the pads going on?
Oh, this is where I feel like I can be more comfortable. I feel like I've got more comfortability when the pads are on than kind of trying to have more practice etiquette when they're off. So
why do you think that is, Tip?
That's what I've been used to. Yeah,
okay.
That's how we practiced at Illinois a lot. It's a hard-nosed deal. We're in pads a lot, and you're going. So, and then growing up, high school and everything, it was there were like the two-a-days and it's full pads both times. And
right.
So, yeah, stuff like that. I think I just have more experience with it, and so learning how to do both is important. But I think this is a comfortability level for me.
We're talking to Tip Ryman. Tip, we've talked to you a couple times now, but the first time we talked to you on the phone, we asked you about Isaiah Adams. And your answer was one of the best answers. It was like, now we can go to the desert and smash guys together, right? Now, you've a week together through camp and just this experience. You guys are going to be rookies together. You're going to be playing preseason, regular games together. What's it been like having him here, to have somebody that you already knew from home?
Oh, it's super cool. We were just talking on the bus going back from the stadium to the hotel yesterday, and talking about putting everything into perspective and zooming out. And so to have someone who you've had this relationship with for so long, and you get to really talk deep about things that we've talked about in the locker room at Illinois together, and continuing those conversations is pretty cool. And we think alike in a lot of ways, and so we've enjoyed this camp together.
So Tip, have you seen the practice schedule?
For today?
Yeah, for today.
Yeah.
Have you seen it? Okay, individual, are you guys going to be working against any outside linebackers today, one-on-one?
I didn't see the Indy schedule.
Okay, you didn't see the Indy schedule.
No.
Okay, you know what? I might follow you.
Wolf's going to be watching, so you know.
I think that's what I might do right there, because I'm just wondering. Of course, individual, maybe some tight ends working against the edge, some outside linebacker, maybe one-on-one, things of that nature right there. It might happen, right? It's a possibility, right? No, by the way, that doesn't creep you out, right? Like you don't mind if I watch you,
Not
right?
at all. Not
okay,
at all.
right, exactly. It's just because, to me, I want to be somewhere where the fur is flying.
Right.
An individual.
Right.
Okay. And I don't know yet because they don't give me the practice schedule. I'll never know what the practice schedule is, of course. So I want to know, what group should I follow?
I know. Yeah. I honestly, I don't know the Indy schedule specifically, but
okay.
Yeah. Hopefully first flying. Right.
Yes, the fur is flying, no doubt about it. But it will be at some point.
Yeah,
if you guys go, 9-on-7, of course.
Yeah.
Or what do you call 9-on-7 drill? What do you call it?
I think we just call it 7-on-7. But if you count it, it's really
9-on-7. I'm talking about the box drill.
Oh, inside run.
Inside run.
Yeah.
That's what you call it.
Yeah.
See how they change all the terminology now?
They're trying to fake you out, Wolf.
Yeah,
You're
no
breaking
doubt
the
about
codes.
But I hope we have a little bit of that, and I'm going to watch that closely.
You bet.
We're talking to Tip Ryman. Tip, I know you got your own hands full when you're out there, but have you noticed other guys that have stood out, or have guys kind of stepped in to kind of give you advice or anything yet?
Oh, man, a lot of guys are really helpful here. Trey's really helped me with, he's been in the league a couple of years and done it at a high level. He's got little nuances left and right that, he clues me in on in meetings and watching film, everything like that. A lot of the O-linemen are very helpful. The quarterbacks are all good to me. So a lot of the wide receivers I've gotten close with over the offseason, everything like that. And so, everybody kind of pitches in, really helpful. Everybody's got that team mentality. So better I am, the better they can be, and vice versa. So just to help the team win in that way. So no one in particular has been jumps off my mind, but everyone's been great.
That's probably better.
Tip, I got to tell you, man, you're moving really, really well for a dude who's 275 pounds. You're moving very, very well right now. Your athleticism is something that I undervalued. I underrated your athleticism and how well you've looked in drills right now. How do you think it's going for you in terms of catching the ball and running routes?
Well, thank you. I think it's been good. It's tough when you have sparring days and high days because there's less actual athletic competition time, but it's a lot of that, what do rookies struggle with? The mental side. There's a lot more time to just really hone in on the mental side, so I appreciate that too. But I feel good on the high days of being able to, get open, use my body, use leverages and speed, athleticism, and going and making those catches. I feel good about all of that, but I appreciate that.
You mentioned that you had already kind of talked to some of the receivers in the offseason. You guys had OTAs and everything in minicamp. I know Kyler took some guys out to L.A. too.
Right.
It feels like this group has done a good job of it wasn't hey, day one when camp started last week. You guys have kind of all been interacting throughout the offseason.
Yeah, it's 100% correct. Yeah, going to L.A. was really, really big for, that group and that we got to have that camaraderie, kind of get the rhythm down of different routes and train together and just spend time together. And, in OTAs and minicamp did the same, but it was good. Off-season was well spent.
Yeah.
So the practice schedule today in regard to 11-on-11 team, a lot of team. Have you looked at the script at all? Did they show you this stuff?
Yeah.
So you can actually hold the script. You can look at it. See, back when I played, they didn't want to show you any of that.
Everything was call it.
Everything was, they had it. They knew what they were going to run, but they didn't want you to see it.
Oh, yeah.
So you can look at the plays and stuff like that?
Right, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's really, really cool.
I think the idea is just there's a call sheet on game day, and you should know all the calls on game day, so why not know them in the practice too?
Okay, that's kind of cool right there. So are there going to be a lot of runs in team?
I think there's a lot of mix. I know. I look for the same thing. But
right. That's what I'm saying.
I think there's a lot of mix, yeah.
Okay, cool. Very cool.
We're talking to Tip Ryman. Tip, I know it's still early in camp, but how ready are you for that first preseason game or first game, just to actually get to go out there against another team now in the NFL too?
It's really enticing for me to think about that, but then I get overwhelmed by all the stuff that has to happen in between, and so I just have to take it day by day, or else I get overwhelmed.
That's fair.
Yeah, I have to break it down and go moment by moment. Right now, it's just talking with y'all, and then I'll prep for practice, and so I just try to break it down for myself.
Okay, Tip. So special teams wise, where do they got you? Where are you? Are you starting on any special teams?
So I've been working the most with punt and KOR and field goal.
Okay.
Kickoff
return, KOR, kickoff return, and punt. Where do they got you on punt?
The interior on guard spots.
A guard spot. Okay, great. Kickoff return. I saw that, man. I saw you out there working on kickoff return yesterday. What do you think is going to happen with that right now?
It's interesting.
Everyone's guessing what it's going to be like. What do you think?
I think it's going to turn into, like, I think some teams might be just base stuff, go, 10 guys wide, go straight down the field, figure it out. Some guys are going to turn it into more offensive plays with twist schemes and almost like G schemes on offense. And, no matter what, I think it's going to build a bigger personnel on the field because of the close space, because it's more like two hands-on, less stick and knife type stuff, more you try to bully the person ahead of you. So I think bigger bodies are going to be there. I think it's definitely going to be more action-packed than it's been for the NFL, so that's cool.
That's one of the things that I've been thinking about, man, taking bigger dudes like Tip and saying, you know what, you're going to be L3. You're going to be L3. So third guy down, all right, from the sideline, L1, L2, L3. And the L3 comes down the numbers or the alley for the most part. And for me right there, I'm going to kick it to the left and let these big dudes go down, just absorb space and I'm going to bring 5 and 4 from the other side behind an awful lot. That's what I would do as gunners almost, because it's going to be hard to block those guys if you're trying to block them from the other side. It's going to be really interesting to see what they do. There's going to be strategy that is really going to be used on kickoff return that we haven't seen that in a long time.
This is what Wolf's going to be watching.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Tip, I know you got practice coming up here, man, but thank you so much for the time.
Thank you guys for having me. I appreciate y'all.
Okay, bro. Appreciate you, man.
Thank you.
That's Tip Ryman joining us right there. When we come back, Team USA got their first win of the Olympics as Kevin Durant led them in scoring. So why is Devin Booker being called the unsung hero? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs Pirates.
The 2-2. Swinging a ground ball to first. Randall has it, takes it to the bag himself, and the Pirates survive an onslaught from the Diamondbacks. They avoid the sweep, and they take the finale by a final score of 6-5.
After taking 2 of 3 from the Pirates at home, the D-backs host the Nationals for a 3-game series with Game 1 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and over the last 20 years, the attorneys at Sweet James have helped enough accident victims to fill an entire sports arena. And just listen to this story. A client's world changed after a reckless drunk driver hit his vehicle and left him with severe injuries, but he couldn't get the insurance company to help him. And after all that frustration, he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys stepped in to make sure he got the medical treatment he needed, and they wouldn't let up until they delivered a massive $7 million victory. Now, no firm can guarantee the outcomes, but in these situations, caring and winning go hand in hand. It means medical care, maximum compensation, and it means justice. That's what Sweet James is all about. They're the firm you call if you're ever hurt in an accident. And don't wait, because waiting can hurt your case. 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We can get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we can take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit consumercellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by July 31st, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
when it comes to my lifestyle and diet, I don't always make the smartest choices.
Touchdown! Woo! Hey, how about another round and some more chips?
But when it comes to taking care of my liver, I do make one very smart choice. Active liver tablets from New Nordic. I used to have real issues with my liver, and at my last checkup, my doc was concerned about my numbers. But since adding a once-a-day active liver tablet, my gut's better, I feel great, and my doctor's happy. I ask a lot of my liver, so the least I can do to say thanks is a daily dose of Active Liver.
You ask a lot of your liver, so give it the support it needs with Active Liver. You can find Active Liver at Amazon.com or ask for Active Liver at your local CVS. Or for a volume discount, visit NewNordicUSA.com. Go to new, NORDICUSA.com, Amazon, or ask for Active Liver at your local CVS.
It's Robert from All Pro Shade Concepts. Everything we create is a custom fit, from roll-down shades that create an outdoor room to motorized awnings with lighting. Visit All Pro Shade for a free estimate. That's allproshade.com.
Gotta call All Pro Shade, Shade, Shade.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy, and it turned out to be a really good weekend for the Phoenix Suns, not just because of the play of their two Olympians, but they added a starting point guard as well. We will react to all of it starting at 2 o'clock on the Burns and Gambo Show.
All right, welcome back to State Farm Stadium. Thanks to Tip Ryman for joining us last segment. Monty Austinfort is going to join us here in about a half hour. Wolf, this during the break, Tip had like a Ron Wolfley football card he handed you. I thought that was kind of cool.
Man, Mal, it's got to be Aaron.
Aaron's not even here.
Aaron Maloney, I know.
She's back at the studio.
She's doing it. She's giving these guys, you know, Mel. I mean, she's going to be thinking about this stuff and giving these guys these cards.
He said he found it at Goodwill.
Yeah,
that's
right. That's exactly. That's what Will Hernandez
Maybe
said.
they went there together. I don't know.
Give me a break, man.
I'm just saying.
Please.
You said that was a card of you've never seen either.
That's the truth.
Yeah.
Never seen that card, man. The wholesome card. The wholesome card. It was in bread. Can you imagine
it
that?
Was in
wholesome bread.
You have a wholesome look on your face in that card. It's just like a headshot, like a yearbook
Boy,
picture.
how about that, man?
But
that
it's also a look that says, "I'll drive your face into the ground and break your nose," too. But it starts with just, "Hey, I'm going to smile at this." That's cool. Two players now have brought you cards from Goodwill.
Just come on, man. What's going on here? I'm
nice.
onto it, Basin Onions.
You're not. You're randomly lashing out and blaming Aaron. She's like 15 miles away from us right now. All right. Team USA got the win yesterday over Serbia. I tell you, Wolf, we just start there. And for all the kind of close games and looking a little out of sync throughout the warm-ups, it was tough to watch that game yesterday and not think, yeah, nobody's beating this team. I mean, they looked pretty locked in yesterday. LeBron looked locked in. KD looked really locked in. He didn't even play all that much, and he led all scorers with 23 points.
Yeah, once again, this is something that I think we all have been waiting for, right? A game that mattered, a game that was real. And these guys came out, Team USA, of course, they balled from the beginning. They had a lead after the first quarter. They expanded the lead after the third quarter. They expanded the lead, or after the second quarter. They expanded the lead after the half. And then, of course, they continued into the fourth quarter. 26-point win for Team USA, of course. They just got better and better and better as the game went along. And, again, this is something that we all have been waiting to see, a little bit of intensity.
Well, the Phoenix Suns were right in the middle of all of it. So let's start with the Kevin Durant part. He played 16 minutes, 44 seconds. So, not a ton. Remember, these games are only 40 minutes. But still, that's not a ton for Kevin Durant. This is the all-time Team USA men's leading scorer. He was the leading scorer on the team each of the last 3 Olympics, and they won gold each time. He stepped in yesterday. Wolf didn't have any tune-up games. 23 points, 8 of 9 shooting, 5 of 5 from 3, 2 of 2 from the free throw line. Hit a couple just ridiculous circus shots. One right at the end of the half where they showed Booker on the bench, and Booker was just shaking his head like, yeah, okay, this is just unbelievable.
Yeah, you know, I mean, that's
and Booker
Kevin
was never on the bench. That was like the 5 seconds he spent on the bench.
Yeah, what did he play? 26 minutes?
Yeah, a little over
26 minutes right there. Yeah, Book had a good game. I thought he had a really good game right there, and he wasn't turning the ball over like LeBron was. Now, LeBron had a good game as well, right? But, man, you turned the ball over 6 times. He had 9 assists, turned it over 6 times. What I liked is Book had 5 assists, 12 points, I believe, 5 assists, didn't turn it over. And all I could think of is when Book had 5 assists and he had no turnovers right there, all I could think of is Tyus Jones and Monty Morris. Hey, Book, hey, that's great. You're going ahead and kind of showing them what the Phoenix Suns going to be all about. Of course, coming up this season, we shall see, Basinonians. But to me, I thought it was a really, really good, solid victory for Team USA. And by the way, we've been talking about this intensity level and the exhibition games that are out there, and would we see the intensity level of Team USA? Could you see the difference? I could see the difference. It was clear as day right here, and that was to be expected.
The Devin Booker component of this is Don Staley after the game. They were just kind of doing like the post-game, just thoughts on the game, and her comments on Devin Booker were pretty good.
I think Devin Booker is the unsung hero. You know KD's going to be KD.
Right.
But Devin Booker plays both sides of the ball, can score a whole lot of basketball points, and also defend. And he's like the quiet assassin of that group.
Again, this is a team loaded with Hall of Famers, future Hall of Famers. And that was one of the first names she singled out. I'm sure any Suns fan watching was specifically locked in on Booker, and it was easy because he really never came off the court, it felt like, in the first half. He played, like I said, more than anybody on Team USA, except LeBron got him by about 50 seconds.
Yeah.
And if you watch Booker, he was totally cool, making the extra pass, diving on the floor, just getting rebounds. He wasn't necessarily looking to shoot, although he did have 12 points, too, so he did shoot pretty well.
Yeah, you know, it was really cool. He was 4 or 5 from beyond the arc.
Yeah.
4 or 5, man.
Just hit some threes, no big deal.
Just saying right now that is something you'd like to see more and more and more of. We didn't really see Devin Booker shoot the 3 very well last year. Not to the degree in which I think he is capable of. And I think that's something that, once again, you'd want to encourage him to do more of. I thought he played really, really well once again, and I love the fact that it was pointed out. I don't know who this person was that you just played.
That was Don Staley, yeah.
Okay. I like the fact that she pointed out his defense and the way that he was playing defensively. You could see it. There's no doubt about it. He's filling a role. That is what he believes his role is, and I want to see that role magnified with the Suns.
Here's Dwayne Wade and Noah Eagle on the broadcast. Here's what they had to say about Devin Booker.
I think a lot of people forget that Devin Booker is a great defender. You know, we know he has a pretty shot. He can put the ball in the basket, but Devin Booker has been an elite defender in his career, and that's why you see him in the starting lineup. He brings more than just outside shooting. He also brings elite defending.
Well, that was one of the biggest reasons that Phoenix took the steps they did to be an NBA Finals team, to be one of the best teams of the Western Conference. It was Booker who really accepted the responsibility, and when they were at their best, they had Bridges and Cam Johnson, who are outstanding perimeter defenders themselves, but it was Booker a lot of times who would take the challenge of the best player on the other team.
You know, sometimes when you're playing with your respective team in the NBA, a lot of people don't get a chance to see your full game.
Yeah.
Get an opportunity to see him on this stage. You get to see his full game, but you also get to see he's selfless. And you don't get to see that a lot, and because that's not the narrative that is pushed.
Wow.
About that.
Dwayne was – I got to peel back the curtain here for a second just to point out how much Aaron was working yesterday on her day off for the show.
Yeah.
Especially the Don Staley one. I went back, filmed it so I could transcribe it for the email. She already had it in the sound folder yesterday by like 3 o'clock. But that was the other one, was Dwayne Wade. There were moments in that game where he was just talking up Devin Booker, and would you say Dwayne Wade knows something about high-level basketball?
I definitely would say that, no doubt about it. Respect him tremendously, as we all do. But again, I like the even approach that Team USA took to this game. After one quarter, they were up by 5. After 2, they were up by 9. Or I should say plus 9, yeah. After 3, they were up by 19, as Wolf butchers a stat. And after 4 quarters of play, 26 points. To me, I liked it was just this evenly applied, we're better than Team Serbia, and we're going to go out and just continue to put the pressure offensively and defensively, but mainly offensively on them. They just could not keep up with Team USA. It was an excellent, intense win for Team USA.
Yeah, and the biggest thing, we talked about this last week, if Team USA was somehow going to lose a game or not get the gold medal or something, it would be because they just can't fit everything together in such a short period of time, right? I mean, nobody's looking at this and saying, oh, well, all these other teams are right there with Team USA talent-wise. Although, did you see the stat they flashed during the game? 68 NBA players on the other teams in this tournament. And I think that they were comparing it to the Dream Team in '92. There was 21 back then, but 68 right now.
That makes sense.
So the competition's going to be higher, but if the U.S. figures out how to fit all the pieces together, then they're going to do what they did yesterday. And I found it interesting that, like, Jason Tatum didn't play at all. Tyrese Halliburton didn't play at all. Devin Booker, as they're trying to fit the pieces together, played over 26 minutes. That is more than Steph Curry. That's more than Drew Holiday. That's more than Joel Embiid. It's more than all these guys. And he started. He started and never really left, it felt like.
No, I love the fact that he played so well once again and protected the ball. So, you know what, a good start for Team USA, I would say, Basinonians, and a really good start for the Phoenix Suns on Team USA.
Have you subscribed to the Wolf and Luke Show podcast? Subscribe right now on your iPhone or Android. You'll never miss any of the show. It's the Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by FanDuel. When we come back, glass half full, glass half empty. How do you assess this past weekend for the Diamondbacks? Success or another missed opportunity? It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
This kind of optimism, it's everywhere this time of year. But in the case of Kyler Murray, it's really central to everything. If they're going to be a good team, it's going to be because he elevates everybody.
For Kyler Murray to be an MVP candidate, let's be honest about it. You can't have 9 wins. You got to be a playoff team, and you got to be a Super Bowl contender by the end of the regular season if you want that to happen.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
In this Arizona heat, hopefully your air conditioning at home is doing its job. But if it goes out, call Parker & Sons. They have been serving the Valley for 50 years, and they were just voted #1 by consumers in Ranking Arizona for the 15th year in a row. That's because when you have an emergency, Parker & Sons sends a pro your way in minutes, not days, and they will never charge you extra during nights, weekends, or holidays. So for all things heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical, call Parker & Sons at 602-2REPAIR.
Whataburger. Hot, fresh, and right. Are you a Hatch green chili fan? Yes? It's time to get your green chili double all-time favorite at Whataburger. Made to order just like you like it. Double meat, double cheese, crispy bacon, plus the smooth, roasted heat of Hatch green chilies. Hot, fresh, and right. Stop by and order that green chili double today. Download the Whataburger app and receive a free Whataburger. Whataburger, bringing your hot, fresh, and right flavors 24/7.
Lose up to 15 pounds a month with semaglutide from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Red Mountain is the leader in medical weight loss with tools to speed your progress and medical solutions for side effects. Trust the doctors at Red Mountain to customize your plan to supercharge your semaglutide, all for less than half the price of Ozempic. We have it in stock and ready to ship today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Hey, it's Gamble. Mortgage rates are making news every day, but what's putting the worst financial squeeze on people isn't mortgage rates, but credit card interest rates, which can be higher than 24%. But there's hope. My friends at the Lund Mortgage team can help you take back control and get you out from under those high balance and high interest debts by consolidating your debt with a home equity line of credit. Some of their clients are saving $1,000 or more each month. That's like getting a $12,000 tax-free salary increase. You owe it to your family to learn more. So visit them online today at lundmortgage.com. That's lundmortgage.com.
I'm Mayor Maloney with the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks were just 1 out away from sweeping the Pirates. Unfortunately, they'll just have to settle for the series win as they fell to the Pirates 6-5 in extra innings, following another Paul Sewald blown save. The D-backs have no time to dwell on it, though, as they continue their homestand tonight when they open a 3-game set against the Nationals. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp continues for the Arizona Cardinals today, so how excited is Tip Ryman to put on the pads? The Cardinals rookie tight end told Wolf and Luke earlier today.
This is where I feel like I can be more comfortable. I feel like I've got more comfortability when the pads are on than kind of trying to have more practice etiquette when they're off.
You can hear that full interview on ArizonaSports.com, and be sure to keep it right here as Wolf and Luke are live from Cards Camp and will be joined by GM Monty Austinfort at 12:45. And Team USA Basketball got their first win of the Olympics. Kevin Durant scored 23 points in 17 minutes of a 110-84 win over Serbia. The latest is brought to you by HighestPrice.com. Thinking of selling your home and would like the highest price for your home? Go to HighestPrice.com. That's HighestPrice.com. Receive multiple cash offers and start packing.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday. We'll find out if the Diamondbacks bounce back from a disappointing loss to Pittsburgh in their series opener against the Nationals. Join us at 6 here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, the Arizona Diamondbacks 55-51 on the season now, Wolf. They are coming out of the All-Star break. They are 6-3, so that's already better than last year when they were 5-20 coming out of the All-Star break. 2 of those 3 losses have been blown saves, though, and not both by Paul Sewald. One was by Justin Martinez, one was by Paul Sewald, so they could, in theory, be 8-1 coming out of the break. Overall, they're 16-8 in their last 24, but 5 of those 8 losses have been blown saves that they were leading in the 9th inning, so they could be 21-3 in their last 24. And you pointed this out earlier. Paul Sewald has 4 blown saves this season. It's an issue, but the team has 19 blown saves this season.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I mean, that has been a problem right now. But I think more specifically, and we were talking about this earlier on the broadcast, my brothers, but I think right now specifically you have to look at it and say, okay, great. The Diamondbacks won another series. I am encouraged. They just continue to win series. They are 11-2-3 in their last 16 series. That is huge. That is a big sample size. They're 30-19 in their last 49 games. That's almost a third of the season, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, you're going back 2 months with stats like that.
So to me, I'm looking at this saying, man, they're playing really good baseball. They're winning games. They've been doing that without Merrill Kelly, without Eduardo Rodriguez, without Zach Gallen from time to time, right? And now all of a sudden he's back, and guess what? Zach Gallen looks like he's kind of struggling still.
Yeah. And
when you think about his outing on Friday night, man, he started really, really rough.
Even Brandon Pfaadt. Gallen did that thing because I was at the game on Friday. It was that thing where it was like, okay, if Zach Gallen's having a bad first 2 innings, he's probably going to lock in for the next 4 or 5, which he did. Even Brandon Pfaadt didn't have a great outing on Saturday against the Pirates. But there were stretches where he still looked dominant, but then he got into some trouble.
Yeah.
It's a good point. The starting pitching, you would look on paper and you would say, okay, well, the starting pitching's the problem. No, it really hasn't been. I mean, they need to get these guys back, and there did seem to be some optimism when I was out there on Friday that both Eduardo Rodriguez and Merrill Kelly are not that far away. They're throwing their bullpens on separate days now because that's how close they potentially are to coming back, and they don't want them to both come back on the same day. So that's a good sign. The hitting, you would think, okay, Corbin Carroll's not really hitting great. Some guys have been up. No, the hitting's been fine too. It, oddly enough, has been something that was their strength at the second half of last year.
See, for me, I just look at this and I think to myself, okay, 30-19. 30-19 over the last 49 games. Oh, and by the way, you're going to get Merrill Kelly and Eduardo Rodriguez back. Oh, what? And then you the 21-3? Is that what you said they should be if they didn't blow those saves?
Yeah, if they didn't blow those 5 saves, they'd be 21-3.
This is a baseball team that has been playing very, very well. Good baseball. Now, having said that, I still think they got an issue, and they got to address that issue. I'm not ready to give up on Paul Sewald closing games. I'm not ready to do that. But I think the conversation needs to be had.
You know, the crazy part about the last 24 games, yes, they could be 21-3. They are 16-8. That's still good. But when you look at the teams they've played in that stretch, Wolf, like the Pirates are fighting for a playoff spot. The Royals are probably.
By the way, the
playoff
Pirates
team.
were one of the hottest teams in the National League coming in as well.
They should have swept them. I mean, but either way, they still beat them. Kansas City has been pretty hot. They won that series. The Cubs, you know, they're okay. They're on the fringe. Toronto's having a rough year. But Atlanta, San Diego, the Dodgers, like these were all included in that 24-game stretch. I think I know everybody is ready to panic about the bullpen, and I'm not. No, we're on camera. That was a fly that just flew by. I wasn't just like waving at the camera. I guess the bigger concern for me is not statistically where they are because of these losses. It's more everything you just said is true. Like this team looks like a playoff team. You watch this team play, and you're like, that's a playoff team. Like I understand you have to go through it, but that's a playoff team. It's more when you keep losing games in the ninth inning, does that start to erode at at the soul of your team?
Yeah, you know, and just hearing you say that, I'm not disagreeing with you in regard to a playoff team. Yeah, they're a playoff team right there. Get into a playoff series, you better have a closer.
Yeah.
You better have a dude who can come in and take that ball, man, because you can't afford any blown saves for the most part at that point in time.
You can't. And Sewald last year in the playoffs, you know, with the exception of the actual World Series itself, Sewald in the playoffs was lights out. Like, it wasn't even the Paul Sewald experience where he would put guys on base. It was like 1, 2, 3 through the playoffs. But that's up in the air right now. Here's Paul Sewald after the game yesterday.
Got hits and didn't get him out. It's just what happens. Just disappointing. I guess I don't really have anything else to say, unfortunately.
Talked about location of pitches.
The one to Tellez was, I couldn't throw it more in or more up, but with it still being a strike, so that's pretty good. And then just the one to Bart wasn't, and I guess got the hit. It's not much more to it, I suppose.
Yeah, you just hear him. He's wearing it, man. I mean,
yeah,
he's wearing it.
It sounded more like he was wearing it there than the first week of July, or that week where he blew 3 in 1 week. And he said at the end of it, he's like, it's been a bad week. Everybody has a bad week at work. I'm going to go. And he saved the next 5 games.
Yeah.
So, like, that's believable. I mean, I said this at the time. Like, I would rather they were all confined to 1 week like that than just a constant issue. It hadn't been an issue until this month.
Here's the thing, though. The thing that we're all acknowledging right now. We haven't seen this from Paul Sewald, right?
Not really, no. Usually he'll put guys on base, but he usually gets the save.
When you think about last year, in 2023, and, we really haven't seen a lot of it during the regular season. So right now, yeah, I think he's probably thinking an awful lot about it right now. But if there's one guy that, again, I'm going to give every opportunity, it's going to be Paul Sewald. Now, I've got to have that conversation. You have to have a plan at some point in time. If he goes out and blows another save in the next 2 games, once again, I think now we're going to be talking about, hey, who else could we possibly go with here?
Well, you're right. Last year, total across the Mariners and the Diamondbacks, he blew 5 saves total. He pitched all year, and he only blew 2 with the Diamondbacks. So
Correct.
2 blown saves with the Diamondbacks last year, and he's got 4 in the last couple weeks with the Diamondbacks. Is what I was saying earlier, though, does it make sense? Because it really is why I'm still optimistic they can figure this out. It's not like he came out and he walked a guy, and then he hit a guy, and then he couldn't find the strike zone, and then he gave up a home run, and he did, you know what I mean? Like, it was more of it doesn't make it better. The end result is still what it is, but it really is like 1 or 2 bad pitches, which, again, that's his job. All right, we're going to actually break a little bit early here, Wolf, because we got the GM coming down, so we're going to talk to him.
Okay.
And he's probably got practice he wants to watch here in a little bit as well.
Monty.
So when we come back, what has stood out to Monty Austin for 1 week into training camp, and how is he feeling about Budda Baker entering the final year of his contract? We'll ask the Cardinals general manager all that and more next. It's Wolf and Luke live from Cardinals training camp on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Noel Aboud, the great founder of Revitalize Weight Loss and Wellness. And Doc, we've all heard about these popular weight loss medications that are out now. As somebody who's been helping people lose weight and keep it off for a long time, what's your take?
I think it's a wonderful benefit if you have a lot of weight to lose, but at what cost? And that's the question you need to ask. What is your goal? If it's just to lose weight, that can be achieved. But what is the damage it may cause in the body? I think these are the kind of things that we need to look at. And if we don't change our mindset around food, chances are the weight's going to come back on. And as our book says, fear no food. We don't want you to be tied to a scale the rest of your life.
Win the battle over your weight loss struggles once and for all. Go talk to the team at Revitalize Weight Loss, where from now through the end of the month, your initial consultation with Dr. Aboud and his great team is absolutely free. Schedule online at revitalizeweightloss.com.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
You've heard the saying, it's hard to stop a train. When it comes to putting smiles on children's faces at the Phoenix Children's Hospital, nothing will get in the way when the Teddy Bear Express pulls into town. Train is the proud sponsor of this year's Give-a-thon, giving hundreds of teddy bears to children currently undergoing treatment at PCH. For the past 9 years, Train's commitment ensures that every child's journey through treatment is accompanied by a comforting companion, reminding them they're not alone in their fight.
Don't miss the Alan Parsons Live Project at the Celebrity Theater Sunday, August 18th. One of rock's most spectacular sonic and visual experiences. The Alan Parsons Live Project will take you on a journey like no other. Tickets on sale now at celebritytheater.com. The Alan Parsons Live Project, brought to you by Danny Salisco Presents.
Join the Arizona Diamondbacks for the 11th annual Diamondbacks Race Against Cancer presented by Dignity Cancer Institute. The race is back downtown at Chase Field on Sunday, September 29th. Register now at dbacks.com/race.
This is where the hope and the hype finally mix it up on the field.
Hey, this is Kyler Murray. You're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke live at Cardinals training camp.
We're back here at State Farm Stadium. If you want to see the 2024 Cardinals in person at State Farm Stadium, a limited number of tickets remain. For more information, visit azcardinals.com/tickets. There aren't a whole lot of tickets left, and part of that is because of the guys sitting between us right now. Wolf, Monty Austin Fort, Cardinals GM, going into year 2 as the GM. Monty, there's a lot of buzz around this team. How you doing?
I'm doing great, guys. I'm doing great. Great. Thanks for having me. First, can we get Wolf here a towel and some water? I hear he got pretty lathered up with Tip up here last segment.
Yeah, I know.
Good gracious. Get this guy calm down.
First of all, Monty, this is a square dude, man. That is a square dude.
He's right up your alley, man. He's right up your alley.
I'm so excited to see Tip Ryman. Honestly, though, Monty, I'm really excited. This iteration of the Arizona Cardinals in 2024, I am jacked up because, listen, I don't know how many games we're going to win, okay? I think we're going to win more games, obviously, than we won last year. But I know how we're going to play, and we're going to be a physical football team. Monty, that fires me up.
Yeah, Wolf, we're excited. We're excited to get out here. I mean, today you'll see out here in a little bit the first day of pads, and that's when we're playing real football, and we've been through the spring and we don't have pads on, and so now we really get to see guys and see how that translates to the actual game. And so we're excited. We're excited about the free agents we added. We're excited about the rookies we drafted. We're excited about our core of veterans coming back. We're excited about the rookies that played last year taking a step in year 2. So hey, I know that I know that we're going to go out there and we're going to compete and we're going to fight. And, we're just looking forward to taking the next step here and really prepping through August and getting ready to go to Buffalo and try to get a win.
We've talked about a version of this before, but it continues now into year 2 for you. And players have told us this. There's a lot of guys on this team that approach the game the same way or think about it or value football in their life the same way. I'm sure it was by design, but that can't be the easiest thing to look for in like the draft process or free agency or something.
Yeah, Luke, I'd say that's been a focus since the day that we got here. And, we were fortunate to inherit a group of veterans here that understood that and understood what we were trying to do and guys that really got it and bought into what we were trying to do. And then to go through our process, whether it's a free agent or rookies in the draft, like we put those guys through a pretty stringent process to see if they, like JG likes to say, meet the price of admission. And then, maturity, accountability, dependability, toughness, smart, like all those things are important for players and the team to reach our highest potential. So we put a lot of time and effort into that. And, I really think that the football character of our team is going to show through here this year.
It's why culture matters. It's so important right now. Monty, does it apply to everybody that is on this roster? Did it apply to everybody when you said, okay, you know what, we're going to draft this guy, or no, we're going to sign this free agent rookie, we're going to bring him on? Did it apply to everybody on the team?
Well, if I'd take that a step further, I'd say it applies to everybody in the organization. I think what we're looking for is we're looking for people that are going to put the team first. And so obviously with the players, their job is to perform on the field, but it goes like whether we're talking about our scouts who are job is to go find players, our trainers who get players ready, our strength staff to get people trained, and our coaches, like everybody has a role, and we talk all the time about putting the team first. And so, it certainly applies to the players, the 90 guys that we have on the team, but it applies to everybody in the organization. We all have a job to do, and it's hard to win in this league. And if everybody's not doing their job to the fullest potential, like it's going to be hard. So, it certainly applies to the players. It applies to everybody that has this Cardinal logo on their shirt.
We're talking to Monty Ossenfort. So with that in mind, Monty, when you see you're going to be picking 4th and Marvin Harrison Jr. is probably going to be there and you know how good he is, but before you really got to talk to him, were you like, hopefully this guy fits the price of admission? Because it sure seems like he has the right personality, too. It seemed like that really kind of worked out perfectly.
Yeah, Luke, I'd say when we can find players that not only we like on the field, but we like them off the field, like that's when we hit the jackpot, and that's what we're trying to do. And so, we put a lot of time and effort into the scouting process, both the evaluation on the field and then the evaluation of the player off the field. And so, Marvin certainly checked all the boxes for us. And so to be able to add a player that's had his career and comes from his pedigree, and then also just to get to spend more time with him and just see his approach to the game and his maturity that he brings, and it's great to see. And so we're excited to have Marv.
Okay, so first day of pads. This is kind of a big deal right here. It really is. First day of pads. Do you have a plan? I asked you this yesterday, but you were thinking more about film and watching it. I'm talking about as practice is going on. Do you have a plan saying, I'm going to follow this group, this position group after team stretch? I'm going to go watch these guys, and then I'm going to go over here. Then I'm going to stand here for team. Do you have a plan as to each practice you're going to watch?
Yeah, Wolf, and I'd say, really it's going to start with the offense and defensive line because, we've seen these guys.
I knew that, Monty.
I knew you'd think. You might have been leading me into that there a little bit. Okay. But I would say, we've evaluated these guys moving around, and you can see more, I'd say, from the movement of the skill players, right, in the spring and what we've done so far. Yeah. But it's the true evaluation of the O&D line is going to start today. And when we see, on the offensive line, who can move people off the ball, defensive line, who can sit in there and anchor and shed blocks, linebackers who can come downhill, I think that evaluation part of it for that front seven on defense and the front on offense, that really starts this afternoon.
See, now that you've told him that, he's going to be watching all these things.
I know. He's going to have eyes on it. Yeah, exactly.
We're talking to Cardinals GM Monty Ossenfort. Monty with Buda Baker. He's a guy that since day one you guys have said really kind of embodies what you want to be. And I mean, that it really does sort of fit everything you've described with your team. As far as his contract, he's still signed through this year. But is there a sense of urgency with that, or is that kind of a wait and see how the season unfolds? Or what's the thought process there?
Yeah, Luke, I think all of our players are at, we have guys that are at different stages of contract status. Some guys are up after this year. Some guys have a couple more. Some guys are just starting on their rookie deals. And so, I think that's a case-by-case basis on how that goes. And, we've had a lot of discussions with Buddha here over the last couple of years. And so, I think we're happy that we have Buddha, and we'll see kind of what that means moving forward. But, we love all the guys that we got on the team right now. We'll see how that shakes out with the 53. But Buddha certainly represents everything that we want this team to be about. And, we're excited to see how this season goes right now.
For me, when I think about it, too, just listening to Buddha Baker talk about this, his attitude seems to be fantastic on this.
Buddha's attitude has been fantastic ever since, we got here. And so, it's not surprising to me. That's kind of what I thought coming in. And so just the way that he leads, the way that he prepares, the way he goes about his business and works. And, it really shone on the first night of our first meeting and when he addressed the entire team and just putting his sentiments out there. And it was great. It was a great message for the team, great message for everybody in the room.
Were you there?
I was, absolutely.
You were there right
absolutely.
there. Yeah, you know what, honestly, I think of that. I think of that dude standing up. And I realize I played in a different era, yet at the same time, when you got a guy who is so well regarded, so well respected, who stands up and just starts riffing about what you're going to do and how we're going to do it around here, man, I'll tell you, that's powerful.
It is powerful. It is powerful because, we can say it as a staff and we can say it as coaches, but when your buddy next to you in the locker and the guy that you see working and putting that time in, like when that person says it and when the players, JG and I've talked about this at length, when the players take control of the team with how we want to do it, that's when we start rolling. And so, we're really excited about the leadership that we have from Buddha, from James Conner, from different players that have come, that are on the team right now. We're excited about the leadership that they're providing our group right now.
Monty Austin-Fort is joining us right now. The leadership, it is spread out very, very evenly across. I mean, you've got Buddha on defense, you got James Conner, Kyler Murray on offense, you've got Kaiser White or whoever on defense too. I'm sure that's the way you would draw it up. How much easier does that make it to potentially succeed with a pretty young team? Because you are counting on a lot of first and second year players too. Yeah,
that's a good point, Luke. We are a young team. Like we are definitely. We were young last year. We're going to be young again this year. But we do have a group. Some of those guys that you mentioned there. You can add Jalen Thompson in there. You mentioned Kaiser. We added some veterans through free agency that Cardinal fans will learn to know here on the defensive line. Bilal and Justin Jones and Mac Wilson at linebacker. A couple of receivers. Chris Moore, Zay Jones. So, I think when you have those players spread out and they can, they listen to what we're trying to do and buy into it and are able to not only listen, take it in, but then put it into practice out here in practice, out in the meeting rooms, back at the hotel, everything that we do. That's when that example really shines through to those young players.
So last year, 2023, the Arizona Cardinals number 4 in rushing yards per game, right? And number 2 in rushing yards per play. Monty, you put those two things together right there. You guys were a physical bunch last year. Yep. There's no denying that. This roster, especially the offensive depth chart, has gotten even better. You've added guys that are even more physical to me. Do you think it's possible the Arizona Cardinals are going to have the most physical offense in the NFL?
Yeah, Wolf. I mean, we're going to have to see how that plays out, but that is what is one of our modes of operation. We want to be physical, we want to be tough, we want to outrun, we want to out-hit, we want to outthink the opponents. And so running the ball, I mean, it can demoralize an opponent, and you can control the line of scrimmage, you can control the clock, and then that's going to open up the pass game, play action, shots down the field. And so, we think we've added pieces that are going to help the offense, just as we've added on defense. But, I think for us to be successful, we're going to have to be a balanced offense like that. We're going to have to be able to control the clock, take our shots when they're there, and Kyler's going to be able to do things with his arm and his leg. And so I think that just opens up a lot of things for us.
I think a longtime Cardinals fans have seen a pretty clear evolution of Kyler Murray, even though they got to play half of last season. It really seemed to take off when you and Jonathan Gannon and everybody got here a couple years ago. How have you seen him evolve over the last 16, 17 months?
Yeah, I think, Luke, I don't know how things were before I got here. And, I think from the day that I got here, just seeing Kyler's work ethic as last year, really saw it shine through in his rehab process and coming back from that major injury. And then seeing him focus and learn the offense when he wasn't able to be out there on the field. And so I think what we've seen this past offseason is he's taken it to another level. And so the work ethic has still been there. He's been in the facility nonstop from the season since the season ended. And so, but he's been able to focus on actually getting his body right instead of rehabbing an injury. And so then in the spring was able to take that, and he was on the field the entire spring, taking his knowledge and understanding of the offense, just becoming more comfortable in an offense that he had really, until last year, had never played in his whole life. So just him getting those reps and that time with his teammates and some of the team bonding things that the team and he has done, he's been kind of at the forefront of some of the things in the offseason. I think that's going to pay dividends for us down the road. And so just seeing his growth both on the field and off the field has been great to see.
So Trey Benson, oh my goodness, I really like what I'm seeing from this kid right now. To me, when you drafted Trey Benson, you might as well have just stepped up to the microphone and said, you know what, we're going to institutionalize brutality around here. Mm-hmm. That's what we're going to do. We're going to be a physical bunch, and if James Conner is nicked up or banged up, we'll go ahead and replace him with Trey Benson. This kid, what have you seen from this kid so far? Yeah. I love how thick he is from the waist down. My goodness.
Yeah, he is a big kid, Wolf. He is a big kid, and I think Trey's off to a good start. You know, and running backs, I say, a little bit of a position too, where once the pads get in, you know, we're going to have to see contact balance and ability to play through the line of scrimmage, tight spaces. But Trey's off to a good start. Like, he had a great career in Florida State. You know, he's big, he's fast, he's instinctive, he runs through contact well. And I think one thing that's been a pleasant surprise is, you know, and I would say this isn't unique to Trey, but sometimes college running backs don't get featured and don't have opportunities in the pass game as much. Well, Trey's done a nice job of catching the ball, you know, early on here in camp, and you know, pass protection is always a tough responsibility for running backs to learn, and so he's answered the bell on that. You know, he's obviously got room to improve, but you know, we're excited about what he's going to bring to that room, and really, you know, he's got no better example and person to learn from than James Conner.
I got to ask you about Darius Robinson before we let you go, because we've talked to him a few times. We've all heard that 2-minute clip where he went through like his entire week right after you guys drafted him. He seems like the sort of guy that you guys probably talked to him for like 3 minutes and you're like, yeah, that's one of our guys. How confident were you that you were going to be able to draft him in the first round?
Yeah, we were holding our breath there a little bit, Luke. Yeah. He was a guy that our scouts spent a lot of time with. We met with him down at the Senior Bowl, met with him at the Combine, and so, you know, he is an impressive kid. Like, I think every time he meets with the media, it's more impressive than the last. And so, you know, I think with him, he's off to a good start. He is just so long. He's so big. I think he's going to bring versatility. The defensive staff is doing a great job of moving him around here early in camp. And so I think he's going to bring some matchup problems for us. And along with the rest of that group of front seven players, I think that's going to allow us to affect the quarterback, which is what it's all about on the defensive side of the ball.
So Monty, when will the tight ends work against the edge, and will Darius Robinson actually line up out there and actually be one of those guys on the edge?
Yeah, I think Darius, I think he brings a lot of possibilities. So if you keep your eyes out there for Tip against Darius,
know what I was thinking, man. Yes,
we're gonna need a fire extinguisher out here.
You'll hear him down there.
Yeah, he'll be yapping up here. We'll get fired up about that.
Monty, this was awesome. Thank you so much for the time.
Thanks, guys. Good seeing you.
Yep. That's Monty Austinfort joining us right there. When we come back, we'll react to everything the Cardinals general manager just told us. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming soon. You can make a difference for Arizona kids when you listen beginning Monday, August 12th. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by Your Valley Hyundai dealers and Akchin Indian Community.
Hey folks, it's Dave Ramsey with a word about investing. One investment you might not think of, even though it's probably the biggest purchase you'll ever make, is your home. So this summer, invest in your home with Window World. You see, Window World replacement windows and doors will help keep your home cooler, reduce your power bills, and increase the value of your home. Plus, your investment is backed by Window World's true lifetime warranty. Call today, and Window World of Phoenix will install 5 large premium sliding windows, all with energy-efficient Solar Zone Sun Shield glass for only $39.63, tax included. At Window World, you get their guaranteed lowest price up front without any hassle. So take care of your home with an investment that will last a lifetime. Call today or schedule online at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan. And Shane, you've got an all-star staff of people who want to work at Chapman BMW. What makes your brand so special?
Well, Dan, we're a family-owned business that does things the right way. We have a great product in BMW. As a matter of fact, Consumer Reports ranks our vehicles #1 in reliability for the past 2 years. And it's true what they say, we make luxury attainable. So come down, take a look. You will be surprised.
You can shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Hi, folks. Brandon Webb here. What makes Y-Refi so different from other investments? Y-Refi offers a secure, collateralized portfolio with a strong fixed rate of return, up to 10.25%. That's right, you heard it, 10.25%. There's no attack on your principal if ever you need your money back, and you're in control. You can let your investment compound daily or take income, whatever you choose. Just call 877-80-INVEST or log on to investyrefi.com. And make sure to tell them Brandon Webb sent you.
Hey, Cardinals fans, are you ready for football season? It's time to root for our Redbirds. Bud Light was brewed to be a delicious and easy-to-drink beer, even when the little things in life are hard, like when the game is going into overtime. But you have even more time to enjoy it with a fresh Bud Light. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to Sunday. Pick up Bud Light at your local retailer today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Bud Light is a proud partner of the Arizona Cardinals.
We're a 2 Ford family. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. In fact, Ford has been part of our family for generations. Built Ford proud dates back more than a century in this country, and the future, it is here at our Desert Ford dealers. Like those F-Series trucks, built Ford tough, and the all-new 2024 F-150 with the all-new interior and exterior is designed to be the most rugged, dependable, and productive ever. No workbench, no outlet, no problem. With Pro Power on board and that convenient work service, the F-150 has you covered. SUVs, there's the Ford Bronco Sport with 5 available trims, the Ford Explorer with all the advanced tech, plus 3-row seating that folds down for tons of cargo room, and you gotta love how there's a powertrain for everyone. Gas, hybrid, electric, like that 2024 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance and 0 tailpipe emissions. Bottom line, get to our Desert Ford dealers and see how a new Ford fits your future at buyfordnow.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Gotta change my oil.
How about Valvoline Restore and Protect? It restores and protects your engine to run like new.
Get in zone.
It restores your engine to like factory clean?
And protects.
Get in zone.
So Valvoline Restore and Protect restores and protects.
Now you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for $37.99.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Febreze.
So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up and spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mary Maloney with the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals continue training camp today, but with the addition of pads. So what does BJ Ojulari expect?
Coach preaches knowing how to practice, so we're always going to protect the guys. When the pad goes on, there's an extra level that we can go, but at the same time, we're still going to protect everybody.
Be sure to keep it right here as Wolf and Luke are live from Cardinals training camp. They were joined today by Cards tight end Tip Ryman and GM Monty Ossenfort. Both of those interviews are up now at arizonasports.com. Despite some late-game heroics, the Arizona Diamondbacks fell to the Pirates 6-5 following Paul Sewald's 4th blown save. The D-backs continue their homestand tonight as they welcome the Nationals to town for a 3-game set. Jordan Montgomery will get the start. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And despite not playing in an exhibition game, Kevin Durant lit it up for Team USA yesterday. He scored 23 points in 17 minutes in a 110-84 win over Serbia. The latest is brought to you by Right Way Roofing. There's only one way. That's the right way.
Here we go. Football time.
Let's go! It's so good!
Hej, jeg er Lebro der, og du har lige fulgt med på Wolf and Luke på Arizona Sports. Den lokale sportsleder.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke live at Cardinals training camp.
We'll rejoined there by Yelda Froholt, who's out there, I'm sure, getting ready for practice now as the Arizona Cardinals are going to hit the field with the pads here at State Farm Stadium. Thanks to Tip Ryman for joining us last hour. Thanks to Monty Austinfort for joining us last segment. Wolf, Monty is, I think they got a good one there. I think that's, and he's good. He's good in the sense that he'll give us answers, even though as the GM, there's a certain line you were not going to go past, obviously. But he gave us some good stuff there, and I've got all of it right here if you want to react to it.
You know what I love too is it's undeniable. Monty always is pretty positive, Basinonians. He's a positive guy and he is upbeat. Now I will say he is objective. He's very, very objective. Yet at the same time, I could sense there was real glee in his voice today in terms of a full pads practice and wanting to see the full pad practice.
Because it's a different level. Like, I know that, people will listen and they'll be like, well, yeah, Wolf's just intense. Of course he thinks it's a different level. Like, no, this is now ramping up today. Now you're starting to take that step towards
real football.
Yeah, towards a preseason game here in what, like, week and a half? It's like a week and a half, right, to the first preseason game. I mean, you have to take this next logical step, and you're right. He does tend to be optimistic, but I also think there's a different feeling around this team now where last year, and I know I've said this before, but you can really sense it all around us. Last year it was like Kyler's hurt. We don't know when he's coming back. We're starting almost over, right? We're bringing all these new pieces in. We're going to see how everything fits. It was football, but it was football with the thought of, like, we're just trying to survive right now and figure this out.
Yes.
Whereas now it's like there's this sense of, the playoffs are a long ways away time-wise, but that's the goal now. That's just more natural for any sports team, really, football, baseball, whatever.
Yeah. I don't know if we have the cuts.
We have them all.
There.
Aaron cut every single one.
Are you
already? Yeah.
Mel, knock it off. I mean, the level of productivity, Mel. Just knock it off.
Someone's got to bring it on this show.
She's not wrong.
That is well played right there.
I don't know how did you go back in time to cut the Monty cuts? Like, how did you – we just ended the interview 5 minutes ago.
It's amazing what you can get done when Rick isn't talking, right?
Okay, so the cut I'd love to listen to first base and audience. I asked Monty who he's going to go with. What position group are you actually going to follow after team stretch? Where is he going to go?
Ready?
And this is what he said.
Yeah, Wolf, and I'd say, really it's going to start with the offense and defensive line because, we've seen these guys.
I knew that, Monty.
I knew you'd think. You might have been leading me into that there a little bit. Okay. But I would say, we've evaluated these guys moving around, and you can see more, I'd say, from the movement of the skill players, right, in the spring and what we've done so far.
Yeah.
But it's the true evaluation of the O&D line is going to start today. And when we see, on the offensive line, who can move people off the ball, defensive line, who can sit in there and anchor and shed blocks, linebackers who can come downhill. I think that evaluation part of it for that front seven on defense and the front on offense, that really starts this afternoon.
Man, there it is right there. You know what? It's not a surprise. It's not a surprise because Monty Austinfort, and it's not just because the pads are on, and that's where the fur is going to fly, Basin Earnings. It isn't. This is a mentality, once again, and the mentality starts from the very top all the way down. This culture is real. Who said that? It was Kyler Murray. Remember when he told us that? This culture is real. It is. And it starts with Monty. It's one of the reasons why he drafted a Darius Robinson in the first round, right? It's one of the reasons why he drafted. It's one of the reasons why he went Isaiah Adams, Tip Ryman, and Trey Benson in the third round alone.
It's a pretty good third round.
That's a physical, but he believes in the physicality. So, to me, coming from the New England Patriots and the way that Bill Belichick values the line of scrimmage, 15 years Monty Austinfort was in the Patriots organization. And then he went to the Tennessee Titans. You want to talk about another physical team? And that's back when they had Derrick Henry. It was a very, very physical team for 3 years. It starts at the very top. It did not surprise me at all to hear that Monty Ossenford is going to go and follow where the fur is going to fly.
We also did talk to him about how he finds those guys who fit the price of admission.
Yeah, Luke, I'd say that's been a focus since the day that we got here. And, you know, we were fortunate to inherit a group of veterans here that understood that and understood what we were trying to do, and guys that really got it and bought into what we were trying to do. And then to go through our process, whether it's a free agent or rookies in the draft, like we put those guys through a pretty stringent process to see if they, like JG likes to say, meet the price of admission. And then, you know, maturity, accountability, dependability, toughness, smart, like all those things are important for players and the team to reach our highest potential. So we put a lot of time and effort into that, and you know, I really think that the football character of our team is going to show through here this year.
The price of admission. That's what he said right there. Did I follow up on that? As a matter of fact, I did. I asked him about, does that apply to everybody?
Yeah, here we go.
Well, if I'd take that a step further, I mean, I'd say it applies to everybody in the organization. You know, I think what we're looking for is we're looking for people that are going to put the team first. And so, obviously, with the players, their job is to perform on the field. But it goes, like, whether we're talking about our scouts, who are job is to go find players, our trainers who get players ready, you know, our strength staff to get people trained, and our coaches, like, everybody has a role, and we talk all the time about putting the team first. And so, you know, it certainly applies to the players, the 90 guys that we have on the team, but it applies to everybody in the organization. We all have a job to do, and it's hard to win in this league. And if everybody's not doing their job to the fullest potential, like, it's going to be hard. So, you know, it certainly applies to the players. It applies to everybody that has this Cardinal logo on their shirt.
Ding!
Oh, you got the ding. That's
How about
the first
that?
ever
Thank you.
Ding Wolf Scott.
Got my own little two-man game going here.
That winning behavior that JG always talks about, which is, you know, obviously manifested right there with what Monty was talking about. Like, that's a real thing. You can see that, you can sense that around here, and you know, I know the skeptic is like, well, let's see it translate into wins, and I'm with you, but that you can't win games until the games start. So that's one of those things where, like, you feel like you could almost – that's something that you could put in your own everyday life, right? Like, just that winning behavior, whatever you want it to be, even if it's not when people are watching, even if it's not when you're, you know, at the opportunity you're looking for, but just being ready for anything good. They seem to really be doing that pretty consistently, even in the off season, even in training camp, whatever. And you hope, and it really should show through when the games start.
I love the fact that it applied to everybody in the organization, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, let's have it apply to everybody here, even somebody that nobody's going to see on TV.
Yeah.
Let's be consistent with it, so it's just the baseline.
Yeah. Do you got any other cut you want to play of Monty before we go to break?
No, we're.
Did I say break? Who
You
breaks?
did. Well,
Nobody
we're about
breaks.
to break, actually. All right, when we come back, the Phoenix Suns got a starting point guard over the weekend. So what are they going to do now with Tyus Jones? It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I think somebody noticed that the Suns needed to add some point guard play to the offense. After signing Monte Morris to come off the bench earlier this month, they went out and got themselves a starting point guard last weekend. Tyus Jones comes in from the Wizards to run the point, and to leave all Suns fans wondering, who comes off the bench now? What's Coach Bud going to do? And how many more players from Duke can the Suns get on the squad? Stay tuned for answers on the home of the Suns, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Mel, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat? If you know, that's what I'm talking about. Gather around the transistor and press the air. We're talking about 5-star resort mattresses that show up at your door, ladies and gentlemen, in a brown box. That's Brooklyn Bedding. Go to brooklynbedding.com and you'll see everything you need to know about these 5-star resort mattresses that show up at your front door in a box, if you know what I mean. Listen, they have free shipping anywhere in the basin, as a matter of fact. It's really cool. You're out there in Apache Junction, they got you covered. Down there in Casa Grande, they got you covered. Up there in Carefree, doesn't matter where you are, they got you covered right now. You know, when it comes to building a better mattress, Brooklyn Bedding, they literally own it. The company designs and manufactures all of its bedding in their very own state-of-the-art factory in Phoenix, and then they ship the product directly and pass the savings onto you directly in that brown box that shows up at your front door. Go to brooklynbedding.com. Brooklyn Bedding, Arizona built for America's dreams.
Hi, this is Luis Gonzalez. The Sanderson Ford Summer Sale event is teaming up with the Boys of Summer for the final playoff payoff sale. We're pushing for the playoffs, and you get the payoffs like 0% financing. Plus, no payments for 90 days. Plus, huge cash playoff payoffs of up to $3,000 on new 2024 F-150, Escape, Edge, Explorer, and Expedition. Plus, purchase or lease any new Ford and get 4 tickets to see the D-backs push for the playoffs. So score big now at America's most awarded Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford, and shop with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense during the Sanderson Ford Playoff Payoff Sale. Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
0% for 36 months OAC through Ford Motor Credit. Tickets while supplies last. Offers expire 9/3/24.
Sanderson Ford, satisfaction in everything we do. We're Arizona's pride. Sanderson Ford.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
You know what happens when a smart group of medical professionals get together and commit to a technology designed to relieve your aching joints without surgery? It's called QC Kinetics.
And this guy knows the power of a solid team. Emmitt Smith, football legend and Dancing with the Stars champ.
This elite medical group, some of them orthopedic doctors, got together and said, why are we prescribing so many medications? Why are we sending so many people to surgery in droves? Let's change this.
The answer? Natural biologics, our own healing properties. And the outcome is the country's largest provider of non-surgical regenerative treatments, QC Kinetics.
Actually, the real outcome are the tens of thousands of patients who finally got their quality of life back without surgery, thanks to QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, if your roof is down to its last strike, bottom of the ninth, hit a home run with America Roofing. Home or business repair or replace. And we've had America Roofing do both. The Casa Calvisi go with Arizona's Roofing Contractor of the Year. More than 2 decades of experience, A+ rated with a Better Business Bureau. Licensed, bonded, and insured. Nobody knows an Arizona roof better than Jake Tracy and the crew. And it gets better. Mention Calvisi and save 10% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC 186438042.
Wolf and Luke with today's MLB standings. Brought to you by America Roofing, Arizona's #1 residential and commercial roofing company. They've got you covered.
All right, you want standings? We got standings for you. The NL West, the Dodgers, 63-44. The Padres, 57-51. The D-backs, 55-51. San Francisco, 53-55. Rockies, 38-69. So what that translates to for the wild card, you don't have to worry about the Rockies. I won't bring up the Dodgers and the fact that if the Diamondbacks just had blown half as many saves as they have this season, they would be in first place ahead of the Dodgers. That's irrelevant right now. The Braves, Padres, and Mets are the top 3 wild card teams right now, but the Diamondbacks are only a half game back of the Mets for that 3rd spot, only 1 game back of San Diego for that 2nd spot, and only 2 games back of the Braves for the #1 wild card spot. Behind the Diamondbacks, the Cardinals are a half game back. The Pirates are a game and a half back of the D-backs. And I think we could probably still keep the Giants in there. They're 3 back of the D-backs. So 7 teams right now fighting for 3 spots, separated by 5 games. Not bad.
Padres.
I knew that's what you were going to take.
Just saying.
You
have to say it when you hear it.
I did that over the weekend around people who had no idea what my problem was. In fact, I think it was at the Diamondbacks game.
Oh, my goodness. No, I can only imagine Luke saying, the Padres. You have to say it after you see it.
I'm 100% Wolf.
It's like when you pass Los Gatos. The road, Los Gatos.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen it up there?
Yeah.
On Pinnacle Peak. No, it's not on Pinnacle Peak. It's on Pima.
Oh, maybe I have. Yeah,
yes,
I think.
Los Gatos. You have to say Los Gatos.
You can't be like, Los Gatos?
Yes, or Guantabo as well. Guantabo. You have to say it.
What if you're watching the Padres up there?
The Padres.
So those are the standings. Obviously, they're bunched up. They're going to be that way for a while. The Diamondbacks, even though it doesn't feel like it with these blown saves, are moving up in the standings pretty consistently, and they're pulling some of these other teams down towards them.
Well, that's what happens when you win series.
That's what happens when, what are they now, 11-2-3
11-2-3 in their last 16 series, man. That's nails.
All right, how about this move by the Phoenix Suns to go out this weekend and to add Tyus Jones, somebody that certainly as the season was going, you would have been like, oh, that'd be nice. Yeah, sure, but they can't add him. I mean, yeah, he fits exactly what they need. He doesn't turn the ball over. He's a traditional point guard. All these things, he can score, he can shoot, but they're not going to be able to add him. They can only add guys for the veteran minimum. Well, somehow they got him for the veteran minimum. This is James Jones on ESPN about 2 weeks ago talking about the point guard position.
We added Monty Morris, and I think Monty's going to be amazing for us. But we still have our main three guys will eat the bulk of the minutes on the perimeter. Okay. So we'll sprinkle in some lineups. We'll have, Oso. We'll have, Mason, who's another great addition, who's a ball mover and a playmaker, and Nurk. So I think we'll rely on our fives to make some plays for us in the pocket and create some opportunities or advantages on the weak side for our scores.
Well, that was the answer in under the buzzer. I forgot about that one.
Yeah, I just didn't think this was going to be a possibility for the Phoenix Suns. I didn't. I mean, to get Tyus Jones to come here, a guy that could have signed for anywhere like $10 million, and all of a sudden you're going to get him to come in here and play on the veterans minimum 3.3? I mean, how did this happen? Tyus Jones and Monte Morris, 2 point guards who do not turn the ball over, by the way. Do not do it. 2 point guards, their assist-to-turnover ratio is out of this world. I mean, Tyus Jones, supposedly, according to StatMuse, once again, Tyus Jones has the best assist-to-turnover ratio in NBA history.
That's pretty good. If you're going to go get somebody with, if you're going to try and cut down on turnovers and raise your assists, why not go get the guy with the best assist to TO in NBA history?
Here's a guy, 12 points, 2.7 rebounds. Listen to this, 7.3 assists, 1.1 steals per contest, and shot 49% from the field and 41% from three. Look, this makes them significantly better on the offensive end of the floor. My question is, will it make them significantly better? Period.
Well, yeah, and that's it. Like, what's the net result going to be? I think this is a move you absolutely have to make, and you figure out how to put all the pieces together once you have them.
Agreed.
And they have them now. But it's like, what does this look like? I couldn't help but laugh over the weekend, Wolf, because when they signed Monty Morris, there was this like crazy push of like, oh, it's just a backup point guard. They'll never have a starting point guard. It's just a backup point guard. Like there was this group of people that like wanted everybody to know that it's just a backup. Obviously, they would never have a starting point guard. You fool. So they have a starting point guard now.
Yeah.
That was about, 2 weeks ago that all happened. Now they have a starting point guard in Tyus Jones, and that's good as long as it works. Like when we had Kellen Olson on earlier, I thought he brought up a really good point of this makes them better on paper, but it does make them smaller. Like as a team now, you're going to have to be smaller because nobody's touching Devin Booker's minutes, obviously. And, Kevin Durant's not a guard, but he's going to get his minutes. But like just in general, Bradley Beal's still going to play. They didn't bring in, Tyus Jones didn't come here to not play. Now,
and I think that's important to say.
I think that's, to me, the biggest question.
There's no way Tyus Jones is going to go, well, you know what, I'll sign the veterans minimum with you, Matt Ishbia, and I'm just going to show up and we'll see how it goes, right? Yeah.
Maybe I'll play, maybe I won't.
Maybe
my career will just end while I sit on your bench.
Luke, there's no way in the world that happened.
No,
he came here with some guarantees, correct? I mean, we can make the assumption.
I would assume so.
He came here with some guarantees. No, we're going to actually go with a point guard. That's what we need here. It's one of the reasons why we have Monty Morris as well. Now, all of a sudden, the point guard position on the Phoenix Suns roster has just been institutionalized because we've got those two guys who are going to be playing point guard. I'm not saying they're not going to be times where Coach Bud is going to go ahead and play without a point guard, meaning Tyus Jones or Monty Morris at some point in time. You still have Bradley Beal, Devin Booker, and Kevin Durant out there who need to touch the ball. We still understand that. But I think the vast majority of minutes are going to be with a point guard.
Well, when you go out, and I'm not even going to pretend to know what this does.
Do you agree with that, Luke?
Yes.
The vast majority of minutes will be with a point guard.
Yes, but Devin Booker, are you saying Devin Booker might be playing point guard in some of those,
no.
or you're saying with Tyus Jones and Monty Morris?
I'm talking with Tyus Jones and Monty Morris.
The Monty Morris part's the part I don't fully know.
Why would Monty Morris come here if it was going to be on this part-time basis?
Because Tyus Jones wasn't here yet. Like, that's my question. Would Monty Morris come here today?
Right, but what about Tyus Jones as well? Why would he come here?
Because Tyus Jones is going to play.
Tyus Jones is going to play. That's my point.
Yeah, so is that going to eat into Monty Morris's minutes, or is that going to eat into Devin Booker's point guard minutes?
Yeah.
I agree with you what you're saying of, like, point guard's a position on this team now. I just don't know how many minutes that looks like for Tyus Jones and Monty Morris.
Yeah, I think honestly right now, I mean, we're going to see it all. Let's hope we see it all. That's great. But I like Devin Booker not having to worry about orchestrating. I like him being the guy that is going to, give me the ball, man. I'll put it in.
I liken it to the Kyler Murray conversation. I like it when Kyler runs, but not because he has to. I like the fact that Devin Booker can play point guard. We're seeing it in the Olympics. Devin Booker can pretty much do everything on the floor. But that doesn't mean I want him to have to do everything every night. You know?
Right.
I want him to be able to be Devin Booker at his best. And by the way, tonight, Book, with just the matchups, we're going to have you play point a lot of tonight. But now we have Tyus Jones and Monty Morris. I mean, to your original point, I don't think Tyus Jones came here to play 10 minutes a night, 15 minutes a night, 20 minutes a night.
It's not going to help his career if that's the case.
And if you look at this, the only way it makes sense for him logically, Tyus Jones is 28. He just turned 28 2 months ago, Wolf. Like, this is not a guy that's 37 chasing a ring.
Right.
He's 28 years old. Now, he's never really had a chance to win with the teams. He was on Minnesota when they weren't good, and he was really good in Memphis, especially last year when Ja Morant was, like, 22-23 when Ja Morant was out. And then he was in Washington last year. But the quote that ESPN had tweeted out, and I'm going to try and find it now real quick because I think it really does sum a lot of this up, said, he said, Coach showed me how I can significantly impact a team that has a real opportunity to challenge for an NBA title as their starting point guard.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not going to mince that. You can't parse that any other way than saying, yeah, he was going to be their starting point guard, and there was no denying the fact that he was going to get minutes. Starters minutes? I don't know.
I think it just varies night to night, right? But, I mean, what do you consider starters minutes? Like, I don't know that he's going to be playing 35 every night.
No,
but,
I'm 32, 33.
I don't – he would not have come here at this point in his career when he could get paid a little bit. Like, it's very clear he's here to try and win this year and to raise his profile so he can really get paid next year.
I honestly still can't believe he's here. Man.
I'm kind of with you. I'm still at the point, Wolf, where I can't totally believe that Marvin Harrison Jr. is running around on this field. Text us your thoughts to the FanDuel text line at 620 right now. When we come back, speaking of Cardinals put the pads on, what are we looking for? Practice is open. We'll get into it next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals have begun doing this and this. Practice is open to the public, and Arizona Sports is there with Wolf and Luke and Burns and Gambo, bringing you the sights and sounds from Cardinals training camp. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Get more of this, and this from the Cardinals and Arizona Sports on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta with Dan Lemoyne, lead nutritionist and CEO at Revitalize Weight Loss. And Dan, people think quick weight loss isn't sustainable, and sustainable weight loss happens very slowly. Does sustainable weight loss have to be slow?
We really want to debunk this myth that fast weight loss is not sustainable. If we can understand what's negatively affecting your metabolism using our BioScan technology and monitor your progress to ensure you're losing fat and fixing your metabolism, weight loss can happen quickly and sustainably.
How much weight are people typically losing on the programs?
Our typical member loses roughly 10% of their body weight within the first 6 weeks of our program. So that's roughly around 25 to 35 pounds on average for the typical person. And many go on to lose way more than that. You compare that to some of these popular weight loss drugs like semaglutide, where it takes over a year to achieve that same result, and the weight typically comes back on. So we're really excited to see these findings.
Go see them virtually or in person for your free initial consultation through the end of the month. You can book online at revitalizeweightloss.com.
Hey, folks, it's Dave Ramsey with a word about investing. One investment you might not think of, even though it's probably the biggest purchase you'll ever make, is your home. So this summer, invest in your home with Window World. You see, Window World replacement windows and doors will help keep your home cooler, reduce your power bills, and increase the value of your home. Plus, your investment is backed by Window World's true lifetime warranty. Call today, and Window World of Phoenix will install 5 large premium sliding windows, all with energy-efficient Solar Zone Sun Shield glass for only $39.63, tax included. At Window World, you get their guaranteed lowest price up front without any hassle. So take care of your home with an investment that will last a lifetime. Call today or schedule online at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley.
And Luke Lipinski.
We're here to talk about one of the most important issues affecting our community. Every year, we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies. Learn about important water safety tips and enter to win swim lessons from the YMCA.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 62620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off your kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Sell your home in 3 minutes for top dollar. Get multiple cash offers from Carol Royce up front. No need to list your home for sale. Plus, Carol guarantees you at least 100% of market value, or she'll pay you the difference. With Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, you can sell as is. And it's as simple as 3 clicks. 3 minutes, 3 or more offers, and receive Carol's guarantee of at least 100% of market value, or she'll pay you the difference. Find Carol Royce online and call today.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession date at time of listing.
I'm Mara Maloney with the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks were just 1 out away from sweeping the Pirates. Unfortunately, they'll just have to settle for the series win as they fell to the Pirates 6-5 in extras following another Paul Sewald blown save. The D-backs have no time to dwell on it. They'll have to bounce back as they continue their homestand tonight when they open a 3-game set against the Nationals. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp continues for the Arizona Cardinals today, so how excited is Tip Ryman to put on the pads? The Cardinals rookie tight end told Wolf and Luke earlier today.
This is where I feel like I can be more comfortable. I feel like I've got more comfortability when the pads are on than kind of trying to have more practice etiquette when they're off.
You can hear that full interview on ArizonaSports.com. Be sure to keep it right here as Wolf and Luke are live from Cardinals training camp, giving you the latest with what's happening on the field. And Team USA Basketball got their first win of the Olympics. Kevin Durant scored 23 points in 17 minutes of a 110-84 win over Serbia. The latest is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. From taxes to market trends to total transparencies, Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax covers it all. Visit AssetPreservationWealth.com to claim your free portfolio review.
The Bubble, The Turk, grass drills, film study. It's that time again.
Hey, it's Safety Buddha Baker, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. It's Wolf and Luke live at State Farm Stadium.
Yeah, we are back here at State Farm Stadium. I believe Buddha's going to be on Burns and Gambo today.
Ooh.
If I read that right. So I
cool.
believe he is. So He's on the field right now, Wolf. In fact, everything's on the field right now. Padded practice, here we go.
So we can talk about this now.
Talk about whatever you want.
Here we go, right here. Yeah, you know what? It's interesting. I'm watching Kyler Murray. He was taking snaps from Yelda Froholt, as a matter of fact. And I just commented to Luke Basinonians, he looks so comfortable. He looks so comfortable taking snaps from under center anymore. No longer is it, oh, look, Kyler Murray's going under center. No, that's part of this offense going forward, period. And he looks so comfortable doing it.
Yeah.
I love to see him doing the drills one-on-one, the quarterback drills that they're doing in individual right now. It's very cool.
He does. It was interesting when we talked to him last month and we had him on the show. He said, like, yeah, I've kind of wanted to do this for a while, and he's doing it. He just they're running a drill right now where the quarterback fakes the handoff to the running back and then throws the pass to him. So he just hit James Conner with a pass. It's not like 11-on-11 right now. These are just kind of like set up in little different parts of the field. But I was telling you during the break, Wolf, like you just watch his body language throughout practice, and maybe this is taking into account everything that's happened this offseason, and with him taking the offensive guys to LA and everything, but it just feels like he's taken ownership of his team. Whereas like a few years ago, and I'm not even saying this was like his fault, but like you're a rookie quarterback and you're on a team of vets or a second-year player. I've said this in the past. It kind of felt like here's the Arizona Cardinals and here's their young quarterback Kyler Murray. Whereas now it just seems like he's watching all the other position groups, like he's just very invested in like, okay, what are these guys doing? Because how is this going to affect us on Sunday? Not like he's a coach, but like you kind of want your quarterback to be just a step down from a coach, don't you?
Yeah, you know what's honestly, doggone it. We had Monty Ossenford here on the show.
We need to call him back up here.
I honestly should have asked him the question about Marvin Harrison Jr. What is really, really cool about Marvin Harrison Jr. based on an individual. Now that's where every position room, they get with each other on the field. Offensive linemen go with offensive linemen. Wide receivers go with wide receivers. Corners go with – you get the point, right? They all go and they work out individually. It's why it's called the individual periods. Marvin Harrison Jr. leads every line. This is something I think you actually brought to my attention the first time. He is the guy – that starts. He's number one. He leads every line. Now, why wouldn't that be somebody that was here like Michael Wilson? Why wouldn't it be him? Why wouldn't it be a guy like Zay Jones who's been in the league for a while, right?
Yeah.
It's Marvin Harrison Jr. who leads the lines in individual. And that always was that was the territory of the most experienced guy in the room. He would be that guy. And many times the most experienced guy in the room was a guy like Roy Green. Okay, now the Cardinals don't have a Roy Green, if you will, but still, I think it's fascinating that Marvin Harrison Jr. leads the lines in individual.
You're right, because they just switched the drills that the receivers were doing, and sure enough, he was first in line.
So I'm wondering, what was that? Was that the organization? What a question that would have been to Monty. Monty, what's going on with that? Or JG, was that him? Was it the wide receiver coach? I have no idea. But
that's got to be JG, doesn't it?
I don't know, man. It's not an accident, right?
No. And maybe it's just because it feels like Marvin Harrison Jr. gets here like 5 hours before everybody else, so he's just in the front of the line. I don't know.
Yep.
But, the receivers are running drills in front of us right now. And I was only half joking when we were going to break. It's still like it is sort of surreal to see Marvin Harrison Jr. out there in a Cardinals uniform. If you watch college football at all, you saw last year like how good this guy was. And going into the season, you heard about how this guy was a generational talent. And then you see him all season, and it didn't really necessarily look like the Cardinals were going to be able to get him. You remember all the mock drafts a year ago, Wolf? They were like, well, yeah, if the Cardinals have the worst record and Houston has the second worst record, then the Cardinals can take Caleb Williams and Marvin Harrison Jr. Remember that? It was like those are going to be the top two picks. But then the way the season ended and the way that teams are desperate for quarterbacks, and all of a sudden Marvin Harrison Jr. is there at number 4, and the Cardinals stuck, and they took him.
Yeah. You know what? It's so weird right
Not
now.
bad.
I'm looking at this. No, you know what? Those are the linebackers that are down there on the field. What's interesting, Basinonians, of course, they got the football field, the Betty Crocker tray. They slide the grass field in here. And then to the north, they've got about, I'd say, 25, 30 yards of field turf. We were talking about this the other day. Well, the offensive line is down on the field turf. That's where they work an awful lot of the time. And then, of course, it looks like they've got some outside, I think it's the edge, as a matter of fact. And they've got the defensive linemen over here on the 30-yard line on the grass field. And I think at some point in time, those defensive linemen are going to go down to the artificial turf. And guess what we're going to see? One-on-one pass rush.
Fur flying.
Here we go. That's what I think is going to happen. That's going to be the first hitting in camp at some point in time. And you know what? There's Monty Ossenford on the north end of the grass field.
Oh, he is. He's working his way down.
It's a real easy walk to turn around and go right down there at some point. And he was just looking at his practice schedule. So I'll guarantee you he's going to be on that one-on-one when they start it up.
He told you. You asked him, and he told you where he was going to be watching today.
Right.
Which I think is actually – that's a pretty good question by you because –
I appreciate it.
No, don't let it go to your head. But
it already is.
It sounds like it.
Doink,
but
gazoo.
No, they can see it on the camera barely now. It's one of those things where like there's a lot going on this field, and then that little side field that you're talking about too. And if you're just out here watching practice, or like you're like us, we're just looking for things to pay attention to that are interesting. That's great. Like you'll never grow tired of stuff that's going on. But if you're the GM and you kind of have to see everything at all times, you got to be really strategic with what you're watching and when you're watching it. So, yeah, I don't think it's an accident that Monty's already kind of hedged his way down there towards that side field.
You know what I really like right now, Basinonians? I like the fact that Tip Ryman is shadowing Trey McBride a lot of the time.
I like the fact
literally.
You told Tip you were going to shadow him, basically.
No, I love the fact. I know. It's like, don't get creeped out, dude. Okay? I'm just saying right now, it's interesting. Why not? I mean, that could be right there one of the best things that ever happened to Tip Ryman. But, again, I just saw Trey McBride, by the way, make a one-handed stab.
No big deal.
On the ball. Just boom. Out of nowhere. Full extension. Stab the pig out of the air. Just, okay, all right. I'm giving you a play-by-play on the practice down here, but this is big, man.
Marvin Harrison Jr. wide
How much
open
better
right now.
is Trey McBride going to be this year than he was last year?
Real quick, here's Tip Ryman talking about Trey McBride.
Oh, man, a lot of guys are really helpful here. Trey's really helped me with, he's been in the league a couple of years and done it at a high level. He's got little nuances left and right that, he clues me in on in meetings and watching film, everything like that. A lot of the O-linemen are very helpful. The quarterbacks are all good to me. So a lot of the wide receivers I've gotten close with over the offseason, everything like that. And so, everybody kind of pitches in, really helpful. Everybody's got that team mentality. So better I am is the better they can be, and vice versa. So just to help the team win in that way. So no one in particular has been like, jumps off my mind, but everyone's been great.
Man, everyone's been great. That's fantastic. But can I just say this right now? Tip Ryman moves and catches the ball so much better than I thought as well. Just watching him down here running routes. The scouts say his athleticism was off the charts for the most part.
Yeah, that's what we heard a lot after. I mean, I heard this from you, honestly, but I heard it a lot after the draft too, where there was a lot of scouts saying he can do more than he was able to show at Illinois, just because of what they asked him to do at Illinois, right? So what you're saying right now and what we're seeing on the field
we got to check him on that, though, Luke. We have to check him on that.
We do?
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
Hey, Tip, don't let that go to your head. All right, this athleticism thing, forget about it.
Now we got to bring Tip back up here to tell him not to let it go to his head, and we got to bring Monty back up here to ask him the Marvin Harrison Jr. question. All right, when we come back.
That's not happening.
No, Monty's gone. Final segment of the show. We'll get you more here from practice. It's Wolf and Luke, State Farm Stadium on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Should they win the gold without Kevin Durant? Do they need Kevin Durant to win the gold? My brain is telling me you shouldn't need Kevin Durant to win the gold when you're as stacked as Team USA is. But then I read the comments of, I think it was Drew Holiday, and he said, it's Kevin Durant. What are we talking about? Does this team need Kevin Durant to win a gold?
They might. That's why they're doing what they're doing, right? That's why they're holding on to him. They're not replacing him.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. And one thing I've learned is that you buy a house, but you make it a home. Because with every fix, update, and renovation, it becomes a little more your own. So you need all your jobs done well. For nearly 30 years, Angie has helped millions of homeowners hire skilled pros for the projects that matter. From plumbing to electrical, roof repair to deck upgrades. So leave it to the pros who will get your jobs done well. Hire high-quality certified pros at Angie.com.
Need a roll-off dumpster for your big summer cleanout or renovation projects? Contact Waste Connections of Arizona. Our roll-offs are easy to order. Save money and time without the hassle of multiple trips to the dump. Waste Connections of Arizona. We want your trash.
When it comes to Global Credit Union, there are so many benefits. Where do you start? Dave Burns here. All the services of a bank, but Global Credit Union is member-owned, so the benefits get passed on to you. Early access to direct deposits, reduced loan rates, better dividends than you might find elsewhere. Stop into one of their 12 branches or go to globalcu.org to open an account today. Global Credit Union, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. I've been hearing many of my colleagues endorsing Y-Refi, so I wanted to find out for myself. What makes Y-Refi so different from other investments? Well, Y-Refi offers a secure, collateralized portfolio with a strong fixed rate of return, up to 10.25%. There's no attack on principal if you ever need your money back, and you're in control. You can let your investment compound daily or take income, whatever you choose. There are absolutely no fees, and an investment in Y-Refi is an investment in America's future. People all over the country are earning a strong fixed rate of return with Y-Refi, and they don't care what happens with the stock market or the Fed. Just call 877-80-INVEST. That's 877-80-INVEST. Or log on to investyrrefi.com. That's invest, the letter Y, then REFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals camp. Now.
Final segment of the show. We are live from State Farm Stadium. Be out here again tomorrow, Wolf, and Thursday.
Oh, darn.
And I believe Friday as well. So get used to it. We've had a lot to talk about today, honestly, with all the stuff the Suns did. Diamondbacks back at it tonight. Another series win over the weekend, but another blown save yesterday. But now, let's just go all in on football and what's happening on this field in front of us here for the final few minutes of the show. They brought everybody over onto the main field now, so we're getting some stuff going on.
Yeah, this is big time right here. Of course, the offensive line lining up. Oh, here it comes. A little one-on-one, as a matter of fact. There we go. Paris Johnson Jr. lining up. I did not get the number right there.
They did. They brought everybody over to Monty, basically, instead of making Monty go over to the side field. That looked like Ojulari. I think that was B.J. Ojulari.
Okay.
Against Paris Johnson Jr. there. So.
It was, as a matter of fact. B.J. Ojulari, the very I love that. Two young bucks going at it. Paris Johnson Jr. with his first rep at left tackle.
See, now this is going to get – because I want to watch that. But then Kyler just threw to Marvin Harrison Jr., and it wasn't complete. But Marvin Harrison Jr. also had like 4 guys on him at the same time, too.
I say this. I say you watch the wide receivers, and I'll watch the butt guys and what they're doing right now.
And who's going to host the show?
Holt. Oh, yeah. Who is? Hey, Pixie, you want to do a show? You and Jamal?
You guys want to come do the last 9 minutes while Wolf watches the butt guts, as he calls them? No, this is what you've been waiting for. I mean, now we're seeing some actual pads, helmets hitting into each other out there. And, I'll just watch Kyler throw this pass to a wide-open Marvin Harrison Jr. You can hear the crowd in the background.
I love it right there. Yelda Froholt, once again, did not get the defensive number, but Yelda Froholt locked it down right there, set the butt down on a bull rush. That's what you've got to do. He's really, really strong from the waist down. He sat the butt down and hand shot up and locked it. That is really, really hard to do, man. Will Hernandez just did a nice job of that as well.
Yeah.
Hands to the face.
We're already seeing, I don't want to say like shoving, but there's, guys are finishing their hits in the on the offensive and defensive line.
Zaven Collins.
I give you all the credit in the world, Wolf, because Kyler's out there right now. You know how they switch through the quarterbacks, obviously, but Kyler's the one out there throwing passes to Marvin Harrison Jr. I believe Tip's even over there. Yeah, that was Tip right there. And you are looking right past it to the offensive and defensive line. Man. If people could see Wolf, and I think you probably can on camera, he's just looking right past the skill position guys.
Well, first of all, I've got the bifocals on. Do they make me look old? I mean, I think they might.
They do when you slide them down on purpose and try to look old.
I think they might, but honestly, just watching that right there, okay, Jonah Williams, not great on the first rep. Zaven Collins working against Jonah Williams. Interesting right there. Okay.
You and I are watching such different things. I'm hearing your play-by-play, and I'm watching quarterbacks throw passes to receivers.
Yes. Oh, boy, this is the good stuff right here. It used to be that you would have one-on-one, of course, with offensive linemen, defensive linemen, and then you'd have one-on-one with the tight ends and the outside linebackers, and then you would have one-on-one with the fullbacks, the running backs, and the inside linebackers. And that used to be a situation where they would cover you if you released coming out of the backfield, or if you stepped up, then they would go ahead and rush you, okay? I mean, it would be a situation where you were both blitz pickup and you'd be running one-on-one routes as well. You can only imagine, Basinonians, how happy I was when I didn't have to run the route, but I could blitz pick up somebody. Boom! Put the hammer on them. Take the spot above your eye. Football is such an easy game. It really is. If you run at somebody as hard as you possibly can, and you take that spot above your eyebrows, and you stick it on the spot below his lips, I'm telling you, it's like Rock'em Sock'em Robots. Bzzz! The head will come right up, and the guy's going to be stunned. You might not be able to move him, brothers, but you're going to stun his face. What a beautiful thing that is.
That, with the laughter at the end, says a lot about Wolf right there. You would rather run into somebody than run the route and catch a pass.
Of course. I much rather. I much prefer that.
Not surprising, but if anybody's listening today for the first time, I want you to know that's Ron Wolfley right there. He would much rather, as an offensive player, run into the defender than go out and catch a pass.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, when I had my interview at the Combine, they asked me that. Would you rather catch a touchdown pass or lead somebody and knock somebody's block off on a ISO? And I said, without a doubt.
Did you do the whole I'd rather put the spot above my eyebrows onto that guy just below his lips and then go, you didn't do that?
I did not do that.
Okay.
But I looked at him and I thought, is this a trick question? You're asking a fullback that? I was like, oh, no, I'd rather ISO the guy every time, all day, every day. Now, I didn't say over and over and over. I didn't say that.
Over and over and over and over
Sean,
and over
I didn't
over
say
and over and over and over and over.
I should have.
And over and over and over and over and
but
over again.
I know. I should have, Sean, but I didn't.
This is Tip Ryman. When we had him on earlier, asked him how he feels about the pads finally going on for his first padded NFL practice.
This is This is where I feel like I can be more comfortable. I feel like I've got more comfortability when the pads are on than kind of trying to have more practice etiquette when they're off. So
why do you think that is, Tim?
That's what I've been used to. Yeah,
okay.
That's how we practiced at Illinois a lot. You know, it's a hard-nosed deal. We're in pads a lot, and you're going. So, and then growing up, high school and everything, it was
sure.
You know, there were like the two-a-days and it's full pads both times. And
right.
So, yeah, stuff like that. I think I just have more experience with it, and so learning how to do both is important. But I think this is a comfortability level for me.
So, Wolf, you really haven't been following Tip at all.
I was going to say, where
he's
is
right
he?
there.
Oh, there he is.
Right there on the 40.
Well, that's why.
Because he's over with the receivers?
He's standing over there on the sideline doing absolutely nothing.
He's been running routes, which, let's be honest.
Well, once again.
That's why you weren't watching him, because he was out there running routes instead of hitting into
right.
players.
Yeah, you know what, again, I'm watching this one-on-one going on out there. I thought for sure they'd be bringing some of the outside linebackers as well, lining them up over the tight ends and letting the tight ends come off the ball.
So that's the matchup you want to see the most in camp right now is Darius Robinson against Tip Ryman?
I want to see if they're really going to do it. If they're really going to take Darius Robinson at 285 pounds and say he's capable of being an edge player. That's what I want to see if they're really going to do that. They might just do it because they know how good Darius Robinson is in terms of stuffing a tight end and how good Tip Ryman is in terms of blowing somebody's face off who's trying to set the edge.
Monty, when he was up here, kind of alluded to watch for that matchup at some point, but I don't know if you led him down that path, and he's like,
I
did.
I did.
You were leading the witness a lot during that
Well,
interview.
You know what? I wanted to hear it. I wanted to hear it. It was like just
that's what leading the witness
being
is.
Comforted, being encouraged. He was going to say, well, and he did. He backed me up on all of it.
He did. Here's Monty when he was up here with us talking about Darius Robinson.
Yeah, I think Darius. I think he brings a lot of possibilities. So if you keep your eyes out there for Tip against Darius,
know what I was thinking, man. Yes,
we're gonna need a fire extinguisher out here.
You'll hear him.
Yeah, he'll be yapping up here. We'll get fired up about that.
There he goes, Tip Ryman, running across the field right now, Basin Onions.
We should just have Wolf do Tip play-by-play all season.
I'm just wondering, what are they doing here? They blew the horn, and that means, okay, we're doing something different here. That's right.
Do you think we could get them to blow the horn right when we're supposed to go to break? And that way I wouldn't even have to look at the clock? Probably not.
No, there's no way that's happening right now.
That's a real shame. Yeah, they're lining everybody up for something here right now.
Oh, what are they doing? Oh, they got right here. They got a little, oh, man. They're going team. They're going team at the 20-yard line coming out.
Well, can you give us play-by-play for 9 seconds? Because that's all you have.
I'm out, Luke.
Oh, they got one play. Kyler's under center. We're going to end the show with Kyler under center.
12 personnel.
Oh, this is everything you've ever wanted. All right. That's it for us. Thanks to Aaron Maloney, who did literally everything today. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo coming up next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When we feel divided, we look to something that can bring us together. It's time to do something powerful and meaningful for kids who need your help.
Be the champion of hope and help kids like me at Phoenix Children.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's begins Monday, August 12th. Keep listening to hear how you can make a difference for Arizona kids and families. The Give-a-thon is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Ak-Chin Indian Community.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Gotta change my oil.
How about Valvoline Restore and Protect? It restores and protects your engine to run like new.
Get in zone.
It restores your engine to factory clean?
And protects.
Get in zone.
So Valvoline Restore and Protect restores and protects.
Now you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life Oil Filter for $37.99.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Febreze.
So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up and spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
In this Arizona heat, hopefully your air conditioning at home is doing its job, but if it goes out, call Parker & Sons. They have been serving the Valley for 50 years, and they were just voted #1 by consumers in Ranking Arizona for the 15th year in a row. That's because when you have an emergency, Parker & Sons sends a pro your way in minutes, not days, and they will never charge you extra during nights, weekends, or holidays. So for all things heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical, call Parker & Sons at 602-2REPAIR.
Hey Arizona, Tom Chambers here. Have you ever felt like your roof is too hot to handle? Maybe it's getting drenched in our crazy monsoons.
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We've been perfecting the art of roofing for 3 generations.
We only use the toughest, most durable materials that can take on anything Mother Nature throws at them. And we back our work with the best warranties in the business.
Visit azroof.com for a free estimate today.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Arthritis can be simply awful, bone on bone, constant pain, robbing you of so much of the stuff you love to do. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and I've got some good news for you. There are now effective ways to deal with that pain, and I'm talking about cellular therapies that can get you lasting relief, and the place to go, QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics uses advanced regenerative medicine to treat the pain, enhance your joints, restore your mobility, and give you long-term relief. This is why they are called the future of medicine. So if you are living with chronic pain, you need to know steroids and surgery and pain pills no longer your only options. The local medical professionals at QC Kinetics are ready to help you get your life back. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Trying to fight the Arizona sun all day, working outside, or trying to sneak in a workout after putting in a full day at the office can leave you dehydrated and fatigued, and I have found a product that checks all the boxes for my life, and I'm sharing it with you. Hydrate and Recover from Wilderness Athlete. Dave Burns here, low in sugar, high in electrolytes, amino acids, and super convenient with the individual packets. Say goodbye to post-workout struggles and hello to optimal muscle repair. Get yours today at wildernessathlete.com. Use keyword Burns at checkout for an extra 20% off.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. MLB trade deadline just a day away, about an hour and a day away. Diamondbacks have themselves positioned as buyers, but the question is, will they acquire anything else? There is a magnifying glass right now on the bullpen after another blown save from Paul Sewald last night. They got 2 great games out of lefty A.J. Puck, but the Diamondbacks have just a day more to decide if they want to add anyone else. By the way, ahead of today's game, Diamondbacks announced a roster move. Slade Ciccone has been recalled from AAA Reno. Gilbert Diaz has been sent down in a corresponding move. The team on the field looks to get back in the win column tonight. They host the first of 3 against the Washington Nationals. It'll be a battle of left-handers on the mound. Jordan Montgomery for the Snakes, Mitchell, nice name, Parker for the Nats. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. Right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Team USA men's group got their first win of group play yesterday in basketball, while the women's team also got their first group win today, a 102-76 win over Japan. As far as members of the Mercury go, Brittany Griner scored 11 points with 9 rebounds. DT Diana Taurasi scored just 2 points and 3 rebounds. Kalia Copper's the one to watch going forward. She played just 6 minutes, but because she suffered an injury after a collision in the second quarter, she would later return to the bench and then find her way onto the floor in the closing minutes of the game. The latest is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. From taxes to market trends to total transparencies, Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax covers it all. Visit AssetPreservationWealth.com and claim your free portfolio review.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on on this Monday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Keep trying to see if I yell loud enough, they'll hear me down there on that field. They don't, no matter how hard I try.
They're a little busy right now.
They're a little busy.
I do love the sound of my voice. I love the sound of my voice.
Oh, thanks, Mitch. I appreciate that. I do, too.
True. It's true.
I really do. I like the sound of my voice. Big crowd on hand out here at Cardinals training camp.
Padded practice.
The pads are on. They're cracking. I'll tell you right now, it was just 7-on-7 drills, so take it for what it's worth. But about 20 minutes ago, Kyler Murray unleashed a bomb to Marvin Harrison Jr. You would have thought for the 2,000 people or so that are here that he just won the Super Bowl. I mean, they went nuts for a padded practice, 7-on-7 bomb between Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr. The crowd just went crazy. And
The first of many. I mean, it's a connection that we expect to be dynamic in the NFL. So I think that's what you're here for. Like, what if you're a fan and you're here? What's one thing you want to see? Oh, I want to see that connection from Kyler to Marvin Harrison Jr. I want to see it. I want to see the deep ball. I want to see them score a touchdown. That's what they want.
It is what they want.
Give the fans what they want.
Give the people what they want.
Yeah.
And this is a day that everybody's had circled for a long time. You'll hear from Jonathan Gannon, who spoke on the topic about how much he's been looking forward to this day for a long, long time. And it's the first of many, many to come. But they are in pads. They are practicing. And I'll just tell everybody right now, the camp tradition lives on. We have two guests who are joining us today. One of whom is Trey Benson. He's not the camp tradition, though I will tell you that is there any reason why you're calling me, by the way?
Oh.
Kip, I'm like,
I don't even know.
Who would call me during the show? Gambo was calling me during the show.
That's really, really weird. I just put my phone down and it just dialed you. These things have a mind of their own sometimes. I didn't even touch the phone.
You didn't even touch the phone around. I'm like, why do I see Gambo's picture on my phone? Why is he calling me?
Well, it's your voice. You love the sound of your voice, so my phone must recognize that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, that's fair. Trey Benson will join us, and in the camp tradition,
yes,
Buddha Baker will join us.
Buddha
Baker will join us a little bit
later.
But, hey, look what we got for Christmas in July. Let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in. Brought to you by Revitalize Weight Loss.
Tyus Jones on the breakout. Goes up and under for the reverse. Shot clock at 5 for Tyus Jones. Connects on the big shot. Tyus Jones coming to life offensively.
There's some Christmas presents that you ask for from mom and dad. Man. You just think you're never going to get, right?
I'm still waiting for some
and then,
that I asked when I was a kid.
And then
I still haven't got them.
Then one day you get the red rifle, the Red Ryder, air gun, and the thing you wanted for
Don't shoot
Christmas.
your eye out.
Don't shoot your eye out. You get the one thing that you asked for Christmas. Tyus Jones is the one thing that Suns fans had asked for from Christmas.
I did tell you Friday during the show that, this is likely going to happen. Now, not on the air. Now, what we did say on the air was that the Suns were going to make a move for a point guard, that they were going to make a move for a point guard, is what we said on the air. Remember, I broke away from the show for a little while on Friday around 5:30. You had to do a little bit by yourself, and then when I came back, what I was able to say is that the Suns are focused on a point guard, that something is going to happen with a point guard. I came out Saturday morning, and I think this was about 9:30 in the morning. I said, I hear there is a real chance at landing Tyus Jones, and that would be a huge win for the Suns. Could happen very quickly if Jones would be willing to take less money than what he could get from a couple other teams. And I said it could happen either today or tomorrow. A few hours later, it happened. Tyus Jones, a top 15 point guard in this league, decided to take a veterans minimum offer from the Phoenix Suns rather than a low-level deal from another team because nobody was able to pay him what he was worth or what he thought he was worth. So he's going to go play with the Suns for 1 year. He is a true rental. Like, he will not be on the Suns next year.
Yep.
They do not have his bird rights. They have his non-bird rights. But this was I don't want to say it came out of left field because we were in on this on Friday.
It kind of came out of left field, though. You can say it kind of did. Think about it.
From Friday to Saturday.
From Friday to Saturday.
Friday to Saturday.
I mean, because
we speculated on Friday when the move went down with Atlanta that David Roddy got traded and E.J. Liddell was coming in here and he was probably going to get cut. Yeah, we speculated then, hey, does this mean they're going to put Jalen Bridges on a contract? Does this mean they're going to go out and get somebody else? And we even speculated for a second on Tyus Jones. And you and I both kind of came to the conclusion, yeah, that's dreaming, man. Tyus Jones is expensive. Tyus Jones ain't going to come cheap. You can't afford Tyus Jones. But this unusual confluence of these crazy circumstances where the Suns really wanted a point guard and Tyus Jones looking around the marketplace and realizing he wasn't going to get what he thought was a fair deal.
Right.
And this kind of recognition that the Phoenix Suns were absolutely his best way to like reestablish value and cash in next year when things might ease up for a few teams. It's a steal, man. I was like, it's so much incredible value. How is he going to fit in? Man, we'll worry about that later. We'll figure out how it works later. You got to get this guy.
He was in line. The most that the two teams that were interested in him that he shunned to sign with the Phoenix Suns, we just got an interception right there by number 24. The teams were Atlanta and Memphis, but they weren't able to offer him 4 years and $80 million. They weren't able to give him $20 million a year. Those teams were able to offer him around 3 years and $30 million because of their cap situation. They were only able to so he's looking at it and he's saying, okay, 3 for 30, I'm kind of stuck. Next year I'll make 10. The year after that, well, what if I go kill it for the Suns and I go get my 40 for 80? Well, now I just turned $30 million over 3 years
into 50
80,
over 4.
84.
Over 4.
83 million over 5 years, because this year's a year you got to count. So that's what he's looking at. He's like, look, I could take $30 million for 3 years, but I could possibly turn this into 80-something, 83 million over 4. And that's what he's going to try to do, because these other teams were not able to offer him what he felt his fair market value was worth.
Yeah, I mean, look, I had a listener tweet me over the weekend and said, bro, you said this wasn't going to happen. I'm like, well, bro, I thought he was going to make $14 million. Everybody thought he was going to make $14 million. I mean, when we were coming up with a game plan for the Phoenix Suns this offseason, and we were talking about a point guard, there was no version of that in which Tyus Jones got a minimum deal. I mean, there was just none. There was no version of it where he took $3 million to come here. There was a lot of things that went into this. The marketplace kind of put the squeeze on players like this, and the Phoenix Suns waited. We've been talking all week about there are good players out there who probably thought they were going to have homes by now and that they didn't have homes by now. And because of that, they might have to accept less than what they thought they were going to get just to get a gig and reestablish some value. Now, that's all the money and the dollar signs and the decimal points and things like that. The Suns got themselves a point guard, one who everybody thinks is perfectly suited to be the initiator on this offense, the guy to get them into what they want to do. He does not turn the ball over. Historically, he's one of the best at not turning the ball over.
And he will start.
And he will, and that's the other thing.
He will start.
That you
reported.
You reported over the weekend, and then Tyus Jones went so far as to call himself the Suns' starting point guard in a statement that he released over the weekend.
Well,
just make sure everyone's clear on it.
But that's how I think it's the only way you're able to get him. Look, I'm playing for the minimum, but I'm not going to sit here and be a backup playing 12 minutes a game. I'm trying to reestablish value. If you want me, so he's going to play 28 minutes. He's the starting point guard.
Yeah.
Point book is over. Like, it's done. It's over. He's the starting point guard. Monty Morris is the backup. At times, you can still play Booker and Beal together, at the guard spot. But no, they will. Grayson Allen will go to the bench, and Devin Booker will start with Bradley Beal, Kevin Durant, Nurkic, and Tyus Jones. Tyus Jones is the starting point guard on the Phoenix Suns.
And that was when you tweeted that out over the weekend. That's like you come here, you reestablish value, you're the starter. That's it.
It's the only way to get him. You weren't going to get him by saying you're going to play 12 minutes a game.
Yeah. How are you going to get him? You tell him he's the starter. That's how you're going to get him. And then he proves that he can be a starter. He reestablishes value by, for lack of a better word, fixing the offense. And then he goes out and he cashes in on that big deal that you're talking about. The downfall, and we'll get into this a little bit, they are small when they start. Very small. Their roster is very small. But like we said, you kind of figure that out as you go along and figure out a way to play. Great job over the weekend. That was good stuff.
Thank you.
And when we walked out of here on Friday,
you knew.
I kind of had a feeling it was going to happen.
You knew.
But it was like, man, I can't believe they're going to get Tyus Jones. It is the Red Ryder BB gun from A Christmas Story. It's like the gift that you don't think you're going to get, and all of a sudden it's there under the tree. Tyus Jones? I get Tyus Jones to be the point guard? When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, we're live from Cardinals training camp. The pads are now on. What have we seen? We'll tell you what we've seen, and we'll tell you why everyone's been looking forward to this day next on the Burns and Gambo show.
The Cardinals have begun doing this and this. Practice is open to the public, and Arizona Sports is there with Wolf and Luke and Burns and Gambo, bringing you the sights and sounds from Cardinals training camp. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Get more of this, and this from the Cardinals and Arizona Sports on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
I just saw this on the Moon Valley Nursery's website. 50% off and free planning. Get your dream yard at a discount and without lifting a finger. That's right. It is time. Within the next 5 weeks, 6 weeks, a lot of people are going to start planting. Once we hit September, the July and August heat, once that's gone, a lot of people plant in September. And schedules start filling up. Moon Valley Nurseries, they've got you covered because Moon Valley Nurseries has 10 locations in the valley. Everything is box grown locally. The jacarandas, the eastern redbuds, the crepe myrtles, the desert willows, the vitexes, everything is box grown locally. So anything you get from Moon Valley Nurseries is going to thrive in this climate, in this environment, because it's used to it, because it's basically born here. So Moon Valley Nurseries can do everything for you. You can plant now and pay over time. They've got no interest if paid in full within 12 months. Get the yard of your dreams at an affordable rate. Text RENEW to 620-620. I'll get you a bunch of information. That's text RENEW to 620-620.
At Lowe's, save big every day. Right now, get a free pneumatic nailer when you buy a pallet of Metabo HPT nails. And there's more. Save 10% on select shingles when you buy in bulk. Visit us in-store or online for low prices on the materials you need. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location. While supplies last, discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Hey folks, it's Dave Ramsey with a word about investing. One investment you might not think of, even though it's probably the biggest purchase you'll ever make, is your home. So this summer, invest in your home with Window World. You see, Window World replacement windows and doors will help keep your home cooler, reduce your power bills, and increase the value of your home. Plus, your investment is backed by Window World's true lifetime warranty. Call today, and Window World of Phoenix will install 5 large premium sliding windows, all with energy-efficient Solar Zone Sun Shield glass for only $39.63, tax included. At Window World, you get their guaranteed lowest price up front without any hassle. So take care of your home with an investment that will last a lifetime. Call today or schedule online at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
If you're struggling to lose weight, here's some good news. It's called RM3 from Red Mountain Weight Loss. RM3 works on your belly, hips, and thighs, attacking unhealthy fat and helping you lose up to 20 pounds a month. It's safe for men and women, and it's not a stimulant, so it won't make you nervous or jittery. This patented medication is available only by prescription, and you can only get it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Lose 20 pounds by this time next month with the medical experts you can trust at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
When you're trying to find quality candidates, all the searching, screening, and interviewing can become a job itself. You need Indeed, the all-in-one platform that makes it easy to interview, screen, and hire quality people. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. It's time Football is back.
It's linebacker Zayvon Collins, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Burns and Gambo, live from Cardinals training camp.
I think Jonathan Gannon said it best yesterday when he was asked the question what he's looking forward to the most when the pads go on.
Yeah, I'd say probably everything. It's football to me, you know. So it's just a lot. It just brings in a different element of something that's closer to the actual game. So when you want to talk about evaluation, you know, true evaluation, in my opinion, comes in leading up to week 1 would be preseason games, you know, because that's versus a different opponent and it's live. And then the days that we're in pads, you know. Now we evaluate everything, but the most true evaluation I think that you can get is what's closest to what it's going to look like Sunday in Buffalo. So that's how we try to do it.
And that's why everybody's excited about today, because it's football. Like, it's real football.
Billy Joel said it's still rock and roll to me. And Jonathan Gannon is like, it's still football to me. Like, this is football. This is what it's all about, you know. Get the pads on, you know, because you know how camp goes. I mean, you've been doing this long enough. You get there, everybody's initially excited. You don't have any padded practices, then, okay, I want to start hitting somebody. And then you start hitting each other, but then after about a week to 10 days of hitting each other, then you want to hit somebody else because you're tired of hitting each other. And then you start hitting each other. And so, I mean, that's how it works. I mean, it goes in phases. Everybody's initially excited. They don't want to hit anybody the first couple of days, but then they get the itch, and then they want to hit everybody, and then they're tired of hitting their own guys. They want to hit somebody else's guys.
Yeah, and that's it. Part of what is exciting about today. But I think it goes even a little deeper than that. Like, if you're evaluating players, all right, and of course this has not changed over the course of the years. This is how it's always been. But if you're evaluating players, kind of to Jonathan Gannon's point there, it might look a little different today. That guy that you thought you liked, he might look a little different to you when you put the pads on him and it's real football. You know, that guy you thought you didn't like so much might look a little different to you when he puts the pads on. Now, you've watched these guys. You've scouted them. You've seen miles and miles of tape on them, so nothing should surprise you, but you do like that extra level of kind of evaluation that you get when guys put on the pads. And sure enough, today, there have already been some ooh and ah moments. You mentioned the interception by number 24. That was Sterling Thomas, who picked off a pass from Desmond Ridder. I believe there was a pick 6 today as well that Clayton Tune threw. I can't remember who picked it off. I told you about
some of these backup quarterbacks throwing these picks.
Well, you know what?
Come on.
I don't worry about them throwing picks. It's when number 1 is throwing picks that I get a little concerned about that.
Right.
Marvin Harrison had a nice catch. Trey McBride has had a nice catch. There's a nice crowd out here today, as there has been so far. And for Monty Ossenfort, he was asked a question about this yesterday on having an open roster spot. They've got an open roster spot right now, and part of the reason they're leaving it open is for a day like today. I'll let him explain.
One thing that we've talked about, I mean, we are at 90. We could go to 91 with our international exemption. But, you know, I think whenever the health of the team certainly has played into that. So, you know, as things start piling up, I'm knock on wood, hopefully they don't, but inevitably it is football and the pads are going on. So players are going to get nicked up, and then it becomes a roster management, a rep management of where we're going to need players. So, you know, right now the numbers wise and the reps wise, we're happy with the work guys are getting. We don't feel guys are getting overworked or not getting enough work. And so I think keeping that roster spot until we absolutely need it and not just filling it to fill it, I think that's something that we subscribe to.
In other words, we've been healthy.
Well, wait.
That might change starting today, right? When these pads go on and we start hitting each other, that good health that we've been blessed with so far, that might change starting today, and we want to wait and prepare ourselves just in case.
Yeah, I think I was reading today about some injuries that have happened already, you know, because of
didn't Dallas lose their backup pass rusher, I think?
Yeah,
like a guy that they thought was going to be a key member of their team and part of their rotation. He's out for the season. They hadn't even had a padded practice yet.
Right.
He was already lost for the season.
Colts lose the defensive end Ibakum to torn Achilles. Williams Who's the Dallas injury you mentioned? I can't remember where that was, but yeah, there's definitely been some injuries. So you look at that, you're like, okay, and that's why you keep that spot open, because then if you lose a defensive end, you can go bring in a defensive end. You don't want to bring in a cornerback today and then all of a sudden you need a defensive end tomorrow.
No, you don't, and so you keep that right. Now, are injuries going to happen? Yes, and is it nothing more than good luck that the Cardinals so far have been? Yeah, but it's going to happen. I mean, at some point, somebody's going to get nicked, somebody's going to get dinged, somebody's going to have a sore something or whatever, and the Cardinals will need to be prepared to pivot off of that. But it does mean that we're getting closer. It does mean that we're starting to inch closer to when these things really start to matter and when they're important. One other from Monty. He was asked about an edge rusher and why they didn't bring one in this offseason. Here's what he said.
There's always opportunities, and so, it's not – I wouldn't say it's a situation where we ignore a position. It's more so is the opportunity there to add to it. And so in free agency, that is a lot of times dictated by the market. And then the draft, it's dictated by who gets picked before you. And so, I think anytime that we can add to a group, whether it's edge rusher or any other position, we're all in favor of improving any position that it is. I think when it comes to that, just the opportunity that's presented itself, I think led us to make other choices in both free agency and the draft.
Now, that being said, kind of like the Suns getting Tyus Jones, sometimes I do wonder, the further this goes on, there are guys out there. There are corners out there. There are Yannick Ngakoue still out there, I believe. There are guys still out there. The further this goes on, if their price tag comes down, I don't know if the Cardinals would be interested in going shopping or not. I think a lot depends on how these guys look in moments like this and in moments like the preseason. But if they feel like they need to go add another body, I do wonder their willingness to do so, knowing that there are guys still available.
Saw a story the other day about the top free agents still available. I was blown away. Justin Simmons, still available. Stephon Gilmore, still available. Connor Williams, an offensive lineman, still available. Yannick Ngakoue, which you mentioned, the edge rusher, still available. Witherspoon, the cornerback, still available. I don't know if any of those guys have signed in the last 24 hours, but I was looking over the weekend at top NFL free agents, and you're right, there are still guys that are out there, and eventually, those guys will get signed by somebody. Some teams wait to see what kind of injuries happen, and there's always trades too. A key player goes down. Colts just lost their leading sack guy. They might be looking for a trade. They may not be looking. They might say, okay, what kind of trade can we make to try to bring in somebody from another team's depth?
I also saw, and I just watched it again on social media, a James Conner run. He looks like James Conner, man. Everything we love about James Conner was on display in a run that he unleashed about 10 minutes ago. So you got all that going on as well. So
you know what we one of the things we don't talk about a whole lot is we've talked about the impact that Budda Baker has on teaching everybody how to do things the right way and how to prepare and how to learn and all of that stuff. We're gonna have Trey Benson on later. How great is it that Trey Benson he's got James Conner ahead of him?
I know, right?
No, we don't talk about. We talk about the impact Buddha's got on all the. But Trey Benson, you can't have a more consummate professional playing in front of you than James Conner.
Nope.
That's going to be something that helps Trey Benson his entire. He may be with James Conner for 1 year. It's going to have an impact on his entire career.
Yep, and much like Budda, those are two of the decisions. And Monty Ossenfort was asked about it yesterday. He was asked about it again today on the Wolf and Luke show. He does not want to get into specifics about details in terms of who he's going to bring back. But that has got to be a factor when the Cardinals decide, are we bringing back Budda? Are we bringing back James Conner? How much money do we pay to bring him back? What impact are they having on our younger guys? What can they give us before they run out of gas? That all gets baked into the equation when they figure out whether they want those guys back or whether they think their culture can survive the loss of a Budda Baker, or survive the loss of a James Conner. Those are all factors that go into their decision, every single one.
Yeah, there's no question. You could always go get veteran players, but you're better off when you've got a veteran player that's kind of, already embraced the coaching staff for a couple of years and knows everything, and it just helps the coaches out a whole lot.
Text us your thoughts on the FanDuel text line at 620 right now. When we come back, the Arizona Diamondbacks, good news. They got a series win. Bad news. They could have had a sweep, and we're talking about Paul Sewald again. Here we go, next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming soon. You can make a difference for Arizona kids when you listen beginning Monday, August 12th. The Give-A-Thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Ak-Chin Indian Community.
Back here to tell you about Wilderness Athlete, a company that makes supplements that's really a company, bunch of hikers, a bunch of hunters, a bunch of fishermen who just found that the products that were out there on the marketplace did not get the job done. They were not good enough. And I had kind of my own moment last year when I was hiking in the fall, and I realized that the hydration product I was using is just not good enough. So they went out and they made something that is good enough for the people who love to hunt and hike and be outdoors, and that is Wilderness Athlete. Hydration products, energy products, protein products, multivitamins, everything you would want and more if you live that kind of lifestyle. Right now, you can get 20% off your order when you use my name in the checkout box, BURNS, when you go to wildernessathlete.com.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
If you're a good fit, this loan will do exactly what it says. It will change your life. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844. Find them online at lifechangerloan.com.
If you've been even thinking about trying out an electric vehicle, Tim Hovig's Santan Ford is a place to explore the possibilities of EV. It's the blow-your-hair-back performance by the Mustang Mach-E or the F-150 Lightning. Look, an EV might not be right for you, but they are spot on for millions of drivers. Give one a try. The current lease offers at Santan Ford are crazy good. Go to santanford.com. Santan Ford is the West Coast headquarters for electric vehicles. Go to Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert.
When it comes to betting on sports, most fans have a system. But at FanDuel, we know there's only one system that actually works. Using our responsible gaming tools to manage your play. With time limits, you can place a bet every now and then and still have time for everything else you want to do. And with wager limits, you only bet what you can afford, and betting always stays fun. Get with the system. Visit FanDuel.com/RG for more info. 21 plus and present in AC. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342.
Hey Arizona, Tom Chambers here. I've learned that great teams are built by hard work, ethics, and perseverance. That's exactly what you get with Right Way Roofing. Right Way Roofing is a third-generation roofing company that has built trust in our community through their commitment to excellence. They use the toughest, most durable materials to handle Arizona's extreme weather. Take it from me, Tom Chambers. When it comes to your roof, choose the team that delivers excellence, because there's only one way, the right way.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
I'm Mitch Varell. This with the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. MLB trade deadline is just a day away. As a matter of fact, we're a half hour from being an exact day away. The Diamondbacks have positioned themselves very firmly as buyers. The question is, what else, if anything, would they buy? There's a magnifying glass on this bullpen right now after another blown save from Paul Sewald last night. They got 2 great games out of lefty A.J. Puck, but the Diamondbacks have just a day more to decide if they want to add anyone else. By the way, ahead of today's game, Slade Ciccone had been recalled from AAA Reno. Yulber Diaz has been sent down in a corresponding move. The team on the field looks to get back in the win column tonight. They host the Washington Nationals, first of 3 games. A battle of lefties on the mound. Jordan Montgomery for the Snakes, Mitchell Parker for the Nats. That's a good name. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And over the weekend, Team USA men's basketball got their first win of group play. Today, Team USA women's basketball got their first group win as well. A 102-76 win over Japan. As far as members of the Mercury go, Brittany Griner had 11 points and 9 boards. Diana Taurasi had just 2 points and 3 rebounds. Kalia Copper's the one to watch going forward, however. She played just 6 minutes, but that was because she suffered an injury in the second quarter due to a collision. She would later return to the bench and then find her way onto the floor in the closing minutes. The latest is brought to you by Four Peaks' 4 Seats. Text SEATS, S-E-A-T-S, to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Saturday, August 10th Diamondbacks home game versus the Phillies. 4 of those tickets, I should mention, plus each one of them comes with food and beverage credit. That's 6 seats. Seats, S-E-A-T-S, to 620-620.
everybody. Dan Bickley here, and the Cardinals enjoyed their first padded practice of training camp. Duh! We'll discuss starting at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Oh, and we were having such a perfectly good weekend, too.
2 strikes away from a series sweep of the Pirates. Seawald's 0-1 pitch, swung on, hit well to right. Carroll racing back. It is over his head, and it's off the wall. The game is tied at 2 as Joey Bart with an RBI pinch hit double has made it all square in the 9th inning.
That sucked. That sucked. You're so close to sweeping the Pirates, and you're battling with them for a spot in the wild card round. And, Paul Sewald, who's having a rough July, let's be honest, a rough July. His ERA in the month of July is 9.31. He has pitched 11 times in the month of July. 5 of those times he has given up runs. Yesterday, he gave up the double. He gave up the pinch hit double to Tellez. Great at bat, by the way. 9-pitch at bat. Fouled off a bunch of pitches. He gets the double. They pinch run for him. Sewald comes back, and with an umpire giving him a really good strike zone, gets a couple of outs, and then the other pinch hitter, Joey Bart, comes up, delivers the ball over Corbin Carroll's head. That ties it up. Justin Martinez fails in the 10th inning. He struggled mightily.
Yep.
But the talk is really now with Paul Sewald.
Yep.
You bring in A.J. Puck. He strikes out the side and looks terrific. And, man, my Twitter feed was blowing up
Join
yesterday.
the club, brother. Join the club.
On, this is it. Get Sewald out of here. He's been terrible.
Yeah.
Now, after the 3 blown saves in a row, he did come back with 5 straight saves, okay? But then he blew another save yesterday, and I think people are kind of worried. He's not having a great year. His ERA's 3.76. He's been a good closer. I didn't think this would be an issue for the Diamondbacks. Last year his ERA with the Diamondbacks was 3.57. Now it's 3.76. It's a little bit higher. But the blown saves, he only had 2 blown saves with Arizona last year in 20 games. He had 5 overall in 65 games. He's got 4 right now, and they've all come in the month of July.
Yeah, I knew that no matter what happened in the rest of the game from that moment on, win, lose, whatever, that none of it was going to matter. The whole conversation today was going to be about Paul Sewald. Now, that's an oversimplification. Obviously, other things do matter, and later on in the show, we're going to talk about Justin Martinez, and we're going to talk about the trade deadline, and we're going to talk about Corbin Carroll, and we're going to talk about all that stuff.
Jake McCarthy had 5 hits the other day.
Right, but that moment was such a, okay, how much longer are they going to tolerate this kind of moment? Because it was, you're right, he had converted the 5 straight saves, but remember, within that, there was some choppy stuff. Remember the Kansas City game where he had the 4-run lead and he gave up 2 runs. Remember the Jake McCarthy catch at the wall where that could have been a
Thought it was going to go over the wall.
Thought it was going to go over, right? All of even the moments where he succeeded, you kind of felt like you did it by the hair on your chinny chin chin, right? Like it was, oh man, okay, that could have been a disaster. Thank goodness he averted that. Paul Sewald, after the game, talked about not only the blown save. Here's what he had to say about that.
Got hits and didn't get him out. It's just what happens. Just disappointing. I guess I don't really have anything else to say, unfortunately.
Okay, so real short with his answers.
Yeah,
he was there.
Oh, you could tell.
He talked about his struggles in July. Listen to this one.
It's not my first blown save. Not my first blown save in July. Not my first bad month. We have a game tomorrow, so if they want me to pitch tomorrow, I will pitch tomorrow to the best of my abilities. That's all that it comes down to.
If they want me to pitch tomorrow, I will pitch to the best of my abilities. Yeah, and that's what it comes
Listen,
down to.
what? I mean, this hurts because this guy really cares.
Yes.
I mean, he is a great professional. I've enjoyed having him on this team. He's a stand-up guy. He's always in his locker room. There was one time he wasn't at the locker room, but he made sure the media knew the next day that I came out and nobody was here, and I didn't want to hang around anymore, so I left. But I did come out to see you guys. So he's very accountable. He's having a tough time right now. He's having a tough time. And what hurts is that you've got guys, whether it's Ginkel or now A.J. Puck. A.J. Puck came in yesterday and just bang, 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 struck out the side in order. Like, wow.
Mm-hmm.
Just like, wow. That arm is just, like, it was a lefty that came up. The last batter was a left. No, you have no chance.
Oh no,
You have no chance.
No chance.
You're
No
not
chance.
hitting. You're not hitting that.
I'm not comparing A.J. Puck to Randy Johnson, but there is sort of you're not hitting him if you're a lefty. You know that,
You're
right?
not.
You're just not going to hit him.
Yeah. So now the question comes, and me and you are both on the same page here. Okay, 50-something games left in the season, right? Every freaking game matters. Every game matters. You're going to make or miss the playoffs by a small margin. 1 game, 2 games, 3 games. Who gives you the best chance to close tonight? Is it because that's ultimately
all that should matter.
That's what has to matter.
Nothing else matters.
I can't worry about the psyche of a guy. Because if you bench a closer, you're messing with his mind. And now you got to factor in, am I going to lose this guy? If I say, hey, you're not a closer anymore, how is he going to react? I think Seawald is the ultimate professional and will do whatever's asked of him. I believe that. But it truly, truly comes down to who gives you the best chance to close to win a baseball game tonight in the 9th inning. Yeah. If you think it's Seawald, go with Seawald. And if you think it's A.J. Puck, go with A.J. Puck. And if you think it's Ginkel, go with Ginkel. There's not a lot of time left, man. The calendar turns to August this month.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and what I was going to say was, because you're making a great point, the line that Torey Lovello has to walk here, all right, is on the one hand, he doesn't want to lose his closer. He doesn't want to, not show confidence in him and put up with kind of the ramifications and the consequences of that. But you also don't want to lose the clubhouse. And the more you keep running a guy out there that nobody believes in, or a guy that the faith is shaky in, you run the risk of losing the other 25 guys that are there. Because they'll be like, what are we doing? Why do we keep rolling this guy out there? He's not getting the job done. We like him. He's a good guy. He's a good teammate. But we can't keep putting something out there that's not working. And so that's where Torey has to weigh, hey, if I do put him out there, I might lose the clubhouse. If I don't put him out there, I might lose him. And which one is more important? Which one is greater than the other?
But now if you decide yesterday you used Ginkel, A.J. Puck, Thompson, Seawald, Martinez, Jarvis. If you want A.J. to be the 9th inning guy, if you decide that's the way it goes, who's pitching the 7th?
Right.
Because A.J. pitched the 7th yesterday,
and
he struck out the side.
Yeah.
So I think you've got to kind of factor that in. Is Seawald better in the 7th or 8th? I don't know, because you can't just discard Paul Seawald and say that's it, you're not playing anymore.
Oh no,
too good of a player to do that.
Too good of a player. He's still got to be a part. He's got to be your 7th inning guy, your 8th inning guy, your 6th inning guy. He's still got to be somewhere in the mix. I think he's got one more. Okay, show me. You know how we talked about, at least I talked about him being on probation. Okay, Paul, you're officially on probation now. I'm going to watch you the next time you go out there in a safe situation. I'm going to watch you. And if it's not happening, that's it. You've got to earn the right to pitch another game. I kind of feel like, in fact, I do feel we are back in that spot. We are now back in the spot of, Paul, I'm going to put you out there, but this is your last chance. You blow this one, and you're just going to force me to make a decision.
And you're basing that not on the fact that he had 5 straight saves, but you're basing that on the fact that McCarthy had to catch one at the wall, which almost cost him. He had a 4-run lead against Toronto, and he allowed the tying run to come to the plate after he gave up 2 runs.
Kansas City, not Toronto.
Kansas City.
Yeah, Kansas City.
Had the 4-run lead, gave up the 2 runs, and then gave up a base runner, and then the tying runs at the plate, and that was Salvador Perez, who he got to fly out to left field.
Is that harsh? Am I being harsh?
No, I'm not a believer in this. I'm not babying anybody, man. I got to win freaking baseball games. I want to go to the playoffs. I can't. He's a free agent. He's not. Okay, you treat Paul Seawald differently than you treat Corbin Carroll. Corbin Carroll's going to be in this organization for a long time, and he's your future, and you got to be somewhat careful.
Right.
Paul Seawald's a veteran player who's going to be a free agent in 2 months. It's different. It is different.
It's way different.
You don't treat those 2 guys the same.
There's part of me that wants to say you're done now. There's part of me that says you're not on probation. You're just not my closer anymore. But in my mind, I'm back to where I was after he blew those 3 straight at the beginning of the month. You're on probation.
So then he never was off probation in your mind then. That's the truth.
Well,
because he had 5 saves in a row. He was never really off probation, was he? Okay, Eugenio Suarez is off probation. That guy was guy was 1 day away from being cut twice this year. He's not on probation anymore.
I guess when you put it that way, no. He was never
really
off probation.
Nope.
But I think, to your point that you made for me a minute ago, had this been a clean month other than the blown saves, I don't know if I'd be willing to say you're on probation. You know what I mean? Had he not sent one to the wall against Atlanta, had he not given up 2, when there was 4 to play with against Kansas City, I might have a little bit longer of a rope. There have been struggles out of Paul Sewald that haven't been just in the blown save games, Yeah. There have been struggles there, and I think that's why maybe you're right. Maybe your analysis is correct. I never really took him off probation.
Right.
And that's why are you not there? Are you willing to give him a little more rope than I am before we take it to break? Just answer that for me.
No, I'm going with whoever I think gives me the best chance to close the game tonight. So I'm going to look at the metrics and the numbers, and if I think A.J. Puck or Ginkel gives me a better chance to close the game than Paul Sewald, I'm not waiting anymore.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, overall, really good weekend for the Phoenix Suns. Yeah, Tyus Jones had a lot to do with that. Kevin Durant and Devin Booker had a lot to do with that, too. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
D-backs Pirates.
The 2-2. Swinging a ground ball to first. Grandal has it, takes it to the bag himself, and the Pirates survive an onslaught from the Diamondbacks. They avoid the sweep, and they take the finale by a final score of 6-5.
After taking 2 of 3 from the Pirates at home, the D-backs host the Nationals for a 3-game series with Game 1 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. And it doesn't matter what stage of life you're in. If you're in your 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, it's never a bad time to call Stuart Willis. Sit down, get a complimentary portfolio review, and see where you're at. Maybe you're in great shape and your plan's going great, and he'll tell you you're in great shape. Or maybe he can give you some advice, things that you could do so that you may be able to achieve your goals in retirement. It's about retirement planning, financial planning, but it's also about making sure you understand the tax implications. A lot of us are putting money away tax deferred, and when you go to take that money out, you're going to get hit with a tax time bomb. And what Stuart teaches a lot of people is it's not just about what you make, it's also about what you keep, which is why I tell you to give him a call right now at 602-877-PLAN and get that free portfolio review. He's got 3 locations in the Valley. He's been here for 25 years, and he's done a great job helping me with my retirement plan, and I'm sure he'll do the same for you. Call 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hey, you know who loves America's pastime? America Roofing, Arizona's roofing contractor of the year, serving the Valley for over 2 decades. Paul Calvisi here. They were referred to me, and now I'm referring them to everyone I know. Plus, save 10%. Click AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley. I'm here with the chairman of the Auction Indian community and my good buddy, Robert Miguel. Robert, how are you, bud?
I'm doing wonderful, so.
Hey, we're so happy to have you involved with our PCH Give-a-thon. Why did you decide to get involved?
Giving back is part of who we are. We took the We All Win with auction message and want everyone to know that our focus has always been on our kids of our community, but really all families across the state. We're honored to give back and help the families and kids at PCH.
Who do you know from your community that has used Phoenix Children's Hospital over the years?
We've had multiple community members have to go to PCH, and we're lucky to have such a great hospital in our own backyard. We want to be known as a community leader, and we'll help in any way we can. We're so blessed to be a part of this year's PCH Give-a-thon.
Robert, that is absolutely fantastic. And for Phoenix Children's Hospital,
the kids all win with auction.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Bear Henley, one of the owners of Walt's TV and Appliance. And Bear, what happens if a customer drops my name when shopping at Walt's?
Well, Dan, we'll automatically either upgrade them to a 3-year warranty for free, or they can opt in for 10% off their installation labor. Either way, come in and see us and experience a real difference at Walt's.
See, I told you my name was good for something. You can visit Walt's, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner, behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com.
Hey, it's me, your liver. You know, the organ that helps you recover every weekend after pizza, donuts, and all those drinks. When you have a headache, you take an aspirin. You have a stomach ache, you pop an antacid. But where's the love for your best buddy, the liver? The least that you could do to help me stay healthy is take Active Liver from New Nordic. Active Liver tablets contain high-quality, all-natural ingredients like milk thistle, globe artichoke, and turmeric extracts, which are proven to keep me healthy and you feeling your best. Active Liver provides an easy daily detox and helps protect me all year long. So let me make you an offer you can't refuse. You take care of me with Active Liver, and I keep taking care of you. Capiche?
See for yourself why Active Liver is Scandinavia's #1 liver health supplement. You can find Active Liver at CVS and online at Amazon, Target.com, or directly from NewNordicUSA.com. Again, find it in stores at CVS or online at Amazon, Target.com, or NewNordicUSA.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Mitch, hit us with today's poll question as we're live from Arizona Cardinals training camp. What do you have for us?
How hard do you want me to hit?
Hard.
Really hard. Here we go. Sorry, that was kind of loud.
Have you ever hit anybody really hard, Mitch?
Not even in my dreams, Gambo, if I'm being honest.
Guess what? Maybe you did. Maybe you did. Maybe you got mad. Maybe you got mad because somebody bumped their trombone into you and you laid them out.
No. Nothing that.
Maybe there was another saxophonist that screwed with that wood thing that you bite on yours because he didn't want you to sound as good as him, and so you punched him in the nose.
No, nothing like that.
To be fair, other than my kid brother, I don't think I've ever hit anybody in my life. I really had to.
What about that fight on the hill?
Oh, there were no punches thrown. The teachers broke
You're
that up.
You're fighting on that hill.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, there was no punches thrown on the hill?
No, there was no punch. I mean, but because all the teachers knew when there was going to be a fight on the hill at Curry Elementary.
No, our teachers knew too. They'd come and watch.
The whole elementary school streamed out there, right? So I was like, someone's fighting somebody. So sure enough, the teachers showed up. No, there was no punch.
We fought at the handball court, and the teachers, when they knew about it, they'd come and watch the fight.
Again, the difference between your childhood and my childhood.
Yeah, they enjoyed watching. They didn't break it up. They just go watch.
Mitch, what you got for us today?
We had a lot of positive Arizona sports-related stories from this past weekend, and I had a hard time determining which one was my favorite. So I'm asking everybody else. A.J. Puck's spotless debut, the Suns surprising and signing Tyus Jones, Kevin Durant going absolutely berserk off the bench for Team USA, or something else?
It's a Tyus Jones runaway. I haven't looked at the results, but I'm going to guess it's a Tyus runaway. And if I'm wrong, you can tell me I'm wrong.
I'm going to wait for Gambo's thoughts, though.
But so to me, it's a battle for second.
And I would go Durant for Team USA.
Second behind Tyus?
Yeah.
I probably would too.
Well, Burnsy, you got a good hunch. 57% are going with the Suns signing Tyus Jones as their favorite positive story from this weekend.
People were jacked up about that.
Truly. I was too. I mean,
jacked up.
They're not going to turn the ball over anymore. Honestly, that's my takeaway.
They will never have another turnover as long as the season goes on.
22% going with the new guy in the bullpen, A.J. Puck's spotless debut. 19% going with Durant going absolutely berserk.
Oh, okay.
And then a bunch of people just commenting the great dinners they had this weekend as their something else favorite positive story.
Great dinners?
Really?
They had?
Great dinners.
Yeah. Jarrett's
Fantastic.
food boat said, Mom cooked a delicious dinner last night. And then Daryl George said, my aunties cooked a delicious Native American homemade meal for all who came.
God, that sounds fantastic.
I know. I'm jealous.
That sounds great. Wow. Good stuff. So Puck was second.
Puck was second
behind Tyus Jones. Okay, good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you, Mitch. That is a good question. Tyus Jones, the big story of the weekend. Diamondbacks taking 2 of 3. Puck's debut. First padded practice going on today. There is a lot going on in sports. And, yes, there was the Olympics as well. And Kevin Durant. Oh, who was ever worried about him, right?
I don't know about that. I always loved playing. But it was just the energy in here was incredible. I mean, man, there's so many people in here supporting the game of basketball. It's just lovely to see.
That was Katie's response to a question about the joy that was so clearly obvious that he was playing with yesterday.
Man.
He looked great. They looked great. And Kevin Durant, no worries at all about the status of his calf right now.
No, that was incredible. I got up in the morning and the game was on, and I missed like the first couple of minutes or so, but then I put it on and I got to see Katie just absolutely go off, knocking down shots, knocking down threes. He just couldn't miss. I even took a hard, cheap shot when he was dribbling the ball up half court by one of the Serbian players, Milic, I think his name was, and he just like body checked him. Knocked him on his butt, and then Kevin did the little shoulder thing right there. It was another time, too. He put up a three, and I think he got fouled, and he hit the ground hard and slid back towards the bench. And, man, he was playing with a lot of energy. I was always in the camp that if not to send him home, if he could play, he could play. And that's why. That's why you don't send Kevin Durant home. That's why you go through the – the exhibition games, and you don't worry about the fact that he's not playing, because if he does play, he's capable of doing things that nobody else on the planet is capable of doing, or very few people are capable of doing. He was single-handedly the best player on the court yesterday. Mm-hmm. That was the only real threat to the USA in these first 3 games, was the Serbian team with Jokic. They play South Sudan next, and then is it Puerto Rico?
I believe that is correct, yes.
They're not going to lose to either one of those teams. I know South Sudan pressured them in the exhibition game, and I know that South Sudan actually won yesterday, I believe. But they're not going to lose to South Sudan or Puerto Rico. But that's exactly why, you don't worry about Kevin Durant. If he's good to go, you want him playing.
No, and I know there was a lot of discourse, and we had a lot of conversation on our show about Kevin Durant and his health, and is he okay, and do we get worried about this, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what I liked better about yesterday, honestly, and I was thinking about this driving in. Did I like the fact that clearly there's nothing to worry about when it comes to Kevin Durant's health? Or did I like watching the joy that he played with? Because he played with a ton of joy. He was. Now, it's easy to play with joy when you hit your first 8 shots.
What was your first one?
Was that he's healthy.
I think as a Suns fan, I think you care more about that. Everybody else that's not a Suns fan cares about the joy. They want to see Team USA win the Olympics. They want to see him. They want to see him blow teams out. You know what they did yesterday? They blew Serbia out. When Jokic was on the court, it was a competitive game. When Jokic was off the court, they looked awful. When Jokic was not playing, they had no chance to compete against Team USA.
But follow me here. Okay? This is why I think the joy is important too, because there were a lot of times last year that Kevin Durant was joyless for the Phoenix Suns, where the Phoenix Suns themselves were joyless. I heard Bickley talking about this morning, and he's spot on. If you could take that joy, bottle it up, and drink it down every Suns game this year, wouldn't it look different? Wouldn't it feel different? Didn't Kevin Durant feel like a different Kevin Durant than he did for most of the season last year, when there was just – and it wasn't just him.
I saw
it was
the
Booker
joy.
too.
I mean, you saw the joy. But he's getting a chance to play with players that he normally doesn't play with.
Of course.
There's going to be a different feeling about representing your country and playing with LeBron and Steph than there is playing 82 regular season games for the Phoenix Suns.
But there wasn't enough of that joy last year for the Suns.
No, the joy got sucked out. I think it started with joy.
Yeah, there just wasn't enough of it.
But I think it got sucked out because of the struggles that the team had.
Yeah, and if it was Vogel, if it was the struggles, whatever. And so I think those were two. If the joy can last, I think those are two real good positive developments. I also want to play this from Dawn Staley.
Joy to the world.
Indeed. All the boys and girls now. Mm-hmm. On Devin Booker being the quiet assassin of this group. This is Dawn Staley, the South Carolina coach, on the postgame show.
I think Devin Booker is the unsung hero. KD's going to be KD.
Right.
But Devin Booker plays both sides of the ball, can score a whole lot of basketball points, and also defend. And he's like the quiet assassin of that group.
Did you see Isaiah Thomas on Twitter after the game? Not the former Pistons star.
The former Sun.
The Sun.
Yeah, I did see him.
Book playing hard as bleep. Love that.
I watched the Dawn Staley comments live. I actually liked her comments about Caitlin Clark, too. She said, look, if she was playing, if we were making a decision now, she would have been on Team USA. But it was earlier, and she wasn't playing like she is right now. So she had an interesting comment about Caitlin Clark. I actually saw that live when she made those comments, and there's a reason Devin Booker started. There's a reason.
And played the second most minutes of anybody on the team.
There's a reason. He had a good game.
He had a good game, and it's just
the glue thing is right. You've said it so. He's the glue guy.
He's the glue guy.
I'll do a little bit of everything, and I don't mind you guys, being the guys. It's and he still scored. He still knocked down his threes. He had a good game, but he'll do a lot of the little things. And he ended up starting, and Halliburton didn't play, and Jason Tatum didn't play, but Devin Booker played plenty of minutes.
Yeah, and that's why when Jason Tatum does play against South Sudan, and Steve Kerr has already said that he will, I don't worry about him cutting. I think he'll cut in a little bit into Booker's minutes, but I think Booker is seen by Team USA as a valuable part of the equation, even though he's not going to ooh and awe you with a bunch of highlights. It has been said before, I will say it again, man, he is made for this international game. It works really, really well for him. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, a camp tradition like no other for the Burns and Gambo Show. Who's going to be sitting in this seat? Booter Baker is going to be joining us on the next Burns and Gambo Show here at Arizona Sports.
When we feel divided, we look to something that can bring us together. It's time to do something powerful and meaningful for kids who need your help. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's begins Monday, August 12th. Keep listening to hear how you can make a difference for Arizona kids and families.
Become a champion of hope and help the kids at Phoenix Children's.
The Give-a-thon is presented by Your Valley Hyundai dealers and Ak-Chin Indian Community.
Back here to tell you about Liberty GMC. They're in Peoria on 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or you can just go online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. Love telling you about the deals. Love telling you about the fact they've got 200 trucks right now on the lot. Love telling you about the 4th of July savings, and you're thinking the 4th of July, that was a month ago. Yeah, the 4th of July savings have been going on all month long at Liberty GMC, and they will continue through the end of July at Liberty GMC. But I also like telling you about their service drive, because their service drive is open until midnight, Monday through Friday. You drop your car off by 10 o'clock at night, it is ready the next day for you at Liberty GMC. That is efficiency. That is awesomeness that you just won't get. I don't like getting my car serviced. I don't like feeling like I'm wasting my time getting my car serviced. You're not wasting your time when you're dropping it off by 10 p.m. and having it ready the next day. It's all Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Parker & Sons wants to thank you, Arizona, for helping them become the Valley's most trusted heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical company over the last 50 years. 50 years. It's Parker's 50th anniversary. They are celebrating by giving right back to Arizona with 50 acts of kindness. If anyone you know is in need of Parker's services, visit parker50.com and nominate them for a free service or repair today. Parker50.com or call 602-2REPAIR.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Gotta change my oil.
How about Valvoline Restore and Protect? It restores and protects your engine to run like new.
Get in zone.
It restores your engine to, like, factory clean?
And protects.
Get in zone.
So Valvoline Restore and Protect restores and protects.
Now you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life Oil Filter for $37.99.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Hi folks, Brandon Webb here. What makes YRefi so different from other investments? YRefi offers a secure, collateralized portfolio with a strong fixed rate of return, up to 10.25%. That's right, you heard it, 10.25%. There's no attack on your principal if ever you need your money back, and you're in control. You can let your investment compound daily or take income, whatever you choose. Just call 877-80-INVEST or log on to investYRefi.com. And make sure to tell them Brandon Webb sent you.
Ah, summer is here. Time for video calls, eating lunch at your desk, and navigating office politics.
Wait, that's not what summer's for.
But my inbox is full.
Inbox schminbox. Life is short. Summer is for getting away. Bring on the beach, the national parks, the music festivals. We gotta get out of here.
This summer, get away from the monotony in the Hyundai you've always wanted. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on right now. You can get the hottest deals of the season on many of our award-winning Hyundai models, like the tech-filled Tucson, the spacious Palisade, or the super stylish Elantra. Ignore those meeting invites and get away with the peace of mind that comes with America's best warranty. But get going, because these deals won't last. Add more joy to your journey at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Lease a Tucson for only $269 a month, or get 1.99% APR for 60 months plus $500 bonus cash. See your local Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end July 31st. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. MLB trade deadline just a day away, and the Diamondbacks have very much entrenched themselves in the buyer's market. The question is, what, if anything else, will they be buying? There's a magnifying glass on this bullpen right now after another blown save from Paul Sewald last night. They got 2 great games from left-hander A.J. Puck, but if the Diamondbacks want to do anything else with their bullpen, they have just a day more, literally a day, if they want to add anything else. By the way, ahead of today's game, Salade Ciccone, the right-hander, has been recalled from AAA Reno. Yulber Diaz has been sent down in a corresponding move. The team on the field looks to get back in the win column tonight. They host the Washington Nationals. It's a battle of lefties on the mound. Jordan Montgomery for the Snakes and Mitchell Parker for the Nats. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. Team USA men's got their first win of group play yesterday, the basketball team, I should say. The women's basketball team also got their first group play win today, a 102-76 win over Japan. As far as members of the Mercury go, Brittany Griner had 11 points with 9 rebounds. Diana Taurasi had just 2 points with 3 rebounds. Kalia Copper's the name to watch going forward. She played just 6 minutes, part of it after suffering an injury in the second quarter. She would later return to the bench and found her way back on the floor in the closing minutes. The latest is brought to you by Somburros. Somburros is now serving breakfast starting at 7 a.m. Kickstart your morning with one of their 15 Valley locations.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. This is where the hope and the hype mix it up on the field. Finally.
This is Cardinals tight end Trey McBride, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Burns and Gambo, live from Cardinals training camp.
We are live from Cardinals training camp. We're back in our perch where we were last week on Thursday and Friday, right here on the concourse, right at the 50-yard line, overlooking the field. The practice is done for the day, the first padded practice. And if it sounds like I'm stalling for a second or two, I am stalling for a second or two because we're waiting for Buda Baker to come on by, the camp tradition like no other. What is this, 3 straight years, 4 straight years?
Oh, I think it's longer than that.
I mean, there was that one year
I think it's longer than that.
There was a year that we weren't here because of the pandemic, but we might have still had Buda on anyway. I think, you're a big – we're both big Buda Baker fans. You're a big, big Buda Baker.
What was his rookie year?
His rookie year was 2017.
We've had him on. I think we've had him on just about every year since then.
I would.
I think the pandemic year we didn't have anybody, right?
Yeah, I don't believe so. I don't believe so. I don't think that's how it worked. But no, it's like he's gonna any minute he's gonna come around this corner. And he's going to smile because he's going to go, oh, those guys. Yeah, I'm always on with those guys. That's exactly what's going to happen.
Right.
He's going to recognize us and go, oh, yeah, you're the guy who calls me Booter. It's the guy who likes to call me Booter Baker.
Yeah.
And when that happens, we'll smile and we'll laugh. The padded practice went off. I don't know if it went off without a hitch. I didn't see any reports of anybody leaving the field or injured or dinged or anything like that. But we are kind of entering that portion now of camp where you have these padded practices and things can happen like that. And so, as expected, come around the corner. There's that $1 million smile from our guy as Buda Baker is joining us here on the Burns and Gambo show. We'll let him get settled, put on the headphones, and all that stuff.
Yeah,
so
I think 17 was the first year, and then I think the only year we missed was the pandemic.
We were just talking about how, I don't know if you measure time like this. We measure time where we know we're going to talk to you at training camp, and we love it. Now, I don't think you measure time like that. But welcome back to the show. I think we've had you on every year but the pandemic year, I think.
Yep, I think so, too. I think so, too. Testing, we're working.
Yeah, because he wants to eventually, be in sports radio. I think eventually, like, a future in this. No?
I might be on, on the ocean somewhere.
I don't blame you. Where? Like, where in the ocean? What are you thinking?
It might be somewhere
Washington
far.
Area? Or?
No, we're talking about Panama area.
Oh, okay. Panama. Okay.
Yeah, way over there,
Oh, man. I just got back from
South America.
I just got back from Norway and Switzerland.
Okay.
So I was swimming in the fjords in Norway.
How long of a flight is that?
I flew from here to London. It's like 9, 10 hours. And then from London over to Oslo, Norway was like another 2.
Oh, okay.
2 hours, 15 minutes.
Not very tropical up there in Norway, though.
Yeah, I've never been over there.
No,
but,
you want the tropical places,
yeah,
huh?
I like the tropicals.
Yeah.
Good for your skin.
All right, so let's make a deal. Let's be here same time next year doing this show. Me, you, and Burnsy. What do you think?
Hey, it sounds good. It sounds good. Hey, for me, I just control what I can control, and just live day by day, one day at a time, and most importantly, we're in training camp, living in the moment, working hard, grinding. And, trying to win games this year.
I know, and we'll talk about that. But this is the closest you've ever been to free agency. Like, you're going to be a free agent in March. So for you, do you want to get there to just explore the options that are out there for you? Would you rather work on something, getting it done here, or do you think because I'm so close to March, I'm so close to being a free agent, I might as well just play it out and see what happens?
Yeah, for me, I have a great agent in Athletes First, David Mulugeta, and, he does a great job of talking to, of course, Monty and all those guys, and he kind of just leaves me out of it. And like I ask him to. And for me personally, it's just to live in a moment and to, just work hard. And if the things come, they come. If they don't, I'm going to continue to be who I am, plus more, because I put the work in each and every day. So, for me, it's, you can't control that type of stuff. So it's all about controlling what you can control. A lot of people can't do that. And me personally, year in and year out, that's all I try to do no matter what, is control what I can control, play great football at a high level, and as a team, I want us to win games.
You mentioned that not a lot of people can do that not a lot of people can compartmentalize that and put it away.
Yeah.
Is it really that easy for you to just, like when you say I don't think about it, you just really put it in a box and put it away, and that's it, you don't think about it?
Yeah, I have a very good faith in God. I'm a Christian growing up, and for me personally, whatever God has in store for me that's what my destiny is. So it's that easy. Just take it one day at a time. I have a tattoo on my arm that says each day is not promised. So live to your fullest each and every day, whether that's at work, at home, how you treat your spouse, how you treat your kids, how you treat other people, and that's my main goal each and every day, because I'm not promised the next.
How'd you feel with the pads on? What?
Oh, yes.
Right? Okay, like
yes.
the face, just there it is. There's that Buddha,
yes.
$10 million smile right there, right?
Yes,
was it that kind of moment for you?
It was very exciting, very exciting, especially being fully healthy. As last year, you guys know, and I tore my hamstring, and, coming back about 80%, I'm, trying to play the best football I can play, but I knew I had some more gears in me. But, like you said, control what you can control, and, ultimately I got voted to a Pro Bowl, so that's good, and all the personal accolades is all good, but for me, I'm just trying to win games. I've said earlier in this week, I'm just a sore loser, so that's how I approach the game. I want to win the day. I want to grind. I know it's gonna take a lot of hard work. That's all I'm ready to do, and when the game comes, we're going to be ready.
You know that you're one of our favorites, so I'll ask you about this, because we're always happy for you when you make the Pro Bowl. It's been a great career. Those accolades are well-deserved, and we know that teams don't throw at you, and so the interceptions and the fumbles forced, they don't come as much. But I do want to ask you about this, because Antoine Winfield had a great year.
Yes.
And his father was upset that he didn't make the Pro Bowl, and shared on Instagram and compared his son's stats to yours, and demanded a Pro Bowl recount, saying that basically you didn't deserve to get in and his son did.
Yeah. Hey, and to that, that's his son, so of course he's going to say that. He played in the league, he was a really good player in the league, and kudos to Antoine for having that great year. I've actually talked to him about that, but I also talked to him about he talked to me about my agent and possibly coming to Athletes First and joining David Mulugeta, and I told him all the great things about him and to come on over. So for me, I'm not really paying attention to that, because I just try to play football, man. It's not my fault I'm not getting these certain situations that are happening.
Does that bother you?
I'm just trying to play football.
Does it bother you that you don't get the opportunities for the interceptions that other guys do?
Of course, I'm a DB. I want to get the ball. I want to have those takeaways. I want to get those forced fumbles. I want to do all those things. But when you play football at a high level year in and year out, guys are teams start to try to know where where you are at all times. And, even if you're not blitzing, they're going to fan to you. So that's what we can do as a defense to help that out, understanding that, guys know where number 3 is. So, we can try to do some certain different type of things, and, possibly we might be doing that this year. So for me, it's just like I always tell them, just control what I can control, play football at a high level. If the plays come, they come, but don't reach for plays, because that's when I'm not doing my job.
As far as team stuff goes, and you've been here for, I'm not going to say a long time, but you've been here long enough where you've kind of ridden the wave, right?
Yes,
the good days, the bad days, and the good years and the bad years.
Yes.
Where's your optimism for this year? Where how do you feel about this team and their chances this season?
Yeah, well, I feel very excited about this team. Monty and all the guys did a great job of getting some free agents and getting a lot of great players in the draft, and Marvin Harrison and all the guys we drafted. So I'm very excited. For me, I don't like making any predictions, but I just take it one day at a time in this training camp. We had a great week. We had a great day today, full day and full pads, and we're going to continue to grind. We're going to continue to work hard, and when it's time for the season, we'll be ready.
What made you want to get up in front of everybody? Was it planned with that first speech?
No, not planned at all. I went up to JG and I said, hey, can I just talk to the team for a few seconds? Just want to give him my insight, and that was it. And, of course, he said, yes, you can. And for me, it was honestly just talking to the team about not having any regrets, because at the end of the year, always you have those regrets. You have those situations where, I could have made this play, or, I could have made that play, or, I could have did this better. And for me, it was just this is a fresh slate, a new year, new team. So don't take these days for granted. Let's work hard. Let's, be great teammates to each other. Let's compete at a high level, and let everything else take care of itself. Don't listen to the outside noise. It's all about the guys in the locker room, the guys in the circle, and we're going to work and we're going to grind, and then we'll see where that takes us.
All right, you mentioned Marvin Harrison Jr. Now with pads on, you got to play. He catches the ball. How hard do you hit him? 50%? 70%?
Oh, Marvin,
80%?
I'm tagging off on Marvin.
Okay.
Tagging off. No hitting Marvin.
No hitting Marvin.
No hitting Marvin.
Okay.
I'm tagging off.
All right. So even with the pads on, certain guys you'll shy away from.
Pull your
no
punch a
hitting
little
Marvin.
bit. Yeah.
I might try to hit the ball, but he does a great job of holding the ball with 2 hands when he's in traffic. But no hitting Marvin.
Okay. Zay Jones, you get hit.
Zay Jones, sorry Zay Jones, but you could hit Zay Jones.
Okay.
You could hit Zay.
Okay.
Zay Jones.
Michael
Zay
Wilson.
Jones, shout out Zay Jones.
Zay's listening right now. He's like, wait a minute, hold on.
Greg Dortch.
Greg Dortch. Hey, man.
Could hit him.
Don't hit Greg Dortch, man. Don't hit Greg Dortch.
Okay. How do you?
Hey, Greg Dortch tried to crack me today.
No, he did not.
Oh, he did?
I didn't really see him. He hit my shoulder pads, and all I heard was, So shout out Greg Dortch, not being afraid coming in there. And,
all right, so he should be fair game then. He should be fair game.
Of course, fair game.
Okay. But Marvin does get treated a little bit differently.
He doesn't, but he does. He does it. I'm just joking. Wink, wink.
Buddha, as always, we wish you nothing but the best. We really want you to be sitting right here.
I'm going to be sad next year. Hey, will you call in if it doesn't work out? Can you just call in?
From whatever training camp you're at.
Just, miss you guys, that type of thing.
It's tradition. We don't want it to end. Thank you, Buddha. We appreciate
you guys
it. Best
for
of luck
having me.
this year. You bet. Buddha Baker, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. If you want to see the 2024 Cardinals in person at State Farm Stadium, a limited number of tickets remain. For more information, visit azcardinals.com/tickets for more. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, the big story of the weekend, Tyus Jones is now a member of the Phoenix Suns. How exactly is that going to work? We'll talk about it next on Arizona Sports.
I think somebody noticed that the Suns needed to add some point guard play to the offense. After signing Monte Morris to come off the bench earlier this month, they went out and got themselves a starting point guard last weekend. Tyus Jones comes in from the Wizards to run the point, and to leave all Suns fans wondering, who comes off the bench now? Is it Bradley Beal as sixth man, Grayson Allen, Bol? What's Coach Bud gonna do? More questions. How did the Suns get Tyus Jones to sign for a vet minimum deal? And how many more players from Duke can the Suns get on the squad? Stay tuned for answers on the home of the Suns, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Arizona Building Supply, a new name, the same people you trust. Arizona Building Supply is the new banner for USLBM's locations in Arizona. Crown Components, Foxworth Galbraith, Holderness Supplies, R&K Building Supplies, and Truss Fab. As a leading supplier of top quality building materials, including lumber, trusses, wall panels, doors, windows, millwork, cabinets, siding, and even more, Arizona Building Supply will deliver even higher levels of service to customers in the Phoenix metro area and across all of Arizona. If you're looking for new windows, they carry all the top name brands: Milgard, Marvin, Anderson. They do the work themselves. They don't subcontract it out. So if you're looking for a team of professionals to help you get the right windows at the right price, you want to get in touch with Arizona Building Supplies. For more information, go to azbuildingsupply.com.
People who suffer from long-term chronic joint pain spend so much of their time acting, putting up a carefree front. It's exhausting.
I was really tired of trying to act like I wasn't in pain because I was in pain all the time.
Rick Rawlings didn't want everyone else to know that he was coping with agonizing shoulder pain 24/7.
Yes, I had to put on a face to cover up my pain.
But then Rick found QC Kinetics, offering new lasting treatments for joint pain using natural biologics. Treatments designed to restore and repair joint tissue with no drugs, no surgery, no downtime. The results were amazing.
I am very glad. It changed my life doing the QC Kinetics. Today, my shoulders feel wonderful. The cranky Rick is gone. He's not grouchy anymore.
No more acting. Feel like yourself again with a call to QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN.
We're a two Ford family. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. In fact, Ford has been part of our family for generations. Built Ford proud dates back more than a century in this country, and the future, it is here at our Desert Ford dealers. Like those F-Series trucks, built Ford tough, and the all-new 2024 F-150 with the all-new interior and exterior is designed to be the most rugged, dependable, and productive ever. No workbench, no outlet, no problem. With Pro Power on board and that convenient work service, the F-150 has you covered. SUVs, there's the Ford Bronco Sport with 5 available trims, the Ford Explorer with all the advanced tech, plus 3-row seating that folds down for tons of cargo room, and you gotta love how there's a powertrain for everyone. Gas, hybrid, electric, like that 2024 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance and zero tailpipe emissions. Bottom line, get to our Desert Ford dealers and see how a new Ford fits your future at buyfordnow.com.
Lose up to 15 pounds a month with semaglutide from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Red Mountain is the leader in medical weight loss with tools to speed your progress and medical solutions for side effects. Trust the doctors at Red Mountain to customize your plan to supercharge your semaglutide, all for less than half the price of Ozempic. We have it in stock and ready to ship today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain Weight Loss.
T-Backs host the Nationals for a 3-game series at Chase Field. Don't miss pregame coverage of Game 1 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, welcome back. It's Burns and Gambo live from Cardinals training camp on this Monday afternoon. There's so much going on right now, whether it's Paul Sewald and the Diamondbacks, whether it's the pads coming on here at Cardinals training camp, the Olympics with KD and Book, and the Tatum controversy and all that stuff. But obviously the story of the weekend was the Tyus Jones stuff, and we said earlier in the show we were both walking out of here, out of Cardinal Stadium on Friday, and I think we both had a pretty good idea that it was going to happen over the course of the weekend, and it did. And now it's kind of time, Gambo, to talk about what it means. The Phoenix Suns went out and got, basically the guy that would have been probably at the top of their wish list when it comes to a point guard they would have wanted to add.
Right.
Nobody thought it was possible. It happened. You reported over the weekend that it's going to be as a starting point guard. He said as much in a statement that he released over the weekend. I'm going to be a starting point guard.
Yeah, I was told right from the beginning he's going to start. Look, let's call it like it is. You're not going to get a player like that to come here. He's looking at it like, okay, this year is a waste. I'm not going to make anywhere near the type of money, but I need to where can I set myself best up to cash in next year to get the 4 years and the $80 million, to go get 20 a year.
Yeah.
And he felt that the best place was Phoenix because the roster's great and the coach is great, but I need to play. So you weren't going to get him to agree to a vet minimum contract unless you basically, assured him that he's going to be the starting point guard.
Now, the good and the bad, and yes, there is not bad. The pros and the cons. Let's put it that way. We got to get into this a little bit because certainly the pros sell themselves. Okay, like the pros we get. He's Tyus Jones. He's been one of the best.
Tough.
But he's tough.
He's tough.
He's a great distributor. He doesn't need to shoot a lot of shots. He's
Smart.
a real glue guy. He's smart.
High basketball IQ.
Like basically since they started measuring turnovers, individual turnovers as a stat in the 70s, Tyus Jones has the 3 best assist to turnover ratios in the history of the NBA. So basically the last 40-something years of NBA basketball, he's got the best, second best, and third best assist to turnover ratio in the NBA in those individual seasons. So he's terrific with that. Book's going to love him. Beal's going to love him. Durant's going to love him. And all of those issues of who's your fourth quarter point guard and who's running the show, this solves a lot of that, right?
I think the first thing we have to come to a conclusion with is point book is over. It didn't work. For all those people that wanted to embrace it and feel like it could work, it didn't. They obviously recognized it, and they went out and they got 2 point guards. So, that experiment is over. Booker can run the point at times, and he still may at times. But it wasn't a question of could he, it was a question of should he. And the answer was no. He shouldn't be the point guard on his team because it takes away from what he does great. So that's the first thing. That experiment is OVA over. He will be the point guard at times during the course of a game, but he's not your full-time point guard anymore. And I think we all can breathe a sigh of relief because the biggest problem we had with this team was the turnovers.
Yeah.
Especially late in game when everybody was tired, they turned the ball over too much. Now you've got 2 guys that can really, like you mentioned, can really handle the ball. I think that's first and foremost.
Remember, Monte Morris, the backup point guard, his nickname, the Count of Monte Assisto. So Kellen described basically the 2 of them as clones. Jones and Morris are kind of the same player with the same skill set who do many of the same different things. I don't know how much point book we're going to see this year, like if any, because I foresee a scenario in which one of those 2 is always on the floor.
Tyus Jones is going to play 28 minutes.
I think Monte Morris is. I think one of them will almost always be out there unless there's some sort of an injury, in which case we would see point book. The downside to this is that they're small.
Where you're going. Yep,
they're small.
They're small.
They're not going to defend well with their starting lineup. They're just not. It's going to – you look at some of the matchups, some of the guys that Bradley Beal might have to defend, that Devin Booker might have to defend, and that part makes you a little bit nervous. And I'll tell you something else, and I hadn't thought of this, but Kellen brought this up over the weekend, and it's a good point. With Allen now moving to the bench, okay, that's fine, but for a team that needs to shoot more three-pointers – you do wonder, A, how much this cuts into his minutes and whether he's going to be able to get up the same number of shots. So it now requires Booker, Beal, and Durant to take more threes. Now, I think they were going to anyway. I think they needed to anyway. This kind of forces the matter. Those 3 have to take more three-pointers. It is non-negotiable at this point.
It is. It is.
Right? Non-negotiable.
I spoke with a high-ranking executive from another team on the Tyus Jones edition, and talked about Grayson Allen going to the bench. And you're going from a 6'4", 6'5" guy to a 6'1" guy.
Yes.
So you are going to get smaller.
You're small.
With Tyus Jones being out there. And then, Booker and Beal, right? One's going to be two, and then there's going to be Book's going to be small forward. Like, you're going to be smaller. But the point that he made to me was their bench is 100 times better than it was last year. 100 times better.
I'm so
they
glad
didn't
you brought
have
that
a
up.
bench last year.
Yeah.
Now you're talking about Royce O'Neal, Grayson Allen, Mason Plumlee, Monty Morris, and either Bol or Josh Okogie is your top 5 bench guys. Like, it is a night and day difference to what they were throwing out there last year. And they had no bench, and they had to run their guys out there 38 minutes a game because they couldn't afford to not have them out there. And that's one of the things we discussed, is that you can start to lessen the load on Durant and Beal because of the guys that quality of players you now have on the bench, you should be able to take some of those minutes off of Durant on a regular basis.
Yeah, and that's where it's going to make some Suns fans, I think, not all, but some, a little uncomfortable because there is like a faction of them that say, don't take the ball out of Booker, Beal, and KD's hands. Your three best players need to have the ball in their hands, and that's going to be the balancing act for Mike Budenholzer the first month or so of the season to figure out, how much he's playing the second unit, how is it cutting into the minutes, because I'll tell you, if you can get away with it, a Devin Booker who's playing 32 minutes per game and not 38 minutes a game. A Kevin Durant who's playing 31 minutes a game and not 39 minutes a game. In theory, yes, you'll get less of them, but you should get more of them because of that, because they'll be better minutes. They'll be better rested minutes. But it's going to be a challenge. And defensively, I think they're going to have to win a lot of shootouts. I really do.
That's what we thought last year, too.
Yeah.
What's changed from last? We thought the same thing last year. Grayson Allen's not a great defensive player. He tries hard, but, I think it is. We last year, they had outscore teams. They're not great defensively. They're going to have to outscore teams. Nurkic is getting older and slower, and Durant is old and slow, and Booker's an okay defensive player, but not great.
Just trying to think of a reason why it's different from last year. It's not. I just feel like you're kind of doubling down on it because you're so small.
Yeah.
Because you're so small. You are really doubling down on the idea. And look, if the league really is trending towards more physical play, more defensive-minded play, the Suns are kind of zigging while everybody else is zagging, and I hope that's not a problem. We'll talk more about this when we come up, or as the show moves on. But when we come back here on the Burns and Gambo Show, Trey Benson, we're going to ask him if he brought Jared Verse with him.
Oh, man.
That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Do we have that cut?
The Cardinals have begun doing this and this. Practice is open to the public, and Arizona Sports is there with Wolf and Luke and Burns and Gambo, bringing you the sights and sounds from Cardinals training camp. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Get more of this, and this from the Cardinals and Arizona Sports on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help you with any electrical issues that you may have at your home? Yeah, my neighbor right across the street, Jamie, just had to use Christian Brothers for an electrical issue because every time she plugged in her hairdryer, it blew the circuit. And so she had Christian Brothers out, and they took care of everything at a great price. Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69 when you call and mention my name. This inspection includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening all the wires to make sure that you're all safe and ready to go. They're going to check and test all the GFCI receptacles. They're going to inspect the smoke detectors. They're going to verify all the grounding in the house. They're going to check your EV charger if you have one, your hot tub or your spa, all the electric, even to the water heater in your pool is going to be checked out for you. Mention me, you get it for $69. You want to make sure all your electrical is up and running the right way. For $69, this is a great deal to have them come out and make sure everything's working properly and tighten everything up. All you have to do is give them a call. You could also ask about their monsoon special surge protection to keep your high-end devices safe during a power outage. Call 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Gotta change my oil.
How about Valvoline Restore and Protect? It restores and protects your engine to run like new.
Get in zone.
It restores your engine to, factory clean?
And protects.
Get in zone.
So Valvoline Restore and Protect restores and protects.
Now you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life Oil Filter for $37.99.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hi, welcome to Staples.
Yeah, my daughter needs a laptop for college, but I need to watch the budget.
Well, Staples hot deals on tech are backed by a price match guarantee, so our prices won't be beat.
Great. I can't believe my baby's starting college.
She'll do great.
I know.
Oh, let's get you a great deal on a laptop.
Save big on tech for school at Staples. Now get up to $300 off select PCs. N-Say-24 price match guarantee valid within 14 days of purchase. Exclusions apply. For details, visit staples.com/price match.
Oh, the dog days of summer are here, Basinonians. But we at the Wu Fang Clan are chilling because of the cooling technology in our Brooklyn bedding mattress. If you're sleeping hot, do yourself a favor and check out the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale going on now through July 30th. Everything in store and online is 25% off. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 13 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the summer sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Arizona built for America's dreams.
At the UPS store, we get it. Being a small biz owner requires grit and hustle, but you don't have to do it alone. We've got your back. You put your heart and soul into your biz, we put ours into packing and shipping. While you're keeping track of your custom-made orders, our mailboxes are keeping your packages safe. Because we're here to help you be unstoppable with shredding, printing, notary, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan. And for people who are tired of gas prices in Arizona, I see some smoking hot deals on electric vehicles at Chapman BMW.
That's right, Bick. All our BMW EVs are getting incredible reviews. People love them. And right now, you can lease the all-new BMW i4 for as low as $459 a month. But we offer great prices on all our make and models. Come on down, check us out, and get your hookup.
You can shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations.
One great experience.
I'm Mitch Varell. This was the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. MLB trade deadline just a day away. Less than a day away, as a matter of fact. We're in the hours territory as far as when the deadline hits. Diamondbacks have entrenched themselves in the buyer's market. The question is whether or not they would buy anyone else. There's a magnifying glass on this bullpen right now after another blown save from Paul Sewald last night. And they did get 2 great games out of their newest bullpen member, lefty A.J. Puck. If the Diamondbacks want to do anything else, they have just hours to decide. By the way, ahead of today's game, Slade Ciccone has been recalled from AAA Reno. In a corresponding move, Yulber Diaz has been sent down to AAA. The team on the field looks to get back in the win column tonight. They host the first of 3 against the Washington Nationals. Battle of left-handers on the mound. Jordan Montgomery for the Snakes and Mitchell Parker for the Nats. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. On Sunday, Team USA men's basketball got their first win of group play, and today, Team USA women's basketball got their first group win, a 102-76 victory over Japan. As far as members of the Mercury are concerned, Brittany Griner scored 11 points with 9 rebounds. Diana Taurasi collected just 2 points, but also got 3 rebounds. Name to watch going forward is Kalia Copper. She played just 6 minutes. After a minute in, she suffered an injury in a collision in the second quarter. She would later return to the bench, but would not find her way back onto the floor until the closing minutes. The latest is brought to you by 4 Peaks' 4 Seats. Text SEATS, S-E-A-T-S, to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets to the Saturday, August 10th Diamondbacks home game against the Phillies. Plus, you get food and beverage credit with those tickets. That's SEATS to 620-620.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light.
Let's go today. Let's go today. Let's go today.
The thing that's been missing from our life, it's football.
It's Cardinals linebacker Matt Wilson Sr., and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app.
Cardinals training camp with Burns and Gambo, live at the farm.
We're back here on the Burns and Gambo Show. We're live from State Farm Stadium. Cardinals training camp practice, first padded practice of the day, wrapped up earlier today, and it is a pleasure to be joined, or I should say rejoined on the show, because he's been with us before, right after he was drafted.
Do you even remember that?
I don't know.
I do.
You do remember that, all right.
Phone call.
You remember that, huh?
I do.
Well, just to remind our audience, do you mind if I do this for a second, Trey?
Yeah, you do.
Just for a sec. Here we go.
When they hand the ball to your boy at running back in the first game you play, Rams against the Cardinals. Tell me about that.
I'm taking the paint off his helmet.
You're going to take the paint off his helmet?
taking the paint off this man's helmet. I couldn't hit him in practice. He gonna get this in game. He ain't gonna hit me.
He ain't gonna hit me, is what Trey Benson said.
That was the most fun I've had in an interview in years.
I know.
I was dying. I was so happy that day. It was so much fun having you two guys go back at it, like back and forth with each other.
Yeah, that's my dog. You know, we talk almost every day. We was on the phone last night too. So
how's he liking it with the Rams?
Oh, he like it for sure.
Outside linebacker, gonna rush the passer.
Out there, he texts me and say, "Oh, I got 2 sacks today. I got 3 sacks today." I'm like,
oh man, he's playing well, huh?
Yeah, he's doing good. He phenomenal player.
Yeah, but all seriousness aside, will it be fun to play them? Like
it will. It will be fun because I got him and Braden Fitz. So we both played with them. I played with both of them last year. So. And I used to go against them in practice all the time, and just going against them in NFL now is crazy. So it'll be fun for sure.
Yeah, because there's so many alumni from Florida State that you're going to run up against throughout your career in the NFL. But I would imagine that game will be special because of how close you are with those two guys.
Yes, sir. And also, the first game of the season, the Bills, Keon Coleman too. So I play a lot of my teammates this year for sure.
Yeah, no doubt. If for those who don't remember what we're talking about, the person on the phone was Jared Verse, your former teammate at Florida State. We had you on right after the Cardinals drafted you, and Gambo was fortunate enough to ask you, "Hey, is he there? Is Jared Verse? Yeah, he's here. You want to talk to him? Yeah, put him on the phone or whatever." And just to play the other side of it, you defended yourself too.
Trey, he says he wants to take the paint off your helmet.
He got to catch me first. That's all I got to say.
He's going to catch me.
He's not going to catch you?
He's not going to catch me at all.
No, he won't do it.
No, you're faster than him a little bit, right?
Yeah, I am. I'm going to make sure I send it to him, too.
Yes. Oh, my God. You going to juke him?
I am.
Oh, for sure. My God. That'll be great.
That's great.
That'll be great.
Hey, thank you. If we didn't say it then, thank you for playing along with us and putting him on the phone. That was great. We had so much fun.
He was right in the other room. I said, let me go get him real quick.
Oh, God. Did you hear from a lot of people about that?
I did. It kind of blew up, I think my Florida State actually posted it on
No, they did not.
Oh, did they really?
Yeah, they did, I think. So it's going to be surreal when we play them.
Yeah, I bet. How'd you guys get to be such close friends?
When we first transferred to Florida State, in the offseason, everybody went home, but we was the only two that stayed. So we just started working out together, and we just became close right then. And then 3 months later, we moved in together because both our leases was up, and then we just moved in together in the apartment. So
you were the only guys that stayed and practiced?
Yeah, we just did extra work, and we didn't want to go nowhere. So
were you two together on draft night? Were you guys hanging out?
No, he was actually here. He was here in Arizona because his family stayed in Arizona. So I was back in Mississippi.
Okay. So you talk. I mean, it sounds like you talk almost every day.
We talk,
right?
Not almost. We talk every day.
Every day. It's not almost every day.
day.
You guys do talk every day.
Yeah. Let's talk about Cardinals. Tell me about you went out to UCLA with Kyler and the group and practiced a little bit.
Oh yeah, I actually needed that. I really felt like I was part of the team and just team bonding. It made me actually way more comfortable with the guys. So me and Marvin actually needed that, and Tip too.
Because you guys are rookies, and I mean, and that's what it's a bonding thing. You get to really. So tell me about that. Not only you, but you think Marvin Harrison Jr. needed that too?
Yeah, he did too. Me and Marvin spent most of our summer, in Arizona the whole time, just working out together. So it's kind of like similar to me and Jared's story, but me and Marvin been hanging out, since we've been off these past 5 weeks.
When something like that happens, is it more about the football or is it more about the bonding, like the time you guys are spending together? Because obviously it's a big deal that Kyler organized that, but what's the more important thing for you guys to achieve?
The bonding, probably. I say the bonding because, that's what I needed as a rookie. That's what Tip Raymond needed, and that's what, Marvin needed. We've been around those group of guys and, just getting information out of them and, just them being our mentors, that whole week that we was there, I actually needed that,
Were you nervous? Going to meet the rookies and guys that have made a lot of money and had a lot of success?
Yeah, I probably never. I wake up that morning, then I go upstairs. I see Kyle at the table. I'm like, is that really Kyler Murray right there? Like, it's crazy because I used to watch him growing up. So being on the team with him now is crazy.
How funny is that people? I used to watch Kyler grow. He's only been in the league for like 5 years.
I know.
I watched him. He was in high school. I went to college.
You did?
Yeah, I did.
And at Oklahoma?
I was in middle school, yeah. When he was at Allen and when he was at Texas A&M and Oklahoma.
How did he accept you? How was Kyler in accepting you into the group?
He heard me talk for the first time. He just called me country. Like, you're a country boy. He told me I remind him of somebody. A Mississippi guy. He's from Texas. So we kind of had that, similar, then. So, but It was actually talking to him. It was crazy. You know, I couldn't even make eye contact with him at first. It was crazy because I watched him growing up. You know, just seeing him in person, I couldn't really believe it.
So you it sounds like you kind of idolized him a little bit, right? Like you kind of, right?
For sure, I did. For sure, I even played. I played with the Cardinals on Madden when I used to play a couple years ago, and I used him every time.
Really?
Yeah.
So I mean, okay, you were like a fan of his as a kid growing up.
Yeah,
right?
I was a fan for sure.
Wow, man, that's
still
crazy.
is a fan.
So to this day, yeah, not that you're not anymore, you still are to this day. Tell us a little bit, Trey Benson, Cardinals rookie running back, our guest here on the Burns and Gamble Show. Tell us a little bit about your relationship with James Conner and what you talk about Kyler, but what sort of mentor has he been to you so far?
Man, since the first day I met him, he took me under his wing, and I just been being a sponge to him because he's been in the league. But it's probably like his 8th year now. I'm thinking probably his 8th year, and I want to follow his footsteps. 8 years for a running back is great, and he got the tools and he did it. So I'm just I'm just happy to be under his wing and just be a sponge to him. We've been getting closer and closer every single day, and he's been one of my idols too, for sure.
Yeah.
Is that a negative being a running back? Because 8 years is a long time. Yeah, a lot of running backs 5 years, 6 years, you're gone. Like, did you think about that growing up, playing the position? Like, hey, if I make it to the NFL, a lot of running backs don't last past 30.
Nah, I didn't think about that.
Just wanted to play.
Nah, I just wanted to play. I actually started off at tight end when I was younger, but I was kind of faster than everybody, so they moved me to running back.
And you've loved running back ever since
then.
What have you learned from James about being a professional? Like, not just what on the football field, but how to act, off the field.
Honestly, off the field, just taking care of my body, really. That's the number one thing he says, is take care of your body, settle down, relax, and when you get that free time to yourself, put your head in the playbook, really.
Yeah. I've heard you talk about soaking it all up, soak everything that you're going through. You've got a bucket, right? Like 5 buckets. Tell me about the buckets.
Okay, so we got psychological. I'm not even saying the order. Psychological, technical, schematic, health. There's one more.
Physical.
Yeah, I should have went.
I knew the 5th bucket. How about that, Bergie? I knew the 5th bucket.
Physical is probably the first one, actually.
Trust me, if the last one was psychological, I don't think you would have gotten that one, Gambo. I don't think you. So tell me about the buckets. So you've got these 5 buckets, and you just. That's what we. That's our everyday thing. We got to be schematic, got to be technical. Most definitely have to be physical, and we got to worry about our health too. Like right now, I'm finna probably get in the cold tub when I get back. That's the health part of it, and really just using those 5 buckets every single day, and then the sky's the limit. There. Yeah,
I got a bucket too. I got a bucket. It's a bucket list my wife gives me. You got to take out the garbage. Got to clean the dishwasher.
Yeah, that sounds good.
You got to go pick up some groceries. You got to make the bed.
Walk the dog if you have a
dog. Walk the dog. Yeah, so I got a bucket too. It's just a bucket list that I get given every day on stuff I got to get done.
I like your bucket better, Trey. I really do. I like your bucket better. Well, hey man, it was really nice putting a name with a face and a voice and having you on here and joining us in person.
I'm just gonna say this one more.
Oh, sure, go for it.
I've got you and James having the best 1-2, being the best 1-2 punch the Cardinals have ever had. I think the two of you can have the most yards that any 1-2 back have ever had with the Cardinals. I think it's not out of reach. What was it like
1,400
yards,
I think.
So I need both of you to get 1,400 yards this year.
Yes,
because I think you're going to play a lot.
I hope so.
As long as you can pick up the blitz.
I hope so.
And
yes,
do that.
Sir.
I think you're going to get some serious playing time.
Yes, sir. I hope so.
All right.
And not because he has you on his fantasy team. He hates fantasy
I hate fantasy football.
No, it has nothing to do with that.
I don't play.
He's been saying from day one he thinks that the two of you are going to have the best 1-2 running back.
I appreciate that.
I do. I think you guys are going to get it done.
Well, Trey,
yes,
thank
sir.
you, man. It was really nice meeting you. It was really nice meeting you, sir. Thank you for coming by. We appreciate it. Trey Benson, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
I want a photo of when you juke Jared.
I got you.
Okay, I want you to send me that photo.
I can't wait.
We've got the Burns and Gambo Show podcast. You can subscribe right now on your iPhone or your Android. You'll never miss any of the show. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast, and it's brought to you by FanDuel. When we come back, yes, Paul Sewald is getting a lot of attention right now. He is not the only Diamondback we need to talk about, though. We got a list of Diamondbacks we need to talk about, and we'll do it next on Burns and Gambo.
D-backs Pirates.
The 2-2. Swinging a ground ball to first. Grandal has it, takes it to the bag himself, and the Pirates survive an onslaught from the Diamondbacks. They avoid the sweep, and they take the finale by a final score of 6-5.
After taking 2 of 3 from the Pirates at home, the D-backs host the Nationals for a 3-game series with Game 1 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Do you have a back issue? Perhaps pain radiating down your arms or legs? I did. Greg Schulte here. I place my trust in the hands of Desert Institute for Spine Care, aka DISC. The board-certified disc surgeons choose the most minimally invasive spine procedure necessary for your condition to restore your lifestyle. DISC will find your issue, treat it, and then get you back on the road to recovery. It worked for me, it can work for you. Text SPINE to 620-620 or visit sciatica.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Bring home your own bling to celebrate the D-backs' amazing postseason run. On August 10th, the first 30,000 fans will receive a 2023 National League Championship replica ring. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-on-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-on-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-on-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-on-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Hey, it's Luke. How will the Diamondbacks bounce back against the Nationals in their final game before the trade deadline? We'll be reacting to Game 1 of the series and giving you the very latest surrounding the trade deadline tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Meant to mention this while Trey Benson was headed off our set. If you want to see the 2024 Cardinals in person at State Farm Stadium, a limited number of tickets remain. For more information, visit azcardinals.com/tickets. We're live here from Cardinals Stadium, State Farm Stadium. Cardinals practice is done for the day of the first padded practice. Gambo.
I like that Trey Benson.
Oh, I do too.
I really do.
I've liked every guest we've had so far.
Oh, it's just, it's just a. Just said that, just off air, like I said that to Burns. I said every freaking guy we've had on has been a freaking rock star.
Yes.
Every guy, like Monty Austinfort, tip of the hat to you. Like you put together a roster of real high character individuals. Like we have really enjoyed having these guys on, and they appreciate coming on. They enjoy coming on, and it's not a chore or a burden for any of them, and they've been great. They've been really great.
Diamondbacks are back home tonight taking on the Washington Nationals, the first of 3. The Diamondbacks continue to win series, and for all the Paul Sewald conversation, and it's deserved. I mean, it's rightfully so. For all the Paul Sewald conversation, they won yet another series. They blew a chance to have a series sweep, which is what they did last weekend against Lawrence Chicago Cubs, but they won a series, okay, and continue to kind of move in the right direction. There are other things going on with this team, though, that's not just Paul Sewald. And the first I want to get into literally just came down a minute ago. Gambo, you ready for this?
I'm ready.
This is not a breaking news sounder situation. We don't need this.
Okay.
Per Nick Piccoro, Diamondbacks pitchers Eduardo Rodriguez and Merrill Kelly will throw simulated games on Wednesday. 4 for Rodriguez, 3 innings for Kelly. Rodriguez could be an option to pitch next week in Cleveland, according to manager Torey Lovullo.
Wow. That's a little bit earlier than mid-August.
Indeed it is. That's early August. Now, I want to emphasize, I haven't seen any follow-up tweets from anybody else who cover the Diamondbacks, so let's see when more information comes in. But Nick is very, very good at what he does. Rodriguez could be an option to pitch next week in Cleveland, manager Torey Lovullo said. So we are on the precipice now. We're on the edge. We're the cusp of simulated games are happening. Bullpens are happening. They're feeling good. I heard Todd Walsh talking yesterday about how today was a big day. Wake up. How do both of those guys feel? Obviously, they feel good. We could have Erod back next week and maybe Merrill Kelly a week or even shorter after that, or 2 or whatever after that.
That's just seems odd to me that having not pitched all year and just throwing simulated 4-inning games right now, that he might take them out in a major league game.
I thought so, too. I thought so. I'm looking forward to hearing more information about that. That maybe Torey's just being super optimistic, but that's the situation as it relates to those. As I mentioned, there's a lot going on with the Diamondbacks right now. And for all the talk about Paul Sewald, we got to talk about Justin Martinez a little bit too.
Yeah.
Because these high-leverage situations that he's in, boy, when it's bad, it goes bad in a hurry. And when he melts in a hurry, man. He is ice cube on an Arizona sidewalk in July melt-worthy sometimes when he puts them into these things.
I know that this was a major concern for them in protecting him, that that he's been great, but it is different when you pitch in high-leverage situations. Justin Martinez had a rough go of it. Bay reached on a bunt single. Martinez got the ball. He wanted to go to third base. Herrera was saying first. It kind of threw him out. I think he would have got the runner at third because he got to the ball very quickly. But instead, it's first and third. Nobody out in the extra inning. He walks Grandal, bases loaded. McCutchen hits into a force at home. Originally called safe. They thought Herrera's foot was off the bag, but they ruled it out. But then he uncorks a wild pitch. Like, you just get a force out at the plate. You throw a wild pitch, it's 3-2. You intentionally walk Cruz, and then he hits Williams with a pitch. So self-inflicted damage. Wild pitch, hit by pitch, and then all of a sudden it's 4-2. Jarvis comes in, gives up the 2-run single to Hayes, and you're down by 4.
Well, I think more than that, I mean, to add on to that, it's self-inflicted damage, but, I mean, clearly, and I think Torey thought the same thing, clearly making the wrong decision on the bunt, he was still thinking about it, right? Like, he was still thinking about, oh, man, I should have gone to third.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have hesitated.
He should have went to third. You're right.
Like, and it was that inability to put that in a box, compartmentalize it, put it away, and just focus on the game. And instead, that one mistake compounded into another one, which compounded into another. He couldn't put it away.
I think you're right.
And that's the part that makes you worry about a reliever in that situation.
Can he be a closer?
Right. When something bad happens, you've got to put it away, and you can't fixate on it.
Yeah. What's the memory you're not supposed to have? You're supposed to have the memory of
a goldfish. Be a goldfish. That was the Ted Lasso thing. Be a goldfish.
Be a goldfish.
Just forget about it.
Just forget about everything.
Forget about everything.
10-second Tom.
It
didn't happen.
It didn't happen.
You don't even know. You didn't even throw a wild pitch. You have no idea. You didn't throw. Yeah, I think that's what. So the Martinez thing, I think the kid's got great talent, and I think he's going to be outstanding. But I do think that they got to kind of limit him in the high leverage situations. That's my opinion.
And then there's Corbin Carroll, who had the big triple yesterday. He had a home run on Saturday. There are some signs of it getting better. The batting average still isn't what anybody wants it to be. There's been a little bit more pop in the bat lately, which has been good to see. But Jake McCarthy continues to play at such a level. You do wonder on almost a nightly basis, is Torrey struggling a little bit to fill out that lineup card with what he's got right now?
I mean, I continue to say, and this, it's my opinion, right? This isn't a right or wrong thing. I think that their best lineup includes Jake McCarthy. He's hitting 284 this year. He's not going to slug and hit a bunch of home runs for you, but he's getting on base. Like he's having a good year. Let me see what his on base percentage is, because I know you care about that, and I see his on base plus slugging. I'd have to get his on base. But you look at Corbin Carroll, 211 batting average. This month alone, for this month, he's batting
200 this month.
205.
205. Yeah.
He's batting 205. Like it's been a bad July. Like it just. He was 1 for 5 yesterday. He got the triple at the end. In the series against the Pirates overall, he was 3 for 11. I think he was 3 for 11 in the series. I just, I wanted to come through for Corbin. I just question, what is the best outfield lineup they have? And it might be Alec Thomas, Jake McCarthy, and Lourdes Gurriel. It might be. I don't know for sure, but I think the way Jake has played, I think he deserves to get a lot of playing time.
It's not like Alex hitting the cover off the ball either. It's
no, but okay, there's a difference there. That's the best defensive center fielder in the game.
I get it. But this is a. We talked about Paul Sewald earlier a lot, all right? Paul Sewald's probably not going to be in this team 2 months from now, all right? So any psychological damage you might inflict on him by pulling him out of the closer's role, 2 months from now, it might not matter. Yeah. With Corbin Carroll, it matters a little bit, right?
Yeah.
It matters. And so this is very delicate for him. And then, of course, the trade deadline tomorrow, 3 o'clock. I think we both think the Diamondbacks will do something else. I don't know what that looks like, though. And quite honestly, with the way Sewald is pitching, it might be another reliever.
Nothing wrong with that.
Strengthen your bullpen. Reliever.
Strengthen your bullpen. Bullpens are so important come postseason baseball. The ability to mix and match and have those guys. So it might be another reliever for sure. Now, getting A.J. Puck was great, because if you didn't get him and Sewald blows the save, you know what we're all calling for tomorrow? Go get a closer. Mm-hmm. Go find another high-end. Go. Now, you got that guy. You got him early. So, but I do think people still believe that Ginkel could do the job, too, if they needed.
When we come back here on Burns and Gambo, it is time for the 4 o'clock reset. Mitch is standing by in the Auction Community Studios. He'll get you caught up on what's going on in sports right after this.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming soon. You can make a difference for Arizona kids when you listen beginning Monday, August 12th. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by Your Valley Hyundai dealers and Auction Indian Community.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage Team, where they've got a great program right now for those of you first-time home buyers that may want to get into a house. How about zero down? Yes, a zero down program from the Lund Mortgage Team that could get a lot of you first-time home buyers into a house. All you have to do is call the Lund Mortgage Team at 623-889-0130 to find out more. Now, first-time home buyer means if you haven't owned a home in at least 3 years, you could even qualify. If you owned one in the past, but you haven't owned one for 3 years, you could be a first-time home buyer as well. You can get up to 3% cash back. You get a very fast closing, be in the house in about 30 days, and you no longer have to pay somebody else's mortgage. You can, instead of renting an apartment or a house or a condo, you could own your own home and build equity into something that's yours. Contact the Lund Mortgage Team for more information at 623-889-0130.
In this Arizona heat, hopefully your air conditioning at home is doing its job, but if it goes out, call Parker & Sons. They have been serving the Valley for 50 years, and they were just voted #1 by consumers in Ranking Arizona for the 15th year in a row. That's because when you have an emergency, Parker & Sons sends a pro your way in minutes, not days, and they will never charge you extra during nights, weekends, or holidays. So for all things heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical, call Parker & Sons at 602-2REPAIR.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident and results matter to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. One client suffered neck, arm, and back injuries after a car ran a red light, and the insurance company offered them nothing for their injuries. Sweet James stepped in, recovered $600,000 for their client and the medical care needed. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't take it on alone. Call Sweet James, where you pay nothing until they win your case. 809-million, 809-million, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Presidential Pools is proud to sponsor this year's PCH Give-a-thon. Presidential Pools will be donating a portion of proceeds to all of the kids and families that need PCH day in and day out. So if you're on the fence about getting a pool, there is no better time to dive in than right now. Get a pool and help the kids and families in our community. Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder, and once again, proud sponsors of this year's PCH Give-a-thon.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. MLB trade deadline is just hours away. Literally 23 hours away. Diamondbacks have entrenched themselves in the buyer's market, adding A.J. Puck a few days ago. The question is will they add anything else? There is a magnifying glass on this bullpen right now after another blown save from Paul Sewald last night. And speaking of Puck, they got 2 great games from the lefty in back-to-back appearances. Now, if the Diamondbacks are going to do anything else, they only have 23 hours left to do so. By the way, ahead of today's game, a couple of notes. Slade Ciccone has been recalled from AAA Reno. Yulber Diaz has been sent down in a corresponding move. And I'm just seeing now from Ken Rosenthal with The Athletic that tonight's opponent, the Nationals, are going to be without one of their star outfielders, Lane Thomas. He is reportedly on his way to Cleveland in a trade between Cleveland and Washington. So the Nationals will be Thomas-less against the Diamondbacks tonight. First of 3 at Chase Field. Battle of left-handers on the mound. Jordan Montgomery for the Snakes and Mitchell Parker for the Nats. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. And you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then we know about Team USA men's basketball's first group play win yesterday. That's a lot of words. Team USA women's basketball also got their first group play win today, 102-76 over Japan. As far as members of the Mercury go, Brittany Griner scored 11 points and collected 9 rebounds. Diana Taurasi had just 2 points and 3 boards. Name to watch going forward right now is Kalia Copper. Just played 6 minutes, not even a minute into play. She suffered an injury on a collision, would later return to the bench, and then found her way onto the floor into the closing minutes. We'll monitor her status going forward. Latest is brought to you by Valley Hyundai dealers. Visit any Valley Hyundai dealer, and for every mile you test drive, Hyundai will donate $1 to Phoenix Children's Hospital.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
All right, we send you back to the Oxygen Community Studios where Mitch is standing by, and he is ready to tell us all what's going on in sports. It's the 4 o'clock reset. Mitch, take it away.
If I'm being honest, though, I decided to take a seat before we started.
Tyus Jones on the breakout, goes up and under for the reverse. Shot clock at 5 for Tyus Jones. Connects on the big shot. Tyus Jones coming alive offensively.
Why, yes, I intentionally found Tyus Jones highlights when he played against the Suns last year with Tom Leander on the call, but the Suns now have Tyus Jones to themselves. And the wrinkle in all this, as Gambo had pointed out, Tyus Jones is going to start, or is projected to start, I should say, Gambo, for this Suns team this upcoming season.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way you get him without assuring him that he's going to be the starting point guard. Because he did have options for more money with Memphis and Atlanta. It wasn't what he wanted, which is why he'd rather just shuffle the deck, come back, and play 1 year here, and then try to regain his value with the cap going up and everything. Now, a lot of people have asked me, and I've had to say, the Suns do not have his bird rights. They have his non-bird rights. The most that they can offer him next year is about $4.3 million. So this is a 1-year rental. He will be here for 1 year, and then he will go play somewhere else next year.
It's so exciting. It's such incredible value. He's such the perfect point guard for what this team at times was really missing last year. It's not perfect, though. It makes them small. It makes them even more of a defensive liability. But his ability, I mean, I don't think anybody thought he was obtainable. Before the offseason began, in the middle of the offseason, even with him being unemployed a few days ago, I don't think anybody thought he was gettable. So for the Suns to get him, man, he is going to look really good in that starting lineup next to those big three. He really, in that regard, it's perfect. Just perfect that he's here.
I'm not going to ask you to answer this now because it's going to take a lot of thought. But at some point I want to discuss who are the best 1-year rentals that we've ever had in Arizona sports.
Okay.
Guys that were just 1 year. They were here for 1 year. Because Maybe Tyus Jones could be at the top of that list if he helps deliver big things for the Phoenix Suns.
I will think on that. Mitch, carry on.
If you count half seasons, I know immediately who my answer is.
You're thinking J.D. Martinez.
Of course I'm thinking J.D.
Nope,
Martinez.
full-year rental.
Okay. All right. Good to
Who
know.
are the best full-year rentals that Arizona's have? Not trade deadline guys.
Okay.
Had to be here for a year, start to finish of a season.
Okay. Good to know. I will think about that as well. It's been nothing but good news regarding Phoenix Suns players.
Durant fading. Durant hitting.
Oh, my.
Kevin Durant owning Lille in the first half.
Dwayne Wade going nuts watching KD go almost perfect as he helped lead the scoring in Team USA's blowout win over Serbia on Sunday.
He looked good. He looked healthy. Any concerns about the state of the calf, I think, were alleviated almost immediately. He played with joy, and I know sometimes that's a sensitive thing to talk about with Kevin Durant, at least from KD's point of view, but he looked very, very happy out there. And I heard what Bickley said earlier today, and I agree wholeheartedly, man. If the Suns can bottle up that joy and dispense that joy for Kevin Durant next year, that's the version of KD that can win a lot of games. So a lot of times last year, he didn't play with a lot of joy with the Phoenix Suns. It was good to see him having fun out on a basketball floor again.
I think that the infusion of youth with some of the guys that they're adding, I think, is going to help. I think having a point guard to alleviate some of the ball handling that he had to do is going to help. And I'm hopeful that Mike Budenholzer will install a system in which KD doesn't feel like he's in the corner too much.
That's the most important part right there. For him to have joy, I think that's the most important part.
And nobody puts KD in a corner.
No.
Now, it wasn't all great news this weekend in Arizona sports.
Seawald's 0-1 pitch, swung on, hit well to right. Carroll racing back. It is over his head, and it's off the wall. The game is tied at 2 as Joey Bart with an RBI pinch hit double has made it all square in the 9th inning.
And with all due respect to the man that saved this bullpen last year, he's kind of running out of answers. At least that's what I'm inferring from what he was asked last night.
Not my first blown save. Not my first blown save in July. Not my first bad month. We have a game tomorrow, so if they want me to pitch tomorrow, I will pitch tomorrow to the best of my abilities. That's all that it comes down to.
Sorry about that, Gamba. Go ahead.
No, it saddens me to hear him because you could just hear it in his voice.
Yes.
You can hear it in his voice. I don't have answers for you guys. Like, I don't know. I'm just not getting the job done. Like, he even talked about the pitch to Tellez. Like, I made a great pitch. Like, it was inside. It was where it needed to be. Like, I made a great pitch. It's not going to make the pitch I wanted to make. It's not like I left a meatball over the plate and he clobbered it. I made a good pitch. So he's just struggling to find answers because he doesn't have any. He doesn't, he feels like he's making good pitches and he's just not getting the results.
They've already acquired a player who could close in A.J. Puck. They have another player on the roster in Kevin Ginkel who probably could close. Trade deadline is tomorrow at 3 o'clock. It will be fascinating to see if they go out and get yet another reliever who potentially could kind of reshuffle things a little bit. Because I tell you, Paul Sewald, I thought maybe he had course-corrected a little bit with the 5 straight saves. But even those 5 straight saves, things were a little shaky for him at times. I don't think he's got many lives left as the closer of this baseball team. I just don't know how many left are in there, and it may force the Diamondbacks to do something that maybe they didn't want to do at the deadline, and that's go get yet another reliever to protect themselves in case they decide they have to get off Paul Sewald.
So you mentioned
you're down to 50-something games. You got to win baseball games right now. So whoever your best option is, a closer, make that your guy.
Just win, baby. So transitioning into trade deadline talk, you mentioned Puck is the only acquisition so far by the Diamondbacks. One that just came down that does impact tonight's game. The Cleveland Guardians finalizing a deal to acquire outfielder Lane Thomas of the Washington Nationals, who, of course, is the opponent upcoming. That's a team that's selling, and to emphasize just win, baby, that's a team that you got to beat these next 3 games.
The Diamondbacks actually had some discussions with Washington on some of their relievers before they went out and got A.J. Puck, but they weren't looking to move some of those guys. Lane Thomas, 253 batting average, 8 home runs, 40 RBIs, decent player. Spent his first few years with St. Louis, has been with Washington for a number of years now. So not having him in the lineup tonight, I guess that helps the Diamondbacks not having him there.
You can only hope. The other trades, big ones that happened over the weekend.
Every kid dreams of being a Yankee. It's the most famous team in baseball that
Derek Jeter played on, you know what I mean? So everybody's favorite player was Derek Jeter growing up. I had him as an owner, so I just feel like it was only right to come on and put on the uniform.
That, the newest member of Pinstripes, Jazz Chisholm, who was traded to the Bronx, joining the outfield of Aaron Judge and Juan Soto in New York.
There's a lot of talk about where he's going to play because he could play second. They need a third baseman. He played center yesterday. He got a hit in the Yankees win against the Red Sox, but you're able to move Judge out of center field. So I think his best bet is second base, but Gleyber Torres is there, and Torres is actually playing good this month. I don't know. The Yankees needed a little spark. They're an older team with not a lot of speed. He steals bases. He gives them some athleticism they don't really have.
Yeah, it's been fascinating with the deadline coming up tomorrow at 3. And Mitch, apologies because I don't know how many of these you're going to get into.
Just a few more.
You do? Okay, well then I'll let you go ahead, and I'll just comment on a couple of them. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll do quick hitters then. So the Rangers had an addition and a subtraction the last 2 days. They brought in old friend Carson Kelly to help with their catching depth, and in the process sent away starting pitcher Michael Lorenzen to Kansas City. Phillies are adding to their bullpen. They got Angels closer Carlos Estevez, and then a 3-team trade from earlier today. Cardinals, Dodgers, White Sox. LA is getting Tommy Edman and Michael Kopech. Cardinals are getting Eric Fetty and Tommy Pham, and the White Sox are getting Miguel Vargas and a prospect pool.
The Phillies gave up a lot for Estevez. Like, they gave up 2 of their top pitching prospects to get him, but they wanted to make sure their bullpen was right because they've come up short the last couple of years and they want to win it.
Yeah, and Mitch touched on a couple of that. All I'm going to say is the trades that capture my attention the most are any involving the St. Louis Cardinals or the Pittsburgh Pirates or the San Diego Padres or the New York Mets, who got Jesse Winker from the Nationals. Those are the teams you're competing with. Those are the teams you're fighting with if you're the Arizona Diamondbacks, and those are the teams that you need to keep an eye on with the deadline tomorrow at 3 to see how much of the teams around you in the wild card race do. So I've been very interested in those moves and what those teams have done to better themselves.
Quick pivot to football. Did you guys hear about Steve Keim's new job or new business, I should say?
I saw it on Twitter, as a matter of fact.
Here's a quick little tease.
My name is Steve Keim. I'm the former general manager of the Arizona Cardinals. I'm now co-founder of the company Brand Balls. If you're a high school football player and want to further your career, you have the opportunity to be evaluated by a former NFL Executive of the Year.
So that's a portion of a TikTok video that he posted yesterday, which good on him for knowing how to use TikTok. Brand Boss, something that he's trying to help with local high schoolers elevate their brand and get themselves some money before they head into college.
Fascinating. So local high school players who are going to college and then kind of market themselves like as an NIL kind of player?
He's like offering to evaluate their tape, and if you want the opinion of a former NFL GM, then it could be intriguing to many young players.
Didn't he have a thing where he kind of showed everybody how Keim time became a big deal?
Yeah.
Like on his video?
That's one of the tabs on his website.
Time, and he showed his boy, who's his boy, the country singer?
Blake Shelton.
Blake Shelton, yeah. Who I once had wished my wife a happy birthday on a video. Blake Shelton did a happy birthday video for Chelsea. Yeah, he had a kind holding Keim time. Look how he's turned this into a positive.
I hope it turns out well for him because I looked at the package prices. Holy smokes!
How much are they?
I think the base package is like $2,000.
Wow. We used a service to help our son get recruited to play college baseball. We didn't quite pay that for it, but it wasn't that far off from that. It was not cheap. It was not cheap, and it was a service we gladly used and gladly subscribed to. But it was not cheap, and it sounds like Steve is targeting more a higher end high school athlete than maybe my kid
I just sent him a message, seeing if he wants to help me with the Ram. What can we do with what can we turn Gambo into? Gambo. I just sent him a question mark.
All bad ideas.
What's your brand for me? Keim time.
Wait, you didn't like Gambo Bomb?
Gambo Bomb?
You had a Gambo Bomb most recently with the Tyus Jones
A lot
stuff.
of people threw out the Gambo Bomb because I had the Tyus Jones stuff. Gambo Bomb? Okay, maybe we'll do that.
Yeah.
Even can stretch it out to Gambo is the bomb. And that is your 4 o'clock reset.
All right, thank you, Mitch. We appreciate that. That's the 4 o'clock reset here on the Burns and Gambo show. When we come back, it was the top story of the weekend. Gambo reported it on Saturday. Tyus Jones is coming to the Phoenix Suns, and the rest of the NBA is baffled as to how something like this could happen. We'll talk about that coming up here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morana mornings.
There's going to be a lot of interest in Christian Walker. He's a really good baseball player.
the risk of getting nothing is real.
It is.
The risk of getting priced out of the market is very, very real. And with all the moves and all the additions they did this year, you could see where they would say, okay, you know what? We love you, man, but at age 34, we just can't go there. You can't trade him. This team would lose a ton of credibility coming off the year they had, selling off pieces like that now just because it's their last chance to get something for it.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Back here to tell you about Renko Roofing. I think we've all, experienced it the last few weeks, monsoon season. Last night, at least out in Gilbert, the sky had this crazy glow to it, like, okay, the storm's coming, man. Here it comes, here it comes. Renko Roofing wants to know if your roof is ready for monsoon season, because if it's not, you're going to want to get it ready. At Renko Roofing, they suggest regular, at least annual inspections to be able to look at, identify, and address potential weak spots that could lead to significant damage during a storm. Choosing the right roofing material, it reinforces your existing roof. It can significantly affect how well your roof protects you from monsoons. If you can't trust the roof over your head with that giant storm going on over your head, you're not in a good spot. Prevent blockages in your roof's drainage system. Keep it clear of debris or overgrown trees. Most importantly, don't wait. It's monsoon season. It's not going anywhere. It's going to be here a while. Call Renko Roofing to make sure your roof will protect you throughout the monsoon season. Visit them at RenkoRoofing.com or call 480-418-5390. That's RenkoRoofing.com. Monsoon tested, sunshine approved.
Need a roll-off dumpster for your big summer cleanout or renovation projects? Contact Waste Connections of Arizona. Our roll-offs are easy to order. Save money and time without the hassle of multiple trips to the dump. Waste Connections of Arizona. We want your trash.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
With Progressive Snapshot, you could save on auto insurance rates by driving safely, which is great because you're rarely rewarded for just being you. Ever get rewarded for being left-handed? No. You get to use weird scissors. Your reward for being a Capricorn? Cold birthdays that conflict with the holidays. And your reward for quickly responding to every work email? More emails. But with Snapshot, even left-handed Capricorns with proper email etiquette could get rewarded for good driving. So download the Progressive app today. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates. Snapshot not available in all states or from all agents.
You've heard the saying, it's hard to stop a train. When it comes to putting smiles on children's faces at the Phoenix Children's Hospital, nothing will get in the way when the Teddy Bear Express pulls into town. Train is the proud sponsor of this year's Give-a-thon, giving hundreds of teddy bears to children currently undergoing treatment at PCH. For the past 9 years, Train's commitment ensures that every child's journey through treatment is accompanied by a comforting companion, reminding them they're not alone in their fight.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Sell your home for top dollar in just minutes with Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. Carol guarantees you at least 100% of market value, or she'll pay you the difference. Find Carol Royce online and get 3 or more offers today.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession date at time of listing.
T-Backs Diamondbacks host the Nationals for a 3-game series at Chase Field. Don't miss pregame coverage of Game 1 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, again, real quick, before we talk about Tyus Jones, I'm going to circle back to this because our own Diamondbacks writer, Alex Weiner from ArizonaSports.com, just chimed in on this on Twitter a few minutes ago. Once again, and not that I doubted Nick Piccoro, I don't. Nick's great at what he does. But this fleshes it out a little bit. Eduardo Rodriguez and Merrill Kelly will throw simulated games on Wednesday, according to Torey Lovello. Kelly will throw 3 innings. E-Rod will throw 4. According to Alex's Twitter account, a minor league stint may not be required for them to return, per Torey Lovello.
Fascinating.
Yes, it is.
I would have thought that they would have needed at least one.
Me too.
Go down there, get a game in, come back. So if that's the case, I mean, maybe they feel like, okay, why waste a week?
Maybe.
Why waste a week? I don't like. We don't have a lot of time left. We need to get you guys back in the major leagues ASAP.
Yeah. Now I'm sure if they came back that soon, their starts would be, limited. They'd be on a pitch count. They'd only be able to go 4 innings or so, and they'd kind of have to grow into the role. But you and I were just talking a second ago during the break about the trade deadline deals and how close this is going to be and how it's going to come down to the last week. And so you look at moves that the Mets are making and the Cardinals are making and the Padres are making and things like that. The deadline tomorrow is at 3 o'clock. The best thing the Diamondbacks can do at the trade deadline is get Merrill Kelly and Eduardo Rodriguez back.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the best thing they can do. I know it's a cop-out to say that, but they'll make more of a difference than the guy they go get at the deadline. In all likelihood,
right?
They'll make more of a difference. So maybe there is a little bit of urgency to getting those guys back. And as long as it's responsible urgency, then I'm all for it. As long as they're not doing anything reckless,
okay,
fine.
I mean, listen, think about it. 2 minor league starts. Okay, you got a guy ready to pitch, and if you give him 2 minor league starts, you're saying, okay, we're going to take 10 days off the table.
Yep.
They don't have a lot of time left.
50-something games left on the season.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, so if you want to take if you can get both of those guys back without having 2 starts in the minors, that's like 4 extra starts. And they may realize, like we all realize, that this is going to come down to the wire. So maybe that's their philosophy. That's fascinating to me. I was very surprised when I heard that. But we'll see.
Yeah. Tyus Jones is now a member of the Phoenix Suns. They haven't officially announced it yet, but they're going to probably any minute, any day now. I was looking. Somebody sent this on Twitter. I can't remember exactly who. Now, their definition of point guard is very loose, very, very loose. But this guy, Dane Moore, on Twitter, tweeted out the 64 point guards that will make more money than Tyus Jones next season. And, I mean, it's LaMelo Ball, De'Aaron Fox, Emmanuel Quickley, Drew Holiday, Jalen Brunson, Terry Rozier, DeJounte Murray. Again, it's a loose definition of what is and what is a point guard. The point being, there was one pre-offseason prognostication that suggested Tyus Jones would probably make about $14 million. When we were talking about our wish list at point guard for the Suns, we never talked about Tyus Jones because we never thought he could be affordable.
Okay.
And yet, here he is.
Nobody had $14 million to offer him.
True.
There was Atlanta and Memphis didn't have the ability to give him $14 million. They could only give, they were looking at about $10 million a year, $11 million a year. There was no money out there. And so when we got winded this Friday, and I broke away from the show at 5:30, I was working a little bit, and I came back and I said, listen, Suns are going to cut Liddell, and they're going to go get a point guard. And I think a lot of people started asking me about Tyus Jones at that point, and I finally, Saturday morning, I said, yes, Tyus Jones is a real possibility. But I think when you looked at it, nobody ever thought Tyus Jones, everybody thought somebody would pay for Tyus Jones because he's good, but nobody did. And then it was like, he was in a position where, like, okay, I could go play with Atlanta or Memphis, but do I really want to back up John Morant?
Yeah.
Trae Young? Let me go to Phoenix and start and put up good numbers, and then maybe somebody will sign me for more money.
Look, I think I think in some weird roundabout way, the thing that has hurt the Suns this offseason
hurt them.
Let me explain. Let me finish.
Okay.
The thing that has hurt them this offseason is the thing that helped them the most with Tyus Jones. Talking about the second apron. The second apron is the. You see where I'm going with this?
I see where you're going.
The second apron is the thing that limited this offseason. They can't aggregate They can't aggregate salaries. They can only sign vet minimum guys. They can only do this. They can only do that. They had all these restrictions. Well, for all those restrictions, there were other teams around the NBA who are like, we're not going over that second apron.
Well, do we have the cut?
Do it.
Mitch, do you have the cut of Matt Ishbia on with us? I think it was last week when Matt Ishbia came on with us and talked about how other teams, and he mentioned some teams, don't want to,
are using it as an excuse. They're hiding behind it to not. And Mitch, if you've got the shorter version of it, because but that's basically. I read a tweet, and again, it's Twitter, so I don't know how much total stock I want to put into it. But they suggested like the Miami Heat, they couldn't give Tyus Jones the vet minimum without going into the second apron, and they don't want to go into the second apron. There was a lot of reaction around the NBA. Tyus Jones is not a vet minimum guy, but what this new restriction has done is it's forced middle-class guys like Tyus Jones or Gary Trent Jr., who signed a vet minimum deal with Milwaukee.
Right.
It's forced them to take vet minimum deals because there are teams that, hey, we're not doing that. We're not going over that threshold.
Right.
But Ishbia's willingness to do it. Right. You got it for me, Mitch? Please play.
The second apron, everyone likes to talk about it, and it's like this. It's like a nice way for other teams and owners to hide behind why they don't re-sign players. It's not the second apron that's scaring people off. It's the luxury tax went up substantially as well. So it's the luxury tax numbers are like 5, then it went to like 9. I mean, it's massive numbers. That's why my luxury tax is so high. That scares off a lot. You saw the Clippers, who has a very rich owner, they decided to not go forward with Paul George. You saw Denver, their championship team, 2 players in the last 2 years have left.
So that's my point about Tyus Jones. The Suns have already displayed a willingness to not give a rip about the second apron, whereas other teams don't want to. And in the middle of that, it leaves guys like Tyus Jones like, where do I go? Where do I play? What do I do? And I think the Suns, the rule that was designed to stifle them actually helped them in some weird kind of way.
No, I
believe that.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt. I don't think there's any doubt that you're right, because there are probably teams that didn't want to go over that apron. So Tyus Jones, we can't have a conversation about Tyus Jones. And then again, the 2 teams that had interest that I reported, Atlanta and Memphis, I mean, you going to go there and be a backup? Be a backup to Trae Young or John Morant? Heck no. Go to Phoenix, be the starting point guard, play with a couple of other Duke players. Probably Coach Krzyzewski will be on the staff very soon.
Well, we got Grayson Allen. Plumlee, and who else am I?
I think there's 3.
Is there?
I think it's only 3.
That'd be the third. Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't thinking about the Duke connection. That's really funny. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the Arizona Cardinals were back on the field today for training camp. Kyler Murray spoke on the first day of padded practice. What did the Cardinals quarterback have to say? You'll hear it next on the Burns and Gambo show.
When we feel divided, we look to something that can bring us together. It's time to do something powerful and meaningful for kids who need your help.
Be the champion of hope and help kids like me at Phoenix Children.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's begins Monday, August 12th. Keep listening to hear how you can make a difference for Arizona kids and families. The Give-a-thon is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Ak-Chin Indian Community.
Back here to tell you about Global Credit Union, 12 branches all across the valley, and at every single one, human beings ready to help you. You call Global Credit Union on the phone. Every single time you call, a human being ready to help you. How many times, and everybody's been through this, you call your bank, right? You need help. It's your money. You might even be a little panicked about something, and you're trying to get answers, and you have to navigate your way through a computer system. At Global Credit Union, it's all about human interaction. You will talk to a person. At Global Credit Union, when you walk into one of their branches, you will talk to a human being. And I know this sounds like kind of like a very basic thing. I walked into a branch of a bank one time. There wasn't a soul there. there was a button that you pushed. It had a video chat with somebody from who knows where. Not a global credit union. You don't have to worry about that. It's about that human connection, and it's about getting answers when it comes to your money, because trust me, if you need answers about your money, usually you want to talk to a person and not a computer. So stop into one of their 12 branches or go to globalcu.org and open an account today. Global Credit Union, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
If you're struggling to lose weight, here's some good news. It's called RM3 from Red Mountain Weight Loss. RM3 works on your belly, hips, and thighs, attacking unhealthy fat and helping you lose up to 20 pounds a month. It's safe for men and women, and it's not a stimulant, so it won't make you nervous or jittery. This patented medication is available only by prescription, and you can only get it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Lose 20 pounds by this time next month with the medical experts you can trust at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Arthritis can be simply awful, bone on bone, constant pain, robbing you of so much of the stuff you love to do. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and I've got some good news for you. There are now effective ways to deal with that pain, and I'm talking about cellular therapies that can get you lasting relief, and the place to go, QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics uses advanced regenerative medicine to treat the pain, enhance your joints, restore your mobility, and give you long-term relief. This is why they are called the future of medicine. So if you are living with chronic pain, you need to know steroids and surgery and pain pills no longer your only options. The local medical professionals at QC Kinetics are ready to help you get your life back. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
I'm Mitch Varel. This is the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Diamondbacks are just hours away from the MLB trade deadline. They have entrenched themselves in the buyer's market. The question is will they buy anything besides A.J. Puck, who they acquired a few days ago? There's a magnifying glass on the bullpen right now after another blown save from Paul Sewald last night. And in contrast, they got two fantastic outings from their new addition in Puck. So, if the Diamondbacks do anything else, they only have hours, and I do mean hours, left to decide. By the way, ahead of today's game, Slade Ciccone had been recalled from AAA Reno. In his place, Yolbert Diaz had been sent down. This team on the field looks to get back in the win column tonight. They host the Washington Nationals. Battle of left-handers on the mound. Jordan Montgomery for the Snakes, Mitchell Parker for the Nats. First pitch is at 6:40. Pregame coverage starts at 6, right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then we knew about Team USA men's basketball win yesterday. Earlier today, the women's basketball team collected their first group win, a 102-76 victory over Japan. As far as members of the Phoenix Mercury go, Brittany Griner scored 11 points with 9 rebounds. Diana Taurasi had just 2 points and 3 rebounds. Named to watch going forward is Kalia Copper. She played just 6 minutes, and not even a minute into her playtime, she suffered an injury due to a collision in the second quarter. She would later return to the bench and then find her way onto the floor into the closing minutes. The latest is brought to you by BackFit Health and Spine. With 9 valley-wide locations, BackFit Health and Spine is ready to take care of your pain needs. Text BACK, B-A-C-K, to 620-620 for more info and to receive the Gambo Special.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Here we go. Football time.
It's Darius Robinson at the Arizona Cardinals, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Burns and Gambo, live from Cardinals training camp.
And for the first time in this training camp, we heard from Kyler Murray. He addressed the media after practice today, and was asked about how different this camp feels for him, given how little he could do last year.
I mean, it feels like, this is a completely new, new situation. It's obviously a new year. Everything that we did in the back end of the season doesn't matter. But, last year was just such a, whirlwind for me as far as being hurt and then, rehabbing the whole year, coming back in the middle of the season, which I've never done before. And then, again, not, as far as the play goes, having to get better each and every week again and feel like getting the groove of things. And it kind of, not really mean anything, but for me it meant something, as a, internally. But I think this year just getting to start off fresh, it is a big difference.
It's new. It's new for him.
It is.
It isn't,
sure.
But it is. You know what I mean?
It's the first real training camp with the second year under Gannon, but the first real training camp that he gets to participate in fully healthy with this group of players. Every year is different because there's a new group of players coming in. But it's the same exact coaching staff from last year, and now he gets to come in and have a training camp with them, which he didn't have last year.
Yeah.
So I do think it's quite different.
Yeah, there was I want to play this one, and then I want to talk about the story on Sports Illustrated.
Right.
Kyler Murray was asked about his confidence in Marvin Harrison Jr. this early on in the season and this early on in camp, and this is the one that he said that I think captured a lot of people's attention today.
Very confident, very confident. He's obviously a great player, loves the game, and the time that we've got to spend together off the field this offseason since he got drafted has been very positive, and I think that's going to translate to the field.
Yeah, he went on to say there you can tell when a guy has it, and he has it.
But I think that comment about the time we got to spend off the field, that goes back to when we had Trey Benson on.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Because Trey Benson said, that was really good for me and for Marvin Harrison Jr. to go to UCLA and practice with those guys.
In fact, Kyler was asked about the UCLA trip.
Wins. Yeah, wins. I want to see everybody get paid, do what they want to do in this sport. You only get so long. But it just wins.
I think I saw a clip from Zay Jones over the weekend in which he said that was 1,000% Kyler Murray paid for everything. He paid for the chefs. He paid for the facilities. He paid for the hotel. He paid for the excursions, all the stuff, right? And that's a trip like that. Look, it's good for football. It's good for them to get out and get to know each other and do plays and things like that. I think it's just as much camaraderie and it's just as much character building and chemistry building as it is, hey, let's go out and run these plays from the playbook so we're all familiar with each other. It's about bonding. It's about doing that stuff. And that's exactly what Trey Benson talked about when he was with us earlier.
And that's why I was like, you would think even a guy, because he said, even a guy like Marvin Harrison Jr., because I asked him, it was important for him, to go, be accepted by the veterans. Okay, you're part of the team now. You're not just some rookie, and it's just you're part of the team. And that bonding at UCLA, I think, went a long way to what we're seeing with the camp right now.
Jonathan Gannon, quote, when I got the job, clean slate, I said, what do you want to do? And he said, I want to win Super Bowls. I want to be in the conversation of the elite. And I said, okay, you have to be on a good team to do that. You're not going to be on a bad team and get talked about. You're not going to win Super Bowls, and you're not going to get talked about. As good as you could be, you're not going to get in that conversation unless we're good. Close quote. And basically, Gannon's message to Kyler was, if you want to be good and you want to be elite, you have to help me make everybody else here good. You have to chase down a guy after he makes a good catch and tell him, good catch. You have to be the guy who organizes the stuff in the offseason. You have to be the guy who does the trips to Oklahoma and UCLA and things like that. You got to make everybody else better around you because we can't get you what you want until we're better as a team. It's not just about you and what you do here.
No, I thought that was probably some of the best lines. I need you to impress your competitiveness and your will to win on the team. You've got to impress it on them. This was a terrific story about, Kyler and the Cardinals in lockstep under Gannon. And Gannon says, when I got the job, clean slate. I said, what do you want to do? I want to win Super Bowls. I want to be in the conversation of the elite. I said, okay, you have to be on a good team to do that. So that's where impressed, make everybody better. Make everybody better, and it's going to help elevate the team, and then you'll get the accolades. Because me and you talk about it all the time. You want to be in an MVP conversation? Win more games. You want to go, all of that stuff matters.
It all matters.
You have to win games in order to be considered in some of those conversations.
And I think sensing that was going to be a topic of conversation, he was asked about the sense of urgency to win and whether it's increased.
Yeah, I mean, I've never, like, I'm not used to losing, So, I mean, I know it sounds cliche. It's been 5 years. It's going on 6, so haven't won yet. So, the sense of urgency is definitely there. You never know, when the game's going to be taken away from you. You never know how long you're going to be playing. So, my goal is to be the best, and that's since I was 4 years old. That's my dream, was to be a quarterback in the NFL, win Super Bowls, and that's what I strive to do every single day.
It's funny. I was thinking of two things when I was listening back to that. One, I was thinking of Trey Benson and how almost awestruck he was being in Kyler Murray's presence, which just is so funny because we think of Kyler as such a young player, and he is. But he's like, I grew up idolizing him. I played Madden. I was the Cardinals. I was Kyler Murray.
It's almost like he's talking about Russell Wilson.
Right. Yeah, he was talking about
You talk about Russell Wilson. You talk about Kyler Murray. I grew up idolizing him. I watched him when I was a kid. Like, damn, dude, like, really?
Yeah,
like
27-year-old Kyler Murray, right?
Right.
Like, that's or 26, however old he is. That's
high
who you're
school,
talking
college.
about.
Yep.
And then number two, I think about this a lot, and this is going to sound, not that him getting hurt was the best thing that happened to him. It's never a good thing when a guy blows out his knee. Boy, did he give him the opportunity to refocus, didn't it? It gave him the opportunity to reset basically his entire career and his entire persona and who he was. Now, certainly a coaching change helped and a culture change helped, and Monty Austin-Fort and Jonathan Gannon helped.
It doesn't happen without it.
I don't think it can. I don't think it can happen unless you see this, oh, man, I don't get to play football anymore. I don't, I can't play for another year. It gives you that sense of, like, gratitude for maybe things that he took for granted a little bit.
When something gets taken away from you, that's a saying in life, right? When something gets taken away from you, that's when you really appreciate it.
Yeah.
You really appreciate something when it gets taken away from you.
It got taken away from him, and he had to work to get it back, and he had to work different to get it back, and he had to learn to be a different guy to get it back. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen this season with Kyler. Nobody does. I don't know how he's going to play. I don't know how many games they're going to win. But you can't sit here and say with a straight face that he hasn't done every single thing possible to make him and this team as great as they can possibly be.
We've said it. So now if he fails, it's not on lack of effort.
Right.
If Kyler doesn't end up being an elite quarterback in this league, it's not because he didn't try. It's not because he didn't give 100%. It's not because he did all the intangible things that you need to do to be great. It would be because he's just not good enough.
Yep.
That's all.
Yeah.
But in order to get to be where he is, all of those other things that he just did, those had to happen for him to be great. If he doesn't do those things, he just was never going to be great.
Yeah, you'd be hard pressed to say, "Hey, it was a good thing he got hurt." I would never say that, but there were benefits to it. There were benefits, and I think you're seeing those benefits be reaped now because of that. He was asked about the culture.
Man, they're doing everything I feel like the right way for the betterment of the team. Kind of allows me to just be myself. JG understands who I am and how I am as a competitor, and he wants to see me succeed. He wants his team to succeed. So our communication, man, we're locked in. I love everything that they're doing. Our relationship is going to continue to grow, and I'm excited about it.
Yeah, we'll see. Look, at this point, everything that can be done has been done. You have to win football games. And if at the end of the year you don't win enough or we're not seeing the progress that we need, then it's time to really reassess things with Kyler and kind of figure things out with Kyler. But for now, everything's where it's supposed to be with Kyler.
It is. And, boy, I would hate to get to the point at the end of the season you have doubts about him. I'd like this to be the year where he kind of like – because not everybody's 100% sold on Kyler.
Of course not. No.
I'd like to get to the point where everybody is.
Yeah.
The way Cincinnati is about their quarterback and Buffalo is about their quarterback. And, there's a lot of teams in the league that are pretty settled with, and they know who their quarterback is and they like him. I'd like to see Arizona get to that point.
When we come back here on the Burns and Gambo show, it was a strong start for members of the Suns on Team USA men's basketball yesterday. Was there any doubt about Kevin Durant figuring it out? We're going to head off to Paris for some more insight next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Love telling you about Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, and they've got their summer sales event going on right now, and they're teaming up with the Boys of Summer for a final playoff payoff sale. They're pushing for the playoffs, and you get the playoff deals like a 24 Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben, just ranked the highest in quality in its segment by J.D. Power. You can lease one today for as low as $299 a month for 36 months with only 10% cash down, plus 0% financing for 36 months with no payment for 90 days on the Ford F-150, the Escape, the Edge, the Explorer, and the Expedition. Great deals going on right now. And purchase or lease any new Ford and get 4 tickets to the D-backs game for your family to watch. All you have to do is head on over to Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, or go online for more information at sandersonford.com.
Don't miss the Alan Parsons Live Project at the Celebrity Theater Sunday, August 18th. One of rock's most spectacular sonic and visual experiences. The Alan Parsons Live Project will take you on a journey like no other. Tickets on sale now at celebritytheater.com. The Alan Parsons Live Project, brought to you by Danny Zalisco Presents.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here. I want to take a moment to highlight the incredible generosity of the Ak-Chin Indian community. They're always giving back and supporting important causes, and their involvement in this year's Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon is no exception. The Ak-Chin Indian community has a long history of standing by those in need, and their contributions have made a significant impact on countless lives. This year, they've stepped up once again, demonstrating their unwavering commitment to helping kids and families facing tough challenges. Robert Miguel, the chairman of the Ak-Chin Indian community and my good friend, embodies this spirit of giving. The community has shown remarkable dedication to making a difference. Their support for this year's Give-a-thon is a testament to their compassion and generosity. We are grateful for their partnership and support. Thank you, Ak-Chin community, for being a beacon of hope and making a positive impact on the lives of so many children and families. The kids all win with Ak-Chin.
Are you dealing with a back issue and don't know what to do or who to call? Greg Schulte here, and I've got your answer. Call Desert Institute for Spine Care, a.k.a. DISC. DISC surgeons treat a variety of different spine conditions, such as herniated disc, sciatica, spinal stenosis, and degenerative disc disease. DISC is known for its minimally invasive surgical solutions, believing that using at least invasive yet most effective treatments is the best way for their patients to restore, revitalize, and rejuvenate their active lifestyles. And DISC is so good at taking extra time with patients to help understand their pain and how it's affecting their everyday life. Several years ago, DISC took care of my herniated disc issue, and I've been pain-free ever since. I trusted them, and I hope you'll place your trust in the DISC surgeons to help you get through your back issue. Text SPINE to 620-620 or visit sciatica.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday. We'll find out if the Diamondbacks bounced back from a disappointing loss to Pittsburgh in their series opener against the Nationals. Join us at 6 here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Welcome back. It's the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. We are live from Arizona Cardinals training camp today, but man, we're talking about a bunch of things, and that includes Team USA, the men's basketball team, making their debut with a huge win over Serbia yesterday. And joining us right now from Paris, covering the team for Essentially Sports, Grant Afseth, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Grant, I'm Dave. This is Gambo. Thanks for your time, man. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I look forward to talking about Team USA for sure.
Well, first I want to find out, are you sleeping on a cardboard box or do you have a regular bed?
I'm lucky. I'm one of the lucky ones. I have a regular bed.
All right. And you have air conditioning, right? You've got some AC in your room?
I do, thankfully.
All right, good. Okay, so you're not roughing it right now like some of the athletes are. You've got it made. All right, let's start with Kevin Durant. Was there any doubt in your mind that he was going to play in these Olympics?
No, I think the closer at the London Showcase we got with him being on the court, getting some shots up, and, you could see videos, especially online, with the team kind of promoting him, getting in, work against, basically in ones. you could really see it trending towards him playing. And then Steve Kerr kind of laid it out where it's like, as long as he plays in multiple practices, like scrimmages and things of that nature, we're confident we can play him. And that ended up happening. He ended up participating in the 2 practices the team had out here, in Paris. And then sure enough, he was upgraded from questionable to active. And a lot of people, including LeBron, really praised how, KD looked throughout those scrimmages. So definitely didn't end up being a surprise, but that he played well, but definitely surprising that he only missed 1 shot, taking 9 attempts and being 5 for 5 from 3. That was definitely not too out of the realm of Kevin Durant, but was definitely a remarkable performance no matter who puts it together.
Pretty incredible as it was. Let's talk about him coming off the bench. I don't expect that's going to be the case for long, but do you like the way Steve Kerr was able to use him coming off the bench in the first game?
Yeah, I think it definitely was a solid decision. I think the first group has had a lot of reps together throughout the process. But me personally, I think if Kevin Durant is available to play, I think he can kind of slide in anywhere. And I think he kind of showed that as well, especially with the ability to come off the bench. So I think really there's no wrong way to use Kevin Durant in all reality, to be honest.
There's no doubt about that. Grant Afseth from Essentially Sports, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show, joining us from Paris. How do you think I'm trying to think of a question about the joy that we see on the other players' faces when they see Kevin Durant do well. What level of respect do you think he has among the other guys on that roster, given his tenure as a U.S. basketball star?
Yeah, I think it's a huge level of respect, especially from those younger guys. Well, I think everyone, but the younger guys grew up like Anthony Edwards with Kevin Durant being his favorite player. I think that's definitely a unique experience to be able to have as a especially an Olympian, let alone an NBA superstar. But I also think some of his peers like LeBron, Steph Curry. I think it definitely comes with a lot of respect seeing him be able to continue to be that like elite scorer that he's always shown to be, but also they see that he's someone that always shows up for Team USA as well. Like I'm sure they see the record book where he's the all-time leader in points. And then when you see it in the first game, it's very easy to see why he's, arguably the most accomplished, Team USA, basketball player or men's basketball player. So I think that definitely, definitely stands out. And I think, everyone, always appreciates, it seems like even in the NBA, regardless of what team they're on, they have such a high respect and, appreciate the opportunity to play with him.
One thing that we noticed watching him play yesterday was the level of joy that he had out there. Now, it's easy to have joy when you hit your first 8 shots and you have the first half that he had. But from his position as kind of an ambassador of USA basketball, how much do you think he enjoys being the face of this program, for lack of a better way of putting it?
Yeah, I think he's definitely one of those basketball purists that the game has. And he even talked about how, it was basically like the 27,000 fans at the stadium, the soccer stadium converted into a basketball venue for the Olympics, kind of provided a different feel. He really appreciated that. And, he even pointed out all the different jerseys. Like NBA jerseys, seeing those, in an international setting, thought that was really cool. So when you hear like comments like that and him just talking about, being, excited to be able to play in this setting, he's definitely, that joy that he brings to the game as a basketball purist really stands out. And, as an observer, I think people really resonate with that. Like he's just someone that as long as he's healthy to play, he's going to show up and, he's going to get buckets for sure. No matter who the team is, no matter what uniform, no matter what location, he's going to get the job done.
Greg, give me the basketball in the Olympics. The style of officiating is they allow a lot more physicality in the game than what we see in the NBA. But there was that hard foul, and I know Suns fans were like holding their breath when Durant got body checked. I think it was by Micic on Serbia, right around half court, and then he did the shoulder shrug. And just give me your thoughts on the physicality of the play. And were you surprised that wasn't a flagrant foul?
Honestly, I think there's definitely a substantial difference in that physicality. As someone based in Dallas, I've covered Luka Doncic a lot in international settings, and he takes an absolute pounding. With the ball in his hands a lot. And that's something that I think all these Team USA guys experience. They kind of have a target on their back in my opinion, where, the opposing players, especially the non-NBA players, they're really trying to make a name for themselves, and they know they can really, put some accomplishments to their name by getting some stops and making plays. And I'm sure it did not help that he was already lighting them up with all of those, jumpers that he was hitting throughout the night. I'm sure that was a little bit of a frustration foul on the defender's part for sure.
Some key players did not play. Halliburton, Jason Tatum. Devin Booker got the start. We had been anticipating that to happen, but, Steve Kerr had some tough decisions to make. He probably had about three different options as to who could start. So was it any surprise at all that Devin Booker ended up starting for Team USA?
No, I think him being available to play and just being a very cohesive fit, has an ability to play off the catch. He can make plays himself, and he's someone that's also taken on the challenge of, being a defensive, asset in ways that, he may not have necessarily the energy or the need from the Phoenix Suns to necessarily ask him to play, that focus of a smaller of a role. So I think he's definitely, someone, if you reflect on kind of how he felt about Team USA, he's someone that when people last year after the World Cup shortcomings for Team USA, people were posting about how they need some superstars to embrace playing that smaller role and just, basically taking pride in that. He quote tweeted and said, "I'll do it." And I think he's definitely delivering in that regard for sure.
It does seem as if Steve Kerr almost uses Devin Booker as kind of the poster child for that, right? Because he played the second most minutes yesterday. Whether he starts or whether he doesn't, it feels like Devin Booker is going to get a lot of minutes for Team USA, no matter what's going on around him. It seems like Steve Kerr wants to promote him as a guy who is a good FIBA player and as a superstar who's kind of willing to make those sacrifices. Do you get that same vibe?
Yeah, definitely. And I think he's got some of those tools that allow him to play, positions of need as well. Like he can initiate the offense if they really need him to, but he can also play off the ball. And he's got some quickness as well that maybe some of the bigger guys do not necessarily have that allow him to guard matchups they need him to guard. And I think that just checks a lot of necessary boxes, especially with this group. I think he brings a different, set of assets or intangibles that I think are definitely necessary.
There was Grant F. Seth, our guest here from Essentially Sports, who's joining us from Paris on the Burns and Gambo Show talking Team USA. Last one from me, Jason Tatum. There was a little bit of a stir with him not playing yesterday. Steve Kerr came out and said today that he expects him to play in the next game, wouldn't say who's not going to play in his place. Kind of a two-parter. How much of a quote-unquote controversy is it that he's not playing? And then part two, if he does play, who do you think's the one who doesn't against South Sudan in a couple of days?
Yeah, I think for the most part with Jason Tatum, it didn't end up being too significant of a surprise, in my opinion, that he didn't get minutes because it started to look with the trend with Kevin Durant, getting closer to returning. When you really kind of break down the rotation and the lineup possibilities, it seemed like he was more so going to be that odd man out since they really have embraced the impact as a guard, on-ball defender that, Drew Holiday and Derek White have brought to the table. So that really narrows your options if you have LeBron playing a lot of minutes at the four. You also have the double big lineup combinations with Anthony Davis, Bam Adebayo, and then, obviously Kevin Durant as well being integrated into the mix. So I definitely think, that kind of lowers the outlook there for a 3-4 or a 4-3, whatever you want to describe Jason Tatum as being, when you do have options that are, quicker to be able to put out there, like a Devin Booker as well. And I think if they are going to take, minutes from other players, I think, they might have to look to, maybe just embrace a bigger style of play. I think that definitely fits against South Sudan because they have, a lot of height, length, and athleticism. That's where Jason Tatum can really kind of make his mark. Maybe they play less minutes for, maybe like a Derek White or a Drew Holiday, like those types of guys who, are like smaller guard defenders.
Grant, we appreciate it very much. Enjoy your time in Paris. Glad to hear you're not sleeping on cardboard, man. Thanks for coming on for a few.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
You got it.
You got it. Thanks, Grant.
Grant Avseth, who covers basketball for Essentially Sports. He's based out of the Dallas area, but he is in Paris. And he joined us to talk about Team USA and their win yesterday. Next up, they take on South Sudan on Wednesday. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, no doubt, even though we're live at Cardinals training camp and the Diamondbacks are back in action tonight, the Suns sold all the headlines over the weekend. We'll dive into exactly what Tyus Jones on the Suns roster is going to look like, how it's going to work, how it benefits them, and how it gives them some challenges they have to overcome as well. The good and the bad is all next on Burns and Gambo.
I think somebody noticed that the Suns needed to add some point guard play to the offense. After signing Monte Morris to come off the bench earlier this month, they went out and got themselves a starting point guard last weekend. Tyus Jones comes in from the Wizards to run the point, and to leave all Suns fans wondering, who comes off the bench now? What's Coach Bud going to do? And how many more players from Duke can the Suns get on the squad? Stay tuned for answers on the home of the Suns, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Oh, the dog days of summer are here, Basinonians. But we at the Woo Fan Clan are chilling because of the cooling technology in our Brooklyn bedding mattress. If you're sleeping hot, do yourself a favor and check out the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale going on now through July 30th. Everything in store and online is 25% off. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 13 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the summer sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Arizona built for America's dreams.
In this Arizona heat, hopefully your air conditioning at home is doing its job. But if it goes out, call Parker & Sons. They have been serving the Valley for 50 years, and they were just voted #1 by consumers in Ranking Arizona for the 15th year in a row. That's because when you have an emergency, Parker & Sons sends a pro your way in minutes, not days, and they will never charge you extra during nights, weekends, or holidays. So for all things heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical, call Parker & Sons at 602-2REPAIR.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality, certified pros at Angie.com.
Dan Bickley here with my man, Shane O'Hanrahan. And Shane, what's going on this summer at Chapman BMW?
We got a lot going on, Bick. Financing as low as 2.99%, a great selection of certified pre-owned vehicles that have gone through an extensive inspection. And if you ever thought about going electric, we have the incredible lease deal on the BMW i4, starting at $449 a month. So come on down, say hello, and get your hookup.
You can shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations.
One great experience.
Paid for by government. Did you hear? A secret hoard of 1904 $20 Gold Liberty coins have been found. These gorgeous 1904p gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck, and less than 500 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this secret U.S. gold coin discovery a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you can own a piece of the hoard. When you call, you are guaranteed a 1904 Gold Liberty struck at the iconic Philadelphia Mint. With limited availability, you must call now. These 1904 dated gold coins are still in uncirculated condition with brilliant luster. That is 120 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-895-7664. Call now and you'll receive a free bonus, a $75 value free with every order. Call 1-800-895-7664 now to secure your 1904p $20 Gold Liberty coins before they sell out. That's 1-800-895-7664.
At the UPS store, we get it. Being a small biz owner requires grit and hustle, but you don't have to do it alone. We've got your back. You put your heart and soul into your biz, we put ours into packing and shipping. While you're keeping track of your custom-made orders, our mailboxes are keeping your packages safe. Because we're here to help you be unstoppable with shredding, printing, notary, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varell. This is the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. MLB trade deadline is hours away. We are within the final hours until the deadline. The Diamondbacks have firmly entrenched themselves as buyers. The question is, after acquiring A.J. Puck a few nights ago, will they add anyone else? There is a magnifying glass on this bullpen right now after another blown save from Paul Sewald last night, and the new guy did pretty darn well in the 2 outings he had against the Pirates. So if the Diamondbacks plan to do anything else, they only have a couple more days to do that. The team on the field tonight looks to get back in the win column. They're hosting the Washington Nationals, first of 3. It's a battle of left-handers on the mound in Jordan Montgomery and Mitchell Parker for the Nationals. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Wolf. The Arizona Cardinals finally put on the pads. So how different did the team look when they stuck the mouth guard in? We'll tell you tomorrow at 10 a.m. as we are live from Cardinals training camp. It's Wolf and Luke, Arizona Sports.
I really look forward to getting Wolf's perspective because we saw him down on the field, kind of keeping score and checking out practice and watching everything from up here. We saw Kyler Murray making plays, saw Marvin Harrison catch, saw Trey McBride catch, saw James Conner, very typical run, a Sterling Thomas interception, a Garrett Williams interception of a couple of the backup quarterbacks. There was first day of pads. You can hear him cracking up here. It's always a fun, like you were talking about earlier, milestones of camp, right? Like guys' first practice, and then it's the first padded practice, and then it's the first preseason game, and then it's cut down day, and it's just one more kind of mile marker to pass before you get to the day that we're all looking forward to, and that's when they open up the season against the Buffalo Bills here in about a month. So today was a big day, and I'm really looking forward to hearing Wolf's perspective because he's got such a unique perspective on that day.
What did you say to me that like football starts Saturday?
Thursday. I think the Hall of Fame game is on Thursday.
So there are no more Saturday, Sundays where there's not going to be football.
Well, yeah, I mean, because
that's it.
They'll play the Hall of Fame game, and then it's preseason time. Off we go. The Cardinals preseason opener is a week from this Saturday.
Are there any football games at all of any level this weekend?
I don't know.
Okay, because I think I heard that. That was it. Like last weekend this past weekend may have been the last weekend where there's no football for like 7 months.
So the first preseason opener is Thursday. The Texans taking on the Bears. That's the Hall of Fame game.
Okay, Thursday, Texans, Bears.
There's no football this weekend. There's no NFL or college football.
No NFL or college?
This week. It's just the Thursday game. Then this weekend is the last weekend without football, and then after that, from Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, preseason football.
So maybe it was this
days.
week. So this weekend coming up is the last weekend where there's not going to be football for like 7 months.
Just crazy. You know what is also crazy? Tyus Jones is the starting point guard for the Phoenix Suns. That's crazy.
I know.
I
know. When I got wind on Friday at 5:30, when I actually left the show to kind of work on this a little bit, I almost couldn't believe it. To be honest with you, I'll tell you, we'll take a step back because there's stuff that I know, and then there's just my reaction to it. My reaction to it is I can't freaking believe they're gonna get Tyus Jones.
Mm-hmm.
I can't. I wrote. We were on the air, and I kind of wrote his name down. I kind of showed it to you.
Yeah. And I even said to Jamal, I said, if he thinks I can read that, he's drunk. I can't read that. I can't read what he wrote. Right?
I actually was Friday at 5:30, and I just wrote Tyus Jones down. Now, I came on, and I said the Suns are going to be looking for a point guard because I needed to confirm everything that all the information I had on Friday. But let me just take a step back. I can't freaking believe they got Tyus Jones.
You know what? And that is such a the reaction I had when you told me on Friday that this could happen, and then I saw on Saturday that it did happen, on a smaller but similar scale. It reminded me of Bradley Beal a summer ago. Now, I don't know if you remember, but on the day Bradley Beal and the Suns happened was the day that I was kayaking on the Salt River and I was nearly decapitated by the tree because I kept checking my phone for updates. And I seriously nearly got decapitated because I was too busy looking at my phone. But it might not be the same scale. In fact, it'd be ludicrous to suggest it's the same scale. But a summer ago when they got Bradley Beal, it was like, how? How did you get – he makes – how did you make that happen? And in a very similar vein, this was sort of a, wait a minute, how did one of the best backup point guards in the NBA, one of the best point guards in the NBA, how did you get him on a vet minimum deal? So in that regard, I think it was a very similar sort of reaction. Like, I can't believe this is actually happening, that the Suns actually talked him into this.
In that regard, that's what I showed you. You couldn't read it?
Okay, I can make it out now.
Okay.
Okay, so I feel like I'm at the eye doctor. That line I can read. No, Dr. Gambo, I can't read that
you
line.
Were on the air.
No.
I was working the phones. You were on the air.
I was,
I wrote this down. I'm throwing it to Burnsy.
Yeah, and I'm looking at him going,
you're like, what is
I think
this?
that says Tyus Jones, but I'm not going to say that on the air because something tells me I can't.
Yeah.
Let's talk about how he fits. Because he was obviously promised the starting point guard job.
Fits like a glove. He fits like a glove. He's going to –
Do you not see any flaws to it? Any potential?
He's small and he's, and defensively they're going to have challenges, but that's not anything that they haven't had before. They've had challenges defensively. I'm blown away by the fact that they got him. He's a top 15 point guard in the league.
Mm-hmm.
How did the Phoenix Suns, with no money outside of being able to get a vet minimum, get a guy that's better than half the point guards in the league? How?
Well,
I'm blown away by that. I'm not like, this isn't like, and just to go for, again, behind the scenes, sometimes we know things well in advance, and so we've had plenty of time to like think about it and know it before it happens. This one is, I'm just baffled by the fact that they got Tyus Jones.
We were dismissing it almost all last week as, hey, there are still really good players out there, but there's a couple that you can just rule out because there's no way that guy's taking a vet minimum and there's no way that guy's taking a vet minimum, and Tyus Jones was one of them. But you know what? I thought the Phoenix Suns had the perfect offseason last year. So I'm going into this one with a little bit more of a critical eye. Okay, like a little bit more of a, boy, it feels really good, but here's where it could be not really good. So I want to make sure I point this. I think it's a great signing, too, and at the value of getting him on a vet minimum, you can't say no to it. It does make them small. It does enhance their defensive liability. We did see the league about halfway through the year kind of become more defensive oriented, right? Where
it changed with the refs.
Guys weren't getting calls and the league was getting a little more physical, and the league seemed to favor more physicality. That this does not help the Suns in that regard. And this is all true.
Can we go back to your point on, last year they signed a bunch of guys that we kind of liked that had some six. Now, if you want to put Monty Morris and Mason Plumlee in that list with Keita Bates-Diop and Utah Watanabe, I'm all for it. I don't think you could put Tyus Jones in that list.
No.
Tyus Jones has been in this league. This guy's got 160 starts under his belt.
Gambo, I'm not comparing what they did to what they did. I'm comparing how we felt about what they did.
Right.
And how we felt about what they did last year. Let's not go revisionist history here. We felt really good about what they did. We loved it. But
we were basing it on a sample size of what some players had done with small sample sizes.
Yeah.
Tyus Jones is that's different.
I'm not denying that, but we were pretty high on what they did this time a year ago, too. And that was
but you got to
before
admit,
the
you
DeAndre
can't compare Keita Bates-Diop and
No,
Utah Watanabe.
but I'm not trying to.
Tyus
Again,
Jones.
I'm not comparing players. I'm comparing reactions.
Okay.
But I'm being serious now. Like, there are some parts about this that might not work all that well, and we have to be prepared for that. We have to be prepared that while it's going to make the offense hum, and it's going to make the second – just for a second, go look at the Suns bench right now. It's remarkable. Monte Morris, Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal, Bol, and Mason Plumlee. That's about as good a second unit as you're going to find given the restrictions the Phoenix Suns had this offseason. It's incredible they're able to have a bench like that with the restrictions that they had. I'm just saying They're not going to be able to defend very well. They're going to be really small, and if the league continues its trend towards a more physical league, they're going to have to counter that with an offense that better be on point every single night. It's the only way they're going to win.
They got a lot of options to trade for a defensive wing at some point if they want to. With the money they have,
they could.
The salaries that they have, they might be able to do that at some point next year.
And I don't want anyone – look, I love this signing. I love the value. It's like going to a garage sale, right? And you see a painting – that's worth $100,000 and they're selling it for $5, and you're like, is that for sale? Is that just in the garage, or is that part of the garage sale? Oh no, it's for sale. I can have that painting for $5. Okay, here. I mean, it's like
when we have Tyus Jones on, I'm going to tell him that Bernsey kind of related you to being at a garage sale, and finding like this gem for $5. That's really worth a lot more.
It's true. It's true. And so what you do is either your wife says to you, "Well, where are we going to put that piece of art?" Who cares? Who cares?
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take down a picture of your mom, and I'm going to put this up right there. That's what I'm going to do.
Well, I would never say that to my wife because her mom just passed, but your point is well taken.
I'm going to take down the picture of your parents that you've got in the hallway.
They're both gone. So I wouldn't do that either. Your brother. Say your wife's brother.
I'm going to take down the picture of your brother.
There you go.
And I'm going to put it right there where the picture of your brother used to be.
Don't say mom or dad.
Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take down the picture of our firstborn child.
And
I'm going to put it there instead.
Put it right there instead.
Yeah. We can always go back to it. We can find a spot for him in the garage.
Tremendous value that you cannot say no to if you're the Phoenix Suns, and you'll figure out all the logistics later. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, after we remind you to subscribe to our podcast on your iPhone or your Android, you'll never miss any of our show. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast brought to you by FanDuel. Budda Baker, is he going to be with us next year when we're at Cardinals training camp? That's the question we asked him, and you'll hear his answer next on Arizona Sports.
D-backs Pirates.
The 2-2. Swinging a ground ball to first. Grandal has it, takes it to the bag himself, and the Pirates survive an onslaught from the Diamondbacks. They avoid the sweep, and they take the finale by a final score of 6-5.
After taking 2 of 3 from the Pirates at home, the D-backs host the Nationals for a 3-game series with Game 1 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Sent a lot of people to BackFit Health and Spine over the years, and a lot of great success stories, including my friend Earl, who covers the Suns, does a really good job, and he came to me in February. Came to me in February, and he was just in a lot of pain, and he'd gone a couple different places, and he asked me about BackFit. He was skeptical because he had gone to other places and not been able to get out of pain, and now he's been able to go back and play basketball and making these long drives to California with absolutely no pain. He sent me a picture back then of his spine. He goes, my spine is way out of alignment. I'm going to start injections and physical therapy to strengthen and stabilize my spine. I've got a 6-week plan, but I'm on my way to stopping the pain. He sent that to me on March 4th. 6 weeks later, he's completely out of pain, because that's what they put him on, a 6-week program to get him out of pain, and he's completely out of pain. And he's so happy to be able to do the things that he used to do, like playing basketball. So if you're struggling with pain, you need to know about BackFit Health and Spine. BackFit's got 9 locations in the Valley, 1 in Tucson. They take all major medical. They take walk-ins. They have superior physical therapy. They have massage therapy. They do chiropractic work. They will get you out of pain by properly diagnosing you and then come up with the right plan for you. Text BACK to 620-620 for more info. That's text BACK to 620-620.
Presidential Pools is proud to sponsor this year's PCH Give-a-thon. Presidential Pools will be donating a portion of proceeds to all of the kids and families that need PCH day in and day out. So if you're on the fence about getting a pool, there is no better time to dive in than right now. Get a pool and help the kids and families in our community. Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder, and once again, proud sponsors of this year's PCH Give-a-thon.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
DQ presents
Picture this. Picture the DQ $7 bacon cheeseburger meal deal. Not just a cheeseburger, a bacon cheeseburger, plus fries, drink, and a sundae. All full-sized, all for $7. Because everything's better with bacon. Everything's also better with a side of fries, a refreshing drink, and a sundae to finish. Yum. The $7 bacon cheeseburger meal deal. Now for a limited time on the $7 meal deal lineup. DQ, happy tastes good.
Hey folks, it's Dave Ramsey with a word about investing. One investment you might not think of, even though it's probably the biggest purchase you'll ever make, is your home. So this summer, invest in your home with Window World. You see, Window World replacement windows and doors will help keep your home cooler, reduce your power bills, and increase the value of your home. Plus, your investment is backed by Window World's true lifetime warranty. Call today, and Window World of Phoenix will install 5 large premium sliding windows, all with energy-efficient Solar Zone Sun Shield glass for only $39.63, tax included. At Window World, you get their guaranteed lowest price up front without any hassle. So take care of your home with an investment that will last a lifetime. Call today or schedule online at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. It's time. Football is back.
It's linebacker Zayvon Collins, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Burns and Gambo, live from Cardinals training camp.
I don't think there is a year that has gone by we've been at Cardinals training camp where we haven't had a conversation with Budda Baker. I think a lot of it is because you've more than me, and I'm not a fan, but you're just like a super fan of Budda.
Yeah, I really respect him as a player.
And you've always said that from
Yes.
like the day they drafted him.
Yes.
And so I think there's just been kind of a natural connection. He came around that corner, his face lit up when he saw you.
Well,
So
I remember we were on the air. We kind of broke the story that they were going to draft Budda in the second round of the draft. But I remember talking to Brock Hewitt about it the night before because I got an inkling that they were going to draft Budda in the second round. So I called Brock and tell me a little bit about him. They're going to draft this kid tomorrow. They're going to draft Budda Baker, and they did draft him. I remember Brock telling me, man, you're going to absolutely love this kid. Like, they went to the Space Needle, and they had to have, like, a race up and down. He came in first.
Yeah.
Up and down. Like, he's just a dog. Like, he is just going to give you everything he has every second of the day. Brock got me pumped up when I was talking about Brock Hewitt, who's doing sports radio in Seattle, former NFL player. He got me so pumped up about Budda that from that point forward, I'm like, I'm going to love this guy.
So we had Budda on again today, as we do all the time when we're here at Cardinals training camp. We love our conversation with him, and you, in packaging a question about his contract situation, you asked him, "Hey, are you going to be with us next year, Budda?"
So let's make a deal. Let's be here same time next year doing this show. Me, you, and Burnsy. What do you think?
Hey, it sounds good. It sounds good. Hey, for me, I just control what I can control, and just live day by day, one day at a time. And most importantly, we're in training camp, living in the moment, working hard, grinding, and trying to win games this year.
All right. So a coy answer to a coy question. But then the follow-up was, look, you're this close to free agency. Don't you want to get there?
For me, I have a great agent in Athletes First, David Mulugeta, and, he does a great job of talking to, of course, Monty and all those guys, and he kind of just leaves me out of it, and like I ask him to, and for me personally, it's just to live in a moment and to, just work hard, and if the things come, they come. If they don't, I'm going to continue to be who I am, plus more, because I put the work in each and every day. So, for me, it's, you can't control that type of stuff, so it's all about controlling what you can control. A lot of people can't do that. And me personally, year in and year out, that's all I try to do no matter what, is control what I can control, play great football at a high level. And as a team, I want us to win games.
I do believe him, but in the back of your mind, you're going to be a free agent in March. You'll have the ability to have every team in the NFL make an offer to you and try to pay you for your services and, cash in that one last big paycheck. He's been the highest paid safety in the league. He'll have a chance to get back to being one of the top-paid guys. If he has a good season, stays healthy, and hits free agency, he's still only, 28 years old. So that's why I wanted to ask him, like, you're this close. Like, why would you want to get a deal done now if you're this close to free agency where you might hit the jackpot?
Well, I mean, I don't want to speak for Buddha, but the obvious answer to that question is because they gave me a lot of money. They gave me enough money to make me go, you know what, forget getting to March. I'll take your cash. Yeah, I'll take that money from you. And I would imagine, again, not to be disrespectful to Buddha, because we do have a lot of respect for Buddha. I would imagine for all the talk of, hey, I control what I can control, and I'm not thinking about it, and I'm putting it out of my mind, I'm sure there's a number that if the Cardinals put it in front of him, he would go, yep, okay, done. Yeah, I'll take that. Everybody's got one. Yeah.
I think so, but you could bet on yourself. I'm going to have a great year, and then I'm going to cash in, or you could take a look. A lot of it's security. Like, hey, I got a chance right here to sign this deal with all this guaranteed money. How do I pass that? How do I pass that up?
And because what you do is you're protecting yourself against, what if I have a bad season? What if my age starts to show? What if
an injury?
What if I have an injury? What if this? What if that? But he is essentially right. Right now, today, he can't control it. There's nothing he can do about it. There's nothing he can do about it. He just needs to go out there, play football. He pays somebody a lot of money, good money, to handle all this stuff for him, right? And so you let me know. And I'm just going to go out there and play and do the best I can. And I do think the best ones, what we were talking about, Ted Lasso earlier, being a goldfish and being able to put it away and forget about it, I think the best ones can. I think the best ones can say, okay, nothing I can do about my contract today. I'm not going to sign one tomorrow. So just go out there and play football and let the chips fall where they may.
Easy when you've made the money he's made, because he's been one of the highest paid guys.
Yes,
so he's got a lot of financial security with that.
This was funny. First day of pads, and Buda Baker said, you asked him if he was going to hit Marvin Harrison Jr. in pads full as hard as he could. He's like, no, man, I can't do it.
I'm tagging off on Marvin. I'm tagging off. No hitting Marvin.
No hitting Marvin.
No hitting Marvin. I'm tagging off.
All right. So even with the pads on, certain guys you'll shy away from.
No hitting Marvin. Yeah. I might try to hit the ball, but he does a great job of holding the ball with two hands when he's in traffic. But no hitting Marvin.
No hitting Marvin.
You got Zay.
Other wide receivers. Yeah.
Zay Jones, you could hit.
Zay Jones, sorry, Zay Jones, but you could hit Zay Jones.
Okay.
You hit Zay Jones.
Michael
Zay
Wilson.
Jones, shout out Zay Jones.
Zay's listening right now. He's like, wait a minute, hold on.
Greg Dortch.
Greg Dortch. Hey, man.
Could hit him.
Don't hit Greg Dortch, man. Don't hit Greg Dortch.
Okay, how do you...
Hey, Greg Dortch tried to crack me today.
No, he did not.
Oh, he did?
I didn't really see him. He hit my shoulder pads, and all I heard was, So shout out Greg Dortch, not being afraid coming in there. And,
all right, so he should be fair game then. He should be fair game.
Of course, fair game.
I love the noise that he said Greg Dortch made when he tried to...
I want to apologize to Zay Jones for probably getting him hit in practice tomorrow.
No,
throwing his name out there.
If anything, Zay Jones should go up to Buddha and just be like, dude, seriously?
Really? Why me?
Yeah, really?
What did I do to you?
What did I ever do to you? What are you doing to me, man? Why you got to do me like that? I don't understand. If you even asked him about preferential treatment for Marvin Harrison Jr., this is what Buddha told us.
But Marvin does get treated a little bit differently.
He doesn't. But he does. He does it. He does. I'm just joking. Wink, wink.
I'm not.
So a little preferential treatment for. Listen. I was curious about that. Marvin Harrison Jr. is one of the biggest faces of the franchise right now. Like, he is the future. Do you pop? Do you pop him if he catches a pass over the middle? Do you pop him the same way you would any of the other wide receivers? Pads are on. You can hit some guys with the pads on.
Look, I mean, this is – I got to think you're supposed to.
You're not drilling guys.
Right,
you're not like
–
it's not like a game.
Right.
You're not hitting guys at 100%, but pads are on. You got to everybody's got to get used to the physicality of the game. Wide receivers need to get used to taking some hits. Safeties need to get used to hitting some guys. I was curious as to the level that Marvin Harrison Jr. would be treated compared to other guys.
I got to think Jonathan Gannon would not want anybody to be treated that differently. You know, like that would fly in the face of what he's trying to create and what he's trying to build. And probably the right answer is you want to be a little careful with everybody. You know, you want to hit, you want to get hit, you need to get used to the physicality, like you say. But you don't want anyone to get hurt either, like anybody. You don't want anyone to lose them. So but what an interesting kind of like fun. Yeah, pads are on. We're going to hit everybody and all that. And
we ain't hitting Marvin.
We're not hitting Marvin. It's different, but
football.
It's the same. Yeah. We've got the Burns and Gambo Show podcast. You can subscribe on your iPhone or your Android. You will not miss our show. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast, brought to you by FanDuel. When we come back, is Paul Sewald officially a problem for the Arizona Diamondbacks? Tricky conversation. We're going to have it next on Burns and Gambo.
The Cardinals have begun doing this and this. Practice is open to the public, and Arizona Sports is there with Wolf and Luke and Burns and Gambo, bringing you the sights and sounds from Cardinals training camp. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Get more of this, and this from the Cardinals and Arizona Sports on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
The Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. Jay Schwartz are offering you $1,000 off your LASIK surgery this month. That's right, this summer. This summer, you could save $1,000 off a LASIK procedure. 3 locations in the Valley for the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, 1 in Glendale, 1 in Scottsdale, 1 in Mesa. Of course, Dr. Jay Schwartz is the team eye doctor for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks, and he can help you with all of your eye care needs. If you've got dry eye, glaucoma, if you have cataracts, if you need glasses or contact lenses, or if somebody in your family just needs an eye exam, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the trusted name in eye care in this valley for over 2 decades. Dr. Jay Schwartz could save you $1,000 on your LASIK surgery right now, plus take advantage of 2 years interest-free financing. Text GAMBO to 620-620. I'll get you all the information. That's text GAMBO to 620-620.
Need a roll-off dumpster for your big summer cleanout or renovation projects? Contact Waste Connections of Arizona. Our roll-offs are easy to order. Save money and time without the hassle of multiple trips to the dump. Waste Connections of Arizona. We want your trash.
Ah, summer is here. Time for video calls, eating lunch at your desk, and navigating office politics.
Wait, that's not what summer's for.
But my inbox is full.
Inbox schminbox. Life is short. Summer is for getting away. Bring on the beach, the national parks, the music festivals. We gotta get out of here.
This summer, get away from the monotony in the Hyundai you've always wanted. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on right now. You can get the hottest deals of the season on many of our award-winning Hyundai models, like the tech-filled Tucson, the spacious Palisade, or the super stylish Elantra. Ignore those meeting invites and get away with the peace of mind that comes with America's best warranty. But get going, because these deals won't last. Add more joy to your journey at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Lease a Tucson for only $269 a month, or get 1.99% APR for 60 months plus $500 bonus cash. See your local Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end July 31st. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
Hi, folks. Brandon Webb here. What makes YRefi so different from other investments? YRefi offers a secure, collateralized portfolio with a strong fixed rate of return, up to 10.25%. That's right, you heard it, 10.25%. There's no attack on your principal if ever you need your money back, and you're in control. You can let your investment compound daily or take income, whatever you choose. Just call 877-80-INVEST or log on to investYRefi.com. And make sure to tell them Brandon Webb sent you.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Lose up to 15 pounds a month with semaglutide from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Red Mountain is the leader in medical weight loss with tools to speed your progress and medical solutions for side effects. Trust the doctors at Red Mountain to customize your plan to supercharge your semaglutide, all for less than half the price of Ozempic. We have it in stock and ready to ship today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain Weight Loss.
When you're trying to find quality candidates, all the searching, screening, and interviewing can become a job itself. You need Indeed, the all-in-one platform that makes it easy to interview, screen, and hire quality people. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
I'm Mitch Varell. This is the latest from the Arizona Sports Desk, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. MLB trade deadline. We are within the final hours. There's a lot of them left, but we are within the final hours. The Diamondbacks have already made one trade acquisition, getting A.J. Puck from Miami. Will they make any other trades? There is a magnifying glass on this bullpen right now after yet another blown save from Paul Sewald last night. And contrast, they got two great games out of their new left-hander. So, if the Diamondbacks decide they want to do anything else, they've only got hours left to do so. As far as the team on the field tonight, they look to get back in the win column. They're hosting the Washington Nationals. It's a battle of left-handers on the mound. You've got Jordan Montgomery for the Snakes and Mitchell Parker for the Nats. Hey, that's a good name. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app.
D-backs host the Nationals for a 3-game series at Chase Field. Don't miss pregame coverage of Game 1 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, two-part question from my friend John Gambadoro over here, if you would put on his headphones. Two-part question for you. You ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Okay.
It's a. I'm sorry?
I don't know if I'll have the answers.
Oh, you'll have answers for
Okay,
me.
okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers?
I want
the
truth.
Yeah.
Zero chance you're getting that answer.
Thanks, Jonathan. I appreciate that, Coach.
All right.
5-3 game going into the top of the ninth. Who is John Gambadoro calling out of the pen? Part 2 to that question, who is Torey Lovello calling out of the pen?
I believe that A.J. Puck pitched 2 out of 3.
He's pitched in back-to-back games.
He's not. So I'm not. I don't have.
You don't
him
think he's
tonight.
available?
I don't have.
So
him
he's
tonight.
not available. Okay.
I don't have him.
I don't know
tonight.
that for a fact, but we're speculating.
That factors into my decision to go back to Sewald tonight.
Okay.
Because A.J.'s pitched in back-to-back games.
Okay.
If he hadn't pitched in back-to-back games, I might go with him.
A.J. Puck would be the answer for you?
I just there's two things I think about. One, I said to you earlier, you treat Paul Sewald different than you do Corbin Carroll. You've got to worry about the psyche of Corbin Carroll. Obviously, he's a future of the organization. He's not going anywhere. He's got a long-term contract. Paul Sewald's a free agent in 60 days. Okay, 2 months, 2.5 months, he's a free agent, veteran player. I'm not worried about his psyche as much as I am worried about the psyche of a younger player who's a big part of my future. Now, I'm not saying I don't need Paul Sewald. I'm not going to just, okay, you're not the closer anymore, and you can. I'm Nick Ahmeding you. You're gone. I still need him to be able to pitch the 7th inning or the 8th inning or whatever I may need him for if I make a change at closer. But the reason why I'm not afraid to make it is as we get closer and closer to the end of the season, my thoughts change. Like a month ago when he blew the 3 saves, I'm all about, we still got a lot of time left. Like, get him right, get him right, get him right. As he struggles with an ERA of 9.5 in July, I don't have that much time left.
Yeah.
Okay, I got 50 games, 55 games, something like that left. All of these games matter. I'm not a wild card team right now. I'm not a wild card team if I'm the Diamondbacks. They're out of the wild. Now, the Mets are playing today, and they're winning 6-1 against Minnesota. The Mets are up 6-1.
Mets have been playing real good as of late.
I got to win games, Bernsey.
Yeah.
I gotta win baseball games. I'm not worried now. June and July are different than August. Would you agree?
Yes.
And we're like right on the verge of August.
It's basically
now.
August. Yes.
Yeah.
It's basically it's the final countdown, if you will, with the Geico burrito in the commercial with the band Europe playing the song in the background. It's still like we talk about commercials. That's still one of my favorite of all time.
Name one other song that the band Europe sang.
There was a time I could have, but I can't now.
Can't now, me either.
No, I don't think they're a one-hit wonder, but there's a time when I could have, and I can't now. What do you think Torrey would do?
I think
Says
he
he's still
goes.
the closer.
I think he goes back to Seawald tonight.
You think so?
I think so.
Okay. Again,
I can still go. I could still go Ginkle.
Could.
But I would say this: if you throw Seawald out there tonight and he blows a save again,
that's it.
Then that's it.
That's it.
Like that's
you got to pull the plug on it.
That's it.
And that's what I'm thinking is that, and this is, some people might look at this as a cop-out answer. I feel like I need to give it one more time. And maybe I don't. Maybe he hasn't earned one more time. Maybe, to your point, we've gotten to that point of the season where I just don't have the wiggle room anymore to give myself one more time at Paul Sewald. But I think the way he pitched through even the saves in the month of July made me uncomfortable. Jake McCarthy at the wall. The 2 runs he gave up against Kansas City, and that really
when they were up by 4.
When they were up by 4, and that really misleading camera shot of Salvador Perez's pop up, and the way the camera followed the ball, you thought, "Oh my God, that's gone." They just tied the game. They didn't. But I mean, even the saves were shaky for Paul Sewald. I'm really starting to get worried that there is a decline in skills with him. That's a physical thing. It's not even a mental thing at this point. It's a physical thing with him and his fastball and it not doing the things that he wants to do, even though the 2 pitches that were hit for doubles yesterday were not bad pitches at all. The one to Bart was on the edge of the strike zone. The one to Les was, even Sewald said after the game, I don't think I could throw a strike
it was in
and up any more than where I put that ball, and it still got. And the fact that he's putting the ball where he wants and they're still getting hit, that's where, red flags start flying, man. Like, I'm putting the ball where I want. They're still crushing it. That's when you have to worry.
He had 2 pitches in the 9th inning that was so far off the plate that the umpire called strikes that he got, come on.
Yeah.
The batters are looking at the umpire like, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah, I guess I just, you know the reason why I want to give Paul Sewald another chance? And this is the God's honest truth. I want to give him another chance because I love how the bullpen is set up if he's the 9th inning guy. And by not having him as the 9th inning guy,
it
plunges my bullpen into chaos. Now I have to redefine everything.
So
with 55 games to go, and it's just like man, I like Sewald as the 9th, and Martinez and Puck setting him up, or Thompson and Ginkle, and I like that I've got 5 guys, and it all builds to this crescendo of Paul Sewald at the end. Because if I don't trust Paul Sewald at the end, now I got to reshuffle the deck with 50-something games.
So you don't want
to
create chaos there. You
want
to create chaos the other way.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't want chaos there.
I want McCarthy and Carroll and everybody getting on basic because chaos now. What was that?
Me screaming "Badum-tis."
Oh, like the drum.
Create chaos.
Yeah. You know what? Does that make sense?
Sorry, Mitch. The field is being rolled back. We can't hear a thing. That's the
don't
field
worry.
gets,
I can hear the field through your microphone.
It's this familiar sound of the field being rolled back that
That's why I want Paul Sewald to work, and I'm probably holding on to a dream that might not exist anymore. But that's it. I mean, it's like, man, this whole thing is set up so you've got this great bullpen, but it only works if Paul Sewald's finishing the back end.
He cannot blow a save at his next 3 or 4 outings.
He can't.
Not just if he gets a save today, and then 2 days from now, he can't blow a save in his next 4.
He's still on. And you asked me earlier if Paul Sewald ever got off probation, and I think he did. I think 5 straight got him to the point where we're you're the closer and everything's good, but now he's right back on. And by being back on probation is exactly how you defined it a second ago. You can't just get a save tonight and everything's good. You have to do it again the next day, and you have to do it again the next time. And if you do it enough, then you're not on probation anymore. But even if he gets the save tonight, he's still going to have to do it the next time out for us to have faith in him, And I think that's what being on probation is. I think that's what it looks like for Paul.
It's not a good spot to be in.
No, it's not.
It's not a spot you want to be in.
No, and Does it compel them to do something before tomorrow at 3 o'clock to address the bullpen again, even after getting A.J. Puck?
Latest information I got on that is that they're kicking the tires right now on a lot of different things, and if they do make an addition, it's probably going to be another reliever.
Okay.
So the thought is if they add another piece, it'll probably be another reliever.
Okay.
Not ruling out something else, but I think relievers at the forefront.
And that might make it easier for them to redefine roles
Depending on
with
who they
only
sure.
50-something games to
Right.
go.
Yep.
That might be we can.
I don't think they'd be looking for a reliever that's going to pitch the 5th inning.
Yeah.
You got guys to do that.
Yeah, exactly.
Jarvis, Manaply, they're fine.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, new series for the Diamondbacks. The Nationals in town. We'll preview it, but you will want the latest on Merrill Kelly and Eduardo Rodriguez because the news might genuinely surprise you. Next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Back here for Sombrer's, my favorite local Mexican restaurant. Just the best, fresh, delicious, affordable food. And now it's available for breakfast. Starting at 7 a.m. through their drive-thrus. I went and got some last week, and I got the one of the big beef and egg burritos. And in my mind, I was thinking I'm just going to eat half of it, right? Because it's just so big. And I thought I really should only eat half of it. It was so good. I mean, it was the machaca beef and egg burrito, and it was so good. And I got to the halfway point, and it's like I can't stop now. I mean, this is Sombrer's making a breakfast burrito, which is one of my favorite things in the whole world. I can't stop here. I can't stop now. So I ended up probably eating more of it than I wanted to, but that's how good it was, and you'll find that's how good it is. Cracked egg breakfast burritos, homemade Mexican conchas, premium Mexican honey pressed coffee, all available at Sombrer's starting at 7 a.m. in their drive-thrus. So start your day the Sonoran way by going to Sombrer's.
I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, debunking 3 myths about fiduciaries. And you're going to be surprised about myth number 3. Myth number 1. Fiduciaries are too expensive. Not at Trajan Wealth. Our interests are aligned with yours, so we don't need to push costly investments. The more you make, the more we make. It's that simple. Myth number 2, they will only want to sell me something. Absolutely not. At Trajan Wealth, we have hearts of teachers, and it's our goal to educate and empower, not sell. And the biggest myth, myth number 3, fiduciaries are only for the wealthy. Not at Trajan Wealth. Whether you have 50 grand or 50 million, we know it was hard-earned and we'll treat it as such. Let's grow together. So, here's your opportunity for 100% complimentary professional Q&A. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Thinking about selling your home? 72 Sold can get you more money. How much more? A recent study released in 2024 says 72 Sold gets on average 7.8% more than other homes sold in the local MLS. That means 7.8% more money in your pocket. Why not try it? Just go to 72sold.com, put in your address, and answer a few simple questions. Get started today and get more money for your home at 72sold.com.
Sonic Radio. Welcome back to Sonic RNDIO. That spells radio with me, the CIO. This just in, the new Sonic $1.99 menu lets you build a crave-worthy meal for just $1.99 an item. Whether that's a creamy shake, crispy tots, or a quarter-pound double cheeseburger. This just out. Ostriches. They're mean, not very cute, and in my opinion, way too big for a bird. Don't miss the Sonic Fun 99 menu. 5 items, always $1.99. Live free, eat Sonic.
Tax not included. See menu for details.
Baseball season is here. The top athletes need to recover after games and workouts, and so do you. Wilderness Athlete is a local company that makes the best supplements, and that includes my favorite, Hydrate and Recover. All the electrolytes your body needs, plus BCAAs to aid in muscle recovery and keep you from being so sore the next day. Throw in 1,000 milligrams of vitamin C and you have one of the most well-rounded, effective hydration products on the market. Get 20% off using code word BURNS at wildernessathlete.com.
Extreme
Extreme heat means extreme savings for you. Watch for summer meltdown price drops on our vast inventory of stock and lifted trucks, Jeeps, SUVs, and more.
As the temps keep rising,
our prices are falling to the lowest they've ever been, with interest rates also coming down. Now is your time to buy at Trucks Only. 3 locations to serve you in Mesa, Apache Junction, and Tucson. And online at trucksonly.com.
Trucks Only. Load up with the best.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
Diamondbacks baseball coming up tonight here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, fresh off of another series win. And for all the talk about Paul Sewald, and yes, it's very concerning, the closer situation and all that, the Diamondbacks do keep winning series. They probably should have swept yesterday's series.
Haven't lost one since the Twins.
Yeah, that
was in June.
That was in June.
The last time they lost the series was June. When I left to
of
go on
June.
my vacation,
Yeah.
25, 26, 27, they lost the series to the Twins.
Yep, they had a split in there against the Atlanta Braves, but other than that, they have not lost a single series. So we do have to keep that in mind in the midst of Corbin Carroll's continued struggles and Justin Martinez and, of course, Paul Sewald, that they do keep winning series. And they got another one tonight against the Washington Nationals, your pitching matchup for tonight's game. Mitchell Parker is getting the start for the Nationals. He is opposed by Jordan Montgomery. Montgomery, the lefty, is 7-5 with a 6.11 ERA. Mitchell, the lefty, 5-6 with a 4.34 ERA.
Yeah, Parker's had some struggles. The whole pitching staff had, you got Patrick Corbin's 2-10 for them with an ERA over 5. This will be Monty's 15th start. The last one was good. We've all kind of held our breath when he came back to the rotation last week, how he was going to pitch. This is a Washington team, though, that for all intent and purposes, they're waving the white flag. They're making the trades. They traded Lane Thomas today. They had traded Jesse Winker to the Mets. They had traded Hunter Harvey right before the break, one of their relievers. They're about 6 games out of a wild card spot, but there's 6 teams in front of them. They know that they're not going to get at 49-57. They're kind of writing it off. They're waving a white flag. They're trading their players. There'll probably be some more trades that they'll make. Now, they did win a series against the Cardinals. The only game they lost was yesterday when Paul Goldschmidt hit that walk-off home run in the 9th off Dylan Floro. But this is a team that is, looking to move its pieces and try to add some players for the future.
Yeah, and you hope that is a series that the Diamondbacks can continue their success against. There's the Nationals are, the Pirates. For as well as the Diamondbacks handled them and should have swept them, they get them again this upcoming weekend. We'll see if they get Skeens. I'm not sure if they will or not, but that's a team that's right there in the mix of things along with the Arizona Diamondbacks. For Montgomery, he made his return, as you mentioned, from the injured list his last time out against the Royals. 5 innings, gave up 3 hits, 1 earned run, 1 walk, struck out 2. Settled in a little bit after that start, and he didn't go very deep into the game only because he was on a little bit of a pitch count, and perhaps that will be loosened up a little bit for him tonight against the Nationals. The big news for the Diamondbacks today comes from the injury report, and it's brought to you by Wilderness Athlete. Accelerate your recovery with Hydrate and Recover from Wilderness Athlete at wildernessathlete.com. Want to play these 2 cuts from Torey Lovello pregame, updating everybody on the status of Merrill Kelly and Eduardo Rodriguez. More simulated games coming up for the 2 of them.
They're going to throw a sim game on Wednesday, so both guys will throw a sim game on Wednesday. 3-50 for Merrill and 4-55-60 for Eddie. Once we get through that, I'll keep you posted as to what the next steps are.
Okay, potential. And then here's the second cut. At this point, Eduardo Rodriguez is ahead of Merrill Kelly. Could they come back without rehab? Here's what they said.
I think he's probably 7 to 10 to 12 pitches ahead of Merrill. I don't know. I think they're both a possibility, but I don't know that answer yet. With both Erod and Merrill, back to your question, Mike, we feel good about them getting the reps over the high intensity, because I think they know who they are and they know what they got to get to. They're so well versed in as to where their body is and where their mind is.
So that is kind of following up on the news that we were talking about earlier, and I'll just read from Alex Weiner's Twitter account, in which he says a minor league stint may not be required for them to return.
Interesting, because we get to August with we're down to 50 games. If you want to have those guys make 2 minor league starts each, you're taking 10 more days off the schedule. I think they'd rather have those guys pitch in the 4 games in the majors than pitch in the 4 games in the minors. That's what it might be. They got to feel really good about the work they got in and where they are. It's a little bit of a risky move, to be honest with you, to not, Eduardo Rodriguez hasn't pitched against, batters in a real game
since March, since spring training. Right, I guess if you want to go real game,
yeah.
Let's go back to last year.
So
find the last time he did it.
It's a little risky, but if they feel good about it, they know what they're doing. I think they really feel like I don't want to send them down to the minors for 2 starts because we just can't afford to have those 10 days go by the wayside. We need them.
Yeah, at this point, you just got to trust in the medical decision, trust that they're being told that physically they're fine and all of that stuff, because it is, some of the most important things that can happen to this team rest on kind of those 2 guys' arms and what they're able to do. Now, I mean, the good news is if they're right and they don't need a minor league rehab, if that's what it ends up coming down to, that timeline gets accelerated a little bit. I mean, Tori, a previous tweet that I read from Nick Picoro, the beat writer for AZ Central, suggested that Eduardo Rodriguez could pitch as soon as next week against Cleveland. That
would be early August instead of mid-August.
Yeah.
That'd be quick.
And if Merrill's not that far behind him, right, now you're talking about another week for him. I'm speculating here, but another week, another 10 days before he's able to pitch. I mean,
I thought there was a good sign this weekend. I thought Diaz pitched well.
He got sent down, though. Did you see that, though?
He got sent down for Slade Ciccone.
Slade Ciccone got called up,
sent down for Slade Ciccone. It could be a bullpen type thing. You just have a long arm in the bullpen because they've had to use so many relievers the last couple of days.
Yeah.
So it could be like we're going to send Diaz down and get Ciccone up just to be a long reliever if we need him.
He had the 4 walks, but he just gave up the 1 hit. I thought
he
pitched okay. He's acquitted himself very, very well. And it might just be that they're kind of negotiating it a little bit with the bullpen and giving themselves an extra arm. I don't know the exact answer to that question. But that was the other thing I was going to mention as part of the injury report, is that they've moved some things around with the rotation and things like that, with Slade Ciccone getting called up and Diaz getting called down. So that's what's going on the injury front with the Diamondbacks and tonight's game. The first of 3 against the Washington Nationals. And then, of course, keeping an eye on the scoreboard and everything going on around the Arizona Diamondbacks in that regard. I will tell you right now, Diamondbacks going into play a half game back of the final wild card spot in the National League. Basically, once again, it is 6 teams separated by 3.5 games for the 3 wild card spots in the NL. Let's get you a roof report for tonight's game.
D-Backs Roof Report on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Brought to you by Renco Roofing. Over and above for 20 years and counting.
Very much closed tonight. First pitch temperature expected to be about 103 degrees, so the roof will be closed tonight and for the rest of the series against the Washington Nationals. But hopefully another month from now or so, we'll be able to have that conversation about the roof being open. Hopefully. Let's get you a key to tonight's game.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-Backs keys to the game. Driven by Trucks Only, the Valley's #1 independent dealer and home of the lifetime engine warranty.
All right, the key to the game today is that you take a look at Parker for the Nationals, and he has had a lot of struggles in the month of July. He's got an ERA of 9.18 in the month of July. But if you take a little bit of a deeper look at some of the problems that Mitchell Parker has had, it's the long ball. He's given up 5 home runs in his last 16 2/3 innings. A penchant for giving up the long ball has led to a really bad July. So today, the key to the game is going to be the long ball for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
That is going to do it for us. We are out of here. We'll see you tomorrow. We'll be back at the Auction Community Studios starting at straight up 2 o'clock.
Have a great night, everyone.